And coming in for Riverview, Audrey Cole, the junior center. Inbound pass now to Kaminsky. Past half court, top of the key, setting up her offense. 2 outside, passes to the right shoulder. Now back, top of the key. Gonna be Brooklyn looking fast. Back Poe, corner. And back to Poe, it's gonna go out of play. They're gonna keep that right here with Riverview. Said it was tipped by Groves. Kincaid inbounds it to Cadence Kaminsky. Looking outside, Poe puts it on the ground. Now looking back to Kaminsky, it's ripped up by Sanders. Passes in the corner. 3 for Taryn Brown and hold the rim. To Sanders over to Kira Rocco. Thinks about it from the just down the right of the 3-point line. Chooses against it. Switching double teams here for Riverview. Rocco drives, ball is broken up. Now with the ball, it's Kaminsky. Fast break, 1-on-1, goes up left side, off the backboard and in. Just about 42 seconds to play in the first quarter here. 14 for the Riverview Pirates, 12 for the Groves Falcons. Now Sanders past half court. Kira Rocco back to Sanders, top of the key. Passes it down to Gallagher. Gallagher to the outside, it's up and it's in for Taryn Brown. Over the rim before, and now she connects with just seconds remaining in the first quarter. Kaminsky, top of the key, passes to the left side in the corner. Now down, looking to get that ball to Audrey Cole. It's intercepted. Groves driving. Seconds left in the quarter. 5 seconds left. Kira Rocco in the corner. Looks over to Sanders, puts it up. Now it's going to get intercepted. She tries to go for the buzzer beater. That will end the first quarter here at West Bloomfield High School. And so far, very aggressive play from both these teams. Pretty typical of what we see, but they're meeting each other's match, which is great news for Groves. And it's also good news for this Riverview team who's come out playing their style of playing, looking to adjust to some of the more veteran players.
No, definitely. And it seems like both teams are playing traditional zone-type defensive reads. And what Riverview has been doing very well is exposing the backside cuts underneath the basket. And what Groves has been able to do is that even with the up-court pressure around the key, they're still able to move the ball around the perimeter and basically still get the open shots. And they've been nailing all their shots from beyond the arc. So on both sides, there hasn't been any fouls thus far, but a few turnovers too many for each side. So definitely some stuff to clean up.
That being said, a very interesting start to this MLK Laker Classic here on My Michigan TV. First game here at the end of one. We are tied up 14-all between the Birmingham Groves Falcons and the Riverview Pirates, coming in 8-2 against this 4-6 team at Groves. That's a lot better than this record shows. And this is quite the start here to the MLK Laker Classic. Games all day long on My Michigan TV, capping off tonight at 7:20, the final tip-off with West Bloomfield going up against the Technicians of Detroit Cast Tech. But plenty of business left to be had here at West Bloomfield in this first game between Groves and Riverview. Second period will begin at half court. Inbounded from Kincaid to Kira Logan, the freshman. Guarded hard by Cameron Little, passes it outside the Poe. Poe now driving, passes it inside the Cole, looking for a pass. Back to Poe, puts it up and in. Using the paint to their advantage, getting the ball on the ground and putting up shots. Now it's Rocco, past half court to Caitlin Sanders. Back to Rocco, over to Little. Little throws it down, it's intercepted, knocked out of bounds. They're gonna keep it with Groves as they're trying to get that ball down to Lindsay DeGrendel. And Audrey Cole just gets a hand on it. Little now passes it in, high left side of the half court to Caitlin Sanders. Right shoulder to Rocco. Rocco looking in the corner to DeGrendel. Now she's pressured, steps on the line, out of bounds. Great pressure from Riverview.
No, that was great pressure. They're continuing their half-court press like they've been doing thus far, and so far it's working out at the beginning of this second quarter.
Both these teams using the double team to their advantage, putting those guys and those ladies in those corners. Now here's Riverview at the top of the key, Brooklyn Poe. Pass over to Katie Patterson. Patterson getting some aggressive defense from Cameron Little. Now back over to Logan. Logan's driving the lane, looking to her left side, passes it to Cole, back out to Kincaid. Kincaid now driving, loses the ball but recovers, trying to get something up, passes it back to Kira Logan. Logan at the top of the key, Riverview still setting up this offense. Now she drives left, puts it up, floater off the back of the iron, and no good. Rebound by Kira Rocco to Caitlin Sanders. Sanders to Cameron Little, right side at the three-point line. Stops and passes back to Kira Rocco over to Sanders. Now down low. Aggressive defense again from Riverview. Into the corner again for Sanders, up and no good off the right iron. Rebound by Audrey Cole. Now it's Kira Logan past the half-court line, throws it across the Brooklyn pole on the ground, up off the rim, and no good. Rebounded, put back up and off the backboard, and again, doesn't hit rim, and rebounded for Groves. Sanders moving aggressively, trying to set up her offense off the dribble. She does so well. Couple of passes over to Kira Rocco. Dribbles, kind of Euro steps, throws it up, no good off the left iron. Rebound by Cole. About 5:55 to go in the half. 16 points for Riverview, 14 for Birmingham Groves at the MLK Laker Classic on My Michigan TV. Kincaid drives, pulls up from the left side of the free throw line, off the iron and in. And that'll give the Pirates a 4-point lead. Sanders now approaching half court, passes it over to Cameron Little. And back to Sanders. These defenses staying up high as these offenses set up. Now pass down low aggressively. Up for Rocco off the board and in to make this a 2-point game. Kira Rocco continuing to have an impact today off the ground, putting the ball up. Logan past half court for Riverview. Rolls right side of Poe, down again to Kira Logan. She's tripped up, and they're going to call that a travel, and it's going back to Birmingham Groves. Checking back in for the Pirates, Avery Westbay coming back in the ball game. Kira Logan checking out alongside Audrey Cole. We're also seeing Cadence Kaminsky back in the ball game. Sanders past half court, passes over to Rocco. Rocco now resetting at half court. Caitlin Sanders right side a little, in her hands and out, and rolls out of play. Gonna go back to Riverview. It's a little bit too much excitement there, trying to set something up. Had open floor on the sideline, the baseline. Nice easy shot there if you were able to recover. Now it's Cadence Kaminsky. Katie Kaminsky past half court, the 5'8" senior for Riverview. Over to Poe. Poe throws it down to Kincaid. Back to Poe, launches a three, puts it up, and no good. Hits off the front side right iron. Rebound by Patterson. Back outside now to Poe, top of the key. Aggressive spin move, pass over to Kincaid, puts it up. Looked like it was blocked. They're going to call contact. The first foul of the ball game is called on Caitlin Sanders. Going to be a shooting foul, so that's going to send Alyssa Kincaid to the line. One of the better players in the state, listed on MLive's Players to Watch for 2023. As the first free throw goes off the back iron.
Yeah, that was a great setup right there by Kaminsky. Knowing where Sanders was, almost right next to her, she just alertly went up for a shot and tried to make contact. It was an easy foul to call.
Second free throw from Kincaid. It's good. That'll make this a 3-point game, 19-16 with 4:58 to play in the quarter. Groves past half court. And they're going to call another travel off that pass from Kirsten Jasinski outside to Taryn Brown. And now Riverview again going to take over. Pass inbounded. Katie Kaminsky past half court. Looking right side of Brooklyn Poe, but she's guarded. Good aggressive defense. Now they get it to Poe. Trying to get back outside. Intercepted. Now we got a little bit of a tussle there. And it's going to be called a jump ball. Possession is going toward Birmingham Groves.
Seems like those passes are just not getting through enough. They're trying to pass through very tight windows, and it's resulting, that's like the third jump ball in this game thus far.
Both these teams shutting down that ball movement, a bread and butter for both of these offenses. Now Sanders passes it over the right side, Jasinski. Ball's on the ground, it's recovered by Riverview. A little bit of a tussle, aggressive play, it's still up for grabs. Groves now has it. Back outside. Caitlin Sanders left side tries to reset her offense, getting double teamed. She's driving, playing aggressive, throws it up off the right iron. She's on the ground, gets her rebound. Look at Groves. Kira Rocco driving right side. In her corner, looking to reset her offense. Pass in the corner again to Taryn Brown, off top of the key. Over to Gallagher, corner to Sanders, good! She knocks it down. Caitlin Sanders back at it. That's how you play aggressive and you get rewarded. Tie ball game. 3:35 to go in the half. We're tied at 19. Here comes Cadence Kaminsky. Left side to Katie Patterson, throws it down to Avery West Bay. That's actually Kincaid. She rolls around, throws it up, a little bit of Elijah action and knocks it down. Kira Rocco to Caitlin Sanders. Passed across court to Kirsten Jasinski. She's driving on Kincaid. Spin move, tries to pass it back out by Cadence Kaminsky. Katie Kaminsky passed half court. Looks right side. Brooklyn Poe had a three-point shot, pump fake, put it down. Looked to get back out to Kaminsky. Lost it, recovered it. Now it's Kincaid, a three. Oh, just missed it. Aggressive rebounding again. Here's Birmingham Groves on the ground. It's Lily Gallagher. They're going to call a jump ball. This time, going to go in favor of the Pirates.
Boy, talk about a sequence. We just saw it. And Rob Sauter, he was livid because he thought that Patterson was tripped up on that last possession when the ball got knocked away again. And there was no foul call, and therefore that allowed Groves to keep moving the ball around all the way over to the corner.
Referees here keen to let some contact happen. Ball inbounded to Avery West Bay, puts up, and she is fouled. That's going to be called on Lily Gallagher for the second time this morning. The Pirates going to the line.
As we said, letting contact go, that time they did call a foul almost instantly. But still, that sequence, limiting the ball movement, that ball was loose all the way around. And still Groves might have gotten lucky there without the foul call, still able to get it, and then Sanders just putting it up to finish it off.
West Bay hits her first shot at the charity stripe, as well as the second. That now makes it a 4-point contest in favor of the Pirates. 23 to Groves 19. Rocco and Sanders bringing this ball up. Pass over to Gallagher, tries to get it to Rocco and thrown out of bounds. These teams, we're seeing a lot of these turnovers, not because it's sloppy play, but they're just trying to get out in front of these defenses who are hogging the passing lanes.
They're trying to pass the ball first before the defense even has a time to set up.
Kincaid past half court, setting up her offense. Speaking as Sanders walks in her way, tries to get in the corner, and it's thrown out of bounds.
And hence another turnover. They're trying to move the ball extra quick before any of the defenses can really set up a trap. So therefore, they're trying to beat the ball before the players.
Yeah, reaction time's just not there, and then if it is, these balls being thrown pretty hard and bouncing off the hands. So now here's Groves, it's Little. Passes down to Taryn Brown. Back out, and it's going to be intercepted by Kaminsky. Kaminsky to Kincaid. Just under 2 minutes to play in the half. 23-19 in favor of the Pirates. In the corner now. Here come the Pirates down the West Bay. Puts it up off the back iron and the board. Groves setting it up. Sanders way down court. Here's Kira Rocco. One-on-one. Lost it. Recovered. And now Riverview comes up with it. Lissa Kincaid looking behind her as she had Rocco trailing her. Kincaid, top of the key. Passes it over right side. Now in the corner, West Bay. Along two. It's in. Going to be a 6-point game now, and it's going to be a timeout called by Allison Heidi of Birmingham Groves.
No, this right here is back and forth we go. And Riverview, give them credit. They've had good responses to even their sloppy turnovers thus far. Even when their passing has not been very crisp, they still have an answer for whenever Groves scores.
A correction, a whistle on the floor. It'll reset here for Groves. Sanders right side, throws it down. Rocco, easy shot, left side, lays it in.
That was better ball movement that time. They just really slinged it around, almost tic-tac-toe into the basket.
Now up the floor for Riverview for the Pirates. It's Katie Kaminsky, the senior. Left side over to Katie Patterson. Throws it down the West Bay. West Bay back out. Launches a three. It's in. Pirates continuing to get separation here, putting up those shots. The mid-range might be the strategy. Now here comes Sanders. Couple passes, then it goes back to her. She pulls up from mid-range. In and out. Rebounded by Riverview and Kincaid. Guarded hard. Heavy defense there from Rocco, and Kincaid escapes. Ripped up by Sanders. Here's Kira Rocco. And no good off the backboard. Rebound by Rocco. They're going to call it out of play, and it's going to go to Riverview. Sanders wants a push. Not going to get it.
No, the aggressive defense, even while in transition by Groves, is really paying off here. Even though they're down by 6, they're still way in this.
27-21 in favor of Riverview. Just about 30 seconds to play in this first half. Kincaid, past half court, trying to slow this thing down, milk the clock, get some points, and take this to the half. Looks out right side. They're going to call a foul on the floor. And that's going to go on Lily Gallagher. And Riverview will once again reset in the half court.
just trying to be aggressive on that drive, but also, like you mentioned, take care of the clock, but also create some contact.
Kincaid inbounding it now to Kaminsky. Drives on Sanders, passes out to West Bay, in the corner, put up mid-range, off the iron. Rebound by Cameron Little. She's only got seconds left. Here we go, 15 to play. Sanders throws down to Rocco, intercepted, out of play. It's gonna stay with Birmingham Groves. They'll have 11 seconds, about 10 seconds or so, to set up in the half court, put some points on the board, and take this to the half as minimal of a deficit as possible. Little inbound to Sanders, fakes to her left, now looking for a pass, back in the corner to Little. Little for three, oh, no good. Airballed, seconds left. Here's Kincaid from half court, guarded by Sanders, blocked. They're gonna call foul. Lots of contact. She's gonna get three at the line with 0.1 seconds left in the half.
That's just great awareness right there. Just knowing that Sanders was right there. If she can just get off her feet, try to put up a shot, and make some contact, they're gonna call that foul 9 times out of 10.
Just go straight up, let her come to you. Maybe a little bit of extra action, moving that shot forward before you flick your wrist. Now she'll get 2 at the line. First one is up and good for Kincaid.
And it just seems like the Pirates, they're just learning a lot more as this game goes along. They're knowing who to go after, what the matchups you want, and what matchups you can win. Kincaid
now 2 for 3 from the charity stripe so far. Second one is good. Make that 3 for 4. It's now an 8-point game, 29 to 21. One more shot here for Kincaid, then it'll be 1/10 of a second to go in the half. And we'll take this one to the break. Kincaid's shot is good. Now 30 to 21. Inbound, that's going to do it for the first half. Wow, what a contest so far. What a way to kick it off here at West Bloomfield High School. The MLK Laker Classic on My Michigan TV at the half. 30 points for the Riverview Pirates, 21 for Birmingham Groves.
No, definitely. And what Groves definitely needs to do is they need to pick it up the speed, but definitely clean up their sloppiness. They left too many points out there on the court. So they just need to clean up their passing. And Riverview, they just need to keep going down with their shots. So as long as both teams start to clean up, and one of these teams is going to run away with it.
Plenty of more action here between the Groves Pirates, the Groves Falcons, and the Riverview Pirates, and more coming up. You're watching the MLK Laker Classic on My Michigan TV.
There are many different kinds of noses. Our noses can sniff out all kinds of things. Good things and bad things. Your nose knows if those sniffles are just a cold, allergies, or COVID-19. So swab it. Test it. It's good to know.
Let's relish these moments, made possible by the COVID-19 vaccine. Keep the festivals going by keeping yourself protected and your COVID-19 vaccines up to date.
with the squad. Everybody tryna go, yeah, the party jumping off. And we putting on a show.
Looking for the perfect weekend getaway? Love Lansing like a local. And we promise, you'll love Lansing just as much as we do.
Don't miss out! Download the My Michigan TV mobile app to stay up to date with all of our programming. My Michigan TV is streaming everywhere on Apple TV, Roku, Fire TV, and more smart TV apps. My Michigan TV is on your phone too. Take us with you wherever you go. Just search for My Michigan TV on your favorite app store or visit mymitv.com. All Michigan, streaming everywhere. My Michigan TV.
Half already underway. Quick scores from Lily Gallagher and from Katie Patterson. Now driving the lane is Rocco, up off the iron and in for Birmingham Groves. Makes this a 25-32 contest here in the third period. Kaminsky past half court for Riverview. Right side to Brooklyn Poe at a big first half here. Top of the key, Avery West Bay, the center. Rolls to the right side, looking for a pass over to Kaminsky. Now rolls baseline. Looks to put it up, passes it outside. Patterson, a three, no good. Rebounded for Groves is Kirsten Jasinski over to Caitlin Sanders. Sanders back to Jasinski, left side beyond the arc. Now top of the key to Lily Gallagher. And Sanders back over to Gallagher, right side to Cameron Little. Setting something up, throws it down at the free throw line of Jasinski. It's batted up. They're going to call a foul. And this ball will stay with Groves. Avery West Bay called for the foul there. And now Cameron Little will bring the ball in for Groves. Little, cross-court pass to Caitlin Sanders, stutter step, and now she sets up to Rocco. Rocco right side, driving floater, up and in. Nice aggressive play from Groves to start the second half. That's what you got to do. Timeout called by Rob Sauter immediately as this Groves team is coming out, getting open space and launching those shots, something they do very well and can answer this aggressive defense.
Exactly, and that was a great drive by Rocco at that last drive because more people are going to have to step up other than Caitlin Sanders. And to give you an idea how much you got to beat this Riverview team, they only have 2 losses this year, and the largest deficit was a 9-point deficit against Redford Westfield Prep. And then their only other loss was a 3-point deficit against Tecumseh. All their wins have been by double-digit points. All of their wins. So that tells you how great this team could be, especially in the second half. So more plays like that from Rocco and other players of that Groves team have got to step up if they want to beat this Pirates team.
Yeah, just a 9-point game right now, 32 for Riverview, 27 for Birmingham Groves, and that's a great point, John, because when Riverview wins, they run you off the floor. Their average margin of victory just under 26 points. But if you're going to beat them, it's going to be a close game. You're going to have to grind it out. Their average margin of loss this season, just 6 points. So now the ball is going to be inbounded at half court for Kincaid over to Katie Kaminsky. Kaminsky past half court, guarded by Caitlin Sanders. Pass over to Brooklyn Poe on the right side. Top of the key to Patterson, looking back down to Poe. Poe guarded by Rocco. Rolls baseline, puts it up off the backboard and in. Nice answer for Riverview off the timeout. Now Cameron Little inbounds it to Caitlin Sanders and back to Little and back to Sanders. A little back and forth. Rolling right side, Sanders launches into the three-point line in the corner, tries to get a pass, it's intercepted. Now here come the Pirates. Patterson left side, off the rim. No good, rebound by Poe. She lost control, it's out of play. And that's going to go to Birmingham Groves.
Yeah, just the passing right there by Groves was not that sharp, especially when they try to get open people. They're bounce passing into traffic, which is a dangerous type of passing.
Bringing it up, Cameron Little and Kira Rocco. Rocco looking to set up the offense. Over to Gallagher to Sanders. Sanders now puts it down off the backboard, rolls in. Nice friendly roll for Caitlin Sanders. Makes this a 5-point game here in the second period. Now it's Kincaid, top of the key. Guarded by Gallagher, rolls left side, pass in the corner, over to Kaminsky. Pump fakes, rolls baseline on Caitlin Sanders. Now in the post, pass out, top of the key, Poe up, no good. Rebound by Gallagher. She's going to pass over to Cameron Little. Little going to be the point guard here. Passes, tries to get in the corner. It's intercepted. Some aggressive defense on the sideline, but Little, no call, out of bounds. That's going to stay with Riverview.
Boy, Katie Patterson is all over the place. That was her second takeaway in just the last 2 sequences by Groves. And again, another trip right there on a Pirates player that wasn't even called. So Rob Sauter's not going to be pleased about that.
Ball actually going to Groves there. Caitlin Sanders passes it to Rocco. Rocco, quick pass down low to Little, back out to Sanders. Now back to Riverview. The floor to Poe. Poe, it's intercepted by Rocco. Gets up there and intercepts it. Little now double team. She's got to pass it away, and there's a whistle.
That was a good timeout right there by Groves because they still had possession of it. Had they called a jump ball, it would probably still stayed with them, but it was a conservative timeout to take. But on the Riverview side, that pass was made way too late, and that allowed Rocco to intercept it and knock it free.
Another reason for that timeout, the ball's picked up, so now Little has nowhere to go. Typically, you're getting cornered in the literal corners at half court, on the baseline, under the basket. But in this case, it's happening about midway up the half court, and you got to take that timeout, keep possession, and reset that offense, too, slow things down.
No, definitely. And Riverview, it seems like they're rushing a bit because Groves has switched up their defense a bit. They're playing traditional person-to-person style defense instead of playing the zone read. So I think Riverview's trying just to beat them to the point before they really can have a person-to-a-person to really play more solid defense when everything's slowed down.
Close game here to kick off the MLK Day Laker Classic at West Bloomfield High School. The Riverview Pirates from the Huron League, 36 points. And the OAA Red Division's Birmingham Groves Falcons, 29 with 3:03 to go in the third period. Sanders back down the floor alongside Taryn Brown to bring this one up. Inbound to Brown and back to Sanders. Now back to Brown. Switching things up at the guard position. Throws it to Rocco and boom! A big hit on the sideline from Melissa Kincaid. That's going to be called a foul. It's going to stay with Birmingham Groves. Rocco now directing the offense. Instead, Little is going to bring the ball in. Rocco going to check out. Little comes in. Inbound pass in the corner to Sanders. Now back out to Little. Double team back in the corner to Sanders. Quick pass down low. Back out to Sanders. The three. No good. Rebound by Taryn Brown. Back out to Little. Lily Gallagher top of the key. Now Sanders again. Pump fakes. Puts it on the ground. Double team trying to go for it. They're going to call that a jump ball. And it's going to go to Riverview as Sanders tried to go up. Got a lot of contact and the ball was kind of pulled out of her hands. But no foul call like she wanted. Instead, Riverview going to take over.
Yeah, and Riverview, they're still staying with their zone defense, and it's really working out for them because they're not allowing Groves to really get inside the paint that much.
Now Kaminsky bringing it up for the Pirates. Kaminsky driving, outside pass. Now looking cross court to Katie Patterson. Patterson has it for Riverview. Tries to pass down low, and again going to be called a travel.
A lot of travels in this game thus far. It seems like these players, they're trying to think too fast and they're thinking too fast with their feet before really get ball control.
Now it's Little double teamed at half court. Triple team now. Tripped up. Lost the ball. Here comes Riverview. It's Kaminsky. Kaminsky down to Katie Patterson. Off the backboard. No good. Rebound by Lily Gallagher. Up the floor now. It's Kirsten Jasinski. Ball batted away as it goes to Brown. Intercepted. Here's Katie Patterson. 3-on-1. Patterson. Pump fake. Left side. Off the back iron. No good. Ball's rebound put back up by Alyssa Kincaid. And for the third time this morning, she'll go to the line.
Just right there when she's needed the most. Getting that rebound, getting those offensive boards are so huge, especially when you want to go on a good run like these Pirates know how to do all year round.
Kincaid knocks down the first one. Going to make this an 8-point game. 37-29 in favor of Riverview with $1:58 to go in the third.
And Kincaid's just been very automatic just from that charity stripe. So she's one of their go-tos in case of any scenario.
Now 5 for 6 from the line today. Make that 6 for 7. Now 9-point lead for Riverview. Here comes Groves. Rocco past half court. Steps a little over the line. Goes back. No call. She had 1 foot on the other side. It's fine. Now Brown in the corner to Jasinski. The Rocco puts it on the ground. Back out to Taryn Brown. Brown to Gallagher. Sanders calling for it. Finally gets the pass. It's intercepted. And then battled. And it's on the ground, out of bounds. Sanders was not the last to touch it. It's going to stay with Groves instead. And they'll continue this drive. 1:39 to go in the third.
Audrey Cole very aggressive, trying to prevent that pass down low.
In the Gallagher in the corner, back out to Brown, and now to Rocco. Rocco looking in the corner to Sanders. Down low and just off her right hand and out of bounds. A little too high on that pass. As Rocco saw dollar signs throwing that down to Caitlin Sanders.
They're trying to work Sanders down low more often. In the first half, she was working more around the perimeter. This time they're switching it up a bit, getting her down low inside the paint.
Makes a nice pass, driving the lane. Here comes Riverview off the backboard, no good. Rebound Sanders. Aggressive pass, open floor. Here's Kira Rocco, and she's fouled. Puts it up and ends up getting some contact from Katie Patterson. That'll be Groves' first chance at the charity stripe today.
That was one of those fast break opportunities in which they had a lot of room, and Sanders, very alert, did not waste any time getting that pass all the way down the other side of the court, and now Rocco's going to go shoot.
2 at the line for Rocco, trying to make this a 7-point game. First one, hits off right iron and backboard, and no good. With 1 minute and 8 seconds to go in the third period here at West Bloomfield High School, the MLK Laker Classic on My Michigan TV. Plenty of games all day long. The next one coming up at 12:40 after this one completes. But still plenty of ball left here between these two squads. Second one off the back iron for Rocco. It's rebounded by Riverview. Katie Kaminsky past half court. Press from Caitlin Sanders. Looking to set up the offense. Left side. And it's up and good. 3-point shot for Josie Cangelosi. Now Sanders brings it up. Here's Kira Rocco. Lost the ball. It's intercepted. Aggressive defense from behind and rips it up. Ball down again to Cangelosi and no good. It's going to be tapped off her hands and out of play and going to go to Groves.
The bench for the Pirates has really come through. First, Cangelosi making that corner three, and then Kaya Hunter just been all over the place. Made a couple of knockaways and they will make the ball free.
Caitlin Sanders now at the ball. Passes it over to Kirsten Jasinski. Jump ball going to be called there as the ball gets kind of swallowed up between several players. Going to stay with Birmingham Groves with 30 seconds left in the quarter. Little passes it into Caitlin Sanders. Top of the key driving. Pass over to Little. Little for three. Up. She got it. Makes this a 9-point game. 41-32. Cadence Kaminsky for the Pirates of Riverview. 13 seconds left in the third period. Driving on Sanders. Gets in front. Launches. Pull up. No good. Off the back iron. Little has it. 6 seconds left. Here comes Caitlin Sanders. 3, 2. Pass over the head of Lindsay DeGrendel with 0.7 to play in the third, and it's going to be Riverview ball. Inbound to Kaminsky. Buzzer goes off. Shot is launched a little bit late and not going to get anywhere near the hoop as expected with that kind of pressure. That'll end the third period. 41 points for the Riverview Pirates and 32 for the Birmingham Groves Falcons. Still very much a ball game here, John, despite this quarter really being in favor of Riverview. If Groves is able to get those shots off and make some buckets from the perimeter, this could be very interesting with 8 minutes to play.
No, yeah, Groves is keeping this close, but the one thing that they really got to focus on in this final quarter right here is ball security, because Riverview is all over the place and they've been able to knock the ball free so many multiple times, creating takeaways, creating turnovers. And if Riverview continues to do that, they're going to run away with this here in this fourth quarter. So Groves, for them to make this an even closer game and possibly take a lead, they've got to have better ball security for this one.
And it's a tough situation for Allison Heide in her second season at the helm here, trying, as you said, very astutely in the third quarter to move Caitlin Sanders around. Typically been that perimeter threat, been that combo guard for Groves in their games thus far, and now having to move down into the post, trying to set things up down low as aggressive defense in the half court for both of these squads.
Yeah, and trying to switch that around, but I don't think it really worked out that well in that third quarter because I don't think Sanders didn't have that many opportunities down low because Riverview continued their zone read, so I think they might switch her back around to perimeter this time around.
Fourth quarter begins here at West Bloomfield High School, the MLK Laker Classic. Riverview 41, Groves 32. Here's Kaminsky, pass over to Katie Patterson. Step back, now going baseline, passes it back out to Kaminsky, and it's intercepted by Sanders. Sanders now to Little. Little past half court, it's broken up by Poe. They're chasing, it's out of bounds. Gonna stay here with Birmingham Groves as Little will bring the ball in. Out to Gallagher at the three-point line. Now it's Kira Rocco. Rocco guarded close by Brooklyn Poe. Crosses over left side. Looking, launches a triple. Backboard and in! Kira Rocco launches a three. Now it's just a 6-point game with 7:22 to play. Alyssa Kincaid past half court. The senior guard Rolls right, rolls left on Gallagher. Now stops, puts up a 2, no good. Air ball, rebound by Sanders. Here comes Groves. Gallagher over to Rocco. Rocco past half court. Looking to her right to Caitlin Sanders, calling for her, not going to get it before the defense arrives. Now Sanders, top of the key. Passes to Little, lost the ball, had a 3 there if she put it up. Lily Gallagher, top of the circle. Now in the corner to Little. It's intercepted by Kincaid. Here comes Riverview. Throws it over the head of Brooklyn Poe, out of bounds on the right sideline. That ball will go back to Groves.
Pirates right there, they were just a little bit too aggressive. They're trying to beat Groves to the spot. They didn't have to do that much, so much in the third quarter, so they just need to get back to their basics.
Ball pass between Cameron Little and Caitlin Sanders. Now Little handling the ball, passes over to Gallagher. Aggressive defense, gets a little bit of a step on him. Gallagher loses the ball, and it's going to be intercepted. Here comes Riverview, passes it way down the pole, intercepted by Cameron Little. Little's got an opportunity. Sanders now with it. Resets to Gallagher and to Little. Long 3, Little puts it up. No good, off the front rim. Rebounded by Avery West Bay and over to Alyssa Kincaid. 6 minutes to go and some change here in the ball game. Kincaid rolling left side. Top of the key to Brooklyn Poe. Puts up the 3, no good. Air ball to the right side, going back to Groves.
Boy, Brooklyn Poe had a lot of space and a lot of time to work with. But Riverview, they're matching Groves on the ball security like I mentioned, so Riverview cannot really go down to this level right here.
Sanders and Little setting things up. Now down to Rocco, quick pass, and she throws it up with a little bit of contact on the ball, and it's no good. Great defense there by Alyssa Kincaid. Now she handles the ball, throws it in the corner. Another try for Brooklyn Poe, which she'll put on the floor instead. Sets a pick for Kincaid, driving baseline, double teamed by Sanders and Gallagher and intercepted. Here comes Sanders. Caitlin Sanders, the senior, the 6'1" combo guard, driving in the corner, Little for 3. No good, off the right iron, rebounded on, put back on the floor and up by Lindsay DeGrendel. She is fouled. Gonna get 2 at the line. Groves really trying to get those shots off and not be afraid of the pressure from Riverview here in the fourth.
No, and DeGrendel, great rebound, 1 dribble, take a step in, create some contact, make an even better shot opportunity, and now she's at the line.
First one is up, rolls around, and goes in for DeGrendel. That's going to make this a 5-point game with 5:24 to go.
These are the shots that are so critical to beat a team like Riverview.
Katie Patterson checking out for Riverview as the second shot goes up for DeGrendel, and it's good. Make that a 4-point game. 5:24 to go. Riverview 41, Birmingham Groves 37. Kaminsky past half court. Looking to the right side, aggressive pass over the head and out of bounds. Gonna go back to Groves. Now you got an opportunity to make this game yours. Momentum on your side. Cameron Little up the right side of the court to Caitlin Sanders. Sanders to Gallagher. Tough defense, and now to Little. Now in the corner, and it's intercepted, going for DeGrendel. Avery West Bay got in front of that. Foul called on the floor, reach in, as Cadence Kaminsky tried to bring it up. That's going to be called on Lindsay DeGrendel. It will stay with Riverview.
Trying to come from behind to knock that ball away, but got too much contact there.
Inbounded backcourt to Cadence Kaminsky. Taking their time, setting things up. Passes to Brooklyn Poe on the right side. To West Bay, top of the key, and Slate to the right. Now over to Katie Kaminsky. Rolls baseline, broken up, out of bounds. It will stay with Riverview off the interception.
Sanders was able to get a hand from behind, just taking away the lane from to the paint. That was just great defense right there.
Katie Kaminsky will inbound it. Looking for Poe. Now runs around. Poe gets it just past the three-point line. Slight right side. Throws in the corner. Intercepted by Sanders. Bobbles it. Now she's got it. One-on-one. Sanders versus Poe. Left side. Up. No. No good. Just rolls off the left side of the rim. Now here comes Kaminsky. 2-on-1 there at the top of the key. Throws it in the corner to Kincaid. Going baseline on Gallagher. Throws it up off the backboard and in. And a foul. Answers back. And now Riverview a little bit more space. And if Kincaid's able to connect here at the line, it's going to be a 7-point game all of a sudden.
Wow, I'm just almost in shock that Sanders missed that layup. She had a good lane and took a good lane. But here's an even better opportunity right now.
Alyssa Kincaid puts it up. And it's a switch. Lead now for Riverview. 4 minutes, 20 seconds to go in the contest. The Riverview Pirates 44, the Groves Falcons 37. Pass over the head of Rocco and out of bounds. Aggressive pass there to kick off that possession from Taryn Brown and out of play. Now the momentum swinging back in favor of Riverview.
Pirates are getting back to their basics, and they're having better ball security.
Kincaid, inbound pass to Kaminsky, trying to corner them, Groves is, and Kaminsky gets past Caitlin Sanders. Now back even at the logo, rolls left side, looking for a pass. Now sets a pick. Top of the key, here's Riverview. In the corner to Brooklyn Poe. Poe rolls left side, trying to get inside the paint. Broken up, they're gonna call a jump ball on the reach by Kira Rocco, and that's going to Groves. Way to shut things down. This could have gotten out of hand right there. Now still very much a playable deficit with 4 to play. Inbounded to Sanders, going nice and slow, setting things up. Gallagher, ball's broken up. She goes back at it. Possession arrow is with Riverview, and that's going to be called a jump. So it will stay with Riverview, but gives the Falcons an opportunity here to reset their defense.
Slow things down a lot. Back-to-back jump balls for both sides.
Alyssa Kincaid, the 5'11 forward, inbounds it to Katie Kaminsky, the 5'8 senior guard. Kincaid now way beyond the three-point line, guarded by Gallagher. Groves trying to maintain their defense, not put too much pressure on and cause a miss. Kaminsky with the pick. Kincaid now rolling right side, looks outside, three-pointer, pump fake, no good. Down to Kincaid, puts it up, and she's fouled. Cadence Kaminsky going to go up and go to the line off the aggressive play by Lily Gallagher. At least, hey, got to make these shots at the line as we're trying to come back with just 3:23 to play.
No, that was just a great aggressive drive right there by Kaminsky. Saw the open lane on the backside near the baseline. Those are lanes you got to take every time that you have open to you.
Katie Kaminsky averaging about 14 a game from max preps, knocks that one down. Now 7 for 8 at the line today. My apologies. That would be Alyssa Kincaid being 6 for 7. Kaminsky getting the shot at the line now. Looking to make this an 8-point game. Puts it up. A little bit of iron in there, but puts it through. Timeout now called for Groves. Allison Heidi wants to talk this over with 3:23 to play.
Quick substitution here for Riverview as we continue play. But still, it's those free throws right there, and Kaminsky automatic.
Inbound to Sanders, over to Rocco, back to Sanders, back to Rocco. Now top of the key to Gallagher, looks to throw it down low to Jasinski. It's intercepted. Riverview bringing it up with 3 minutes to play and a 9-point lead here. Kaminsky right side to Alyssa Kincaid. Rolls, tries to pull up at the free throw line and stopped. Now down low to Kaminsky again, over Sanders, up no good off the rim. That's going to be a foul on Caitlin Sanders. Kaminsky going to get another 2 shots at the line now with 2:52 to go.
Sanders her 3rd foul, and that's just a mismatch, but a mismatch in which Riverview will take because they have been aggressive against Sanders, especially down low in those one-on-one matchups.
Katie Kaminsky, first one's up off the back right iron, no good. 46 for Riverview, 37 for Groves, 2:52 to play in this first game of the MLK Laker Classic on My Michigan TV, live from West Bloomfield High School all day. Ball game's coming up. Second free throw is good for Kaminsky. I'll make it 47-37. 3 minutes to go, a 10-point lead for Riverview. Here comes Groves, passes to Gallagher in the corner. Now she passes to Rocco for 3. She got it! Knocks it down, 7-point game. 2:37 to play. 47 for Riverview, 40 for Groves. Here's Alyssa Kincaid, guarded by Gallagher. Rolls right side, gets a jump on Gallagher, rolling, driving the lane, no good off the rim. Rebound by Sanders. Calms it down, resets it. Pass is going to Taryn Brown. Brown now has a corner again for Rocco. Now she puts it up, baseline rolls, off the backboard and in. Being patient, being aggressive, and taking those shots. Groves now making this game close. 5-point game with 2 to play. Inbound to Kaminsky, guarded close. The pressure is on for Groves. Kaminsky rolling right side. West Bay looking to set up in the post. Kaminsky not going to go for that. Rolls left side. Now going to get it out to Kincaid. Looking for Kincaid. Doesn't get it. Now it's batted up, but Kincaid's going to have it. Rolling to her right, passes back out to Katie Kaminsky, guarded hard by Caitlin Sanders. In the corner, out down the West Bay, aggressive move. Off the ground, passes it out to Logan, up, no good. Rebound by Groves. They're gonna call that a jump ball. It's going to Birmingham Groves.
Wow, the defense has picked up in the last 2 possessions. And Groves is really putting on a good show right now.
Trying to get back, get this lead single digits, keep it single digits with 1.5 minutes to play. Gallagher, top of the key, pass over the right side. Jasinski, rolling baseline in the corner, double team. Now the possession arrow in favor of Riverview, and it's going to go their way off the jump.
Back-to-back jump balls right there, and now both teams will get the ball right back.
Get them cornered and then get a chance to go for the basketball. You know what that is. That's a heads-up play by this veteran team. Inbound and batted out of bounds by Sanders. It will stay with Riverview with 1:26 to go.
Rose is going to go full court, person to person, to make sure that this inbound is impossible to get in.
Passing lanes have been a problem for both these teams today. Groves hoping that goes their way. Inbound pass to Brooklyn Poe, has some space. West Bay driving. Pass to West Bay now. She's going down, puts her shoulder into it, up and no good. Rebound by Sanders, but it's batted away. Now it's back to Riverview. They put it up. It's no good. And a foul is called as Katie Patterson puts that up with 1:18 to go.
Boy, Brooklyn Poe was right there, right underneath Sanders, and when Sanders came down with the ball, Poe was able to knock it free, therefore giving Patterson the opportunity to put up another shot, and now she's going to have an opportunity to put on more points.
Trying to make this a 7-point game with 1:18 to go. First shot for Patterson, off the front iron, no good. Now Cameron Little will check back in. Taryn Brown, the junior, will go back to the bench. Patterson will take the second free throw for Riverview. Puts it up, back iron. Oh, no, it ends up having a nice arc and going down. 6-point game. Now we got a whistle. We'll have a stoppage.
Yeah, Rob Sauter wants to call a timeout right here. It's going to be a full timeout because he knows his team has not been as slick within the last, 3 minutes or so, and we're under a minute, almost close to under a minute right now, because Groves is really starting to pick things up. It's taken them a while to really have better ball security, better clean passes, especially with the full court press that Riverview's been putting on. And then easily on the other side, the Falcons are able to put on full court, person-to-person defense and able to get a couple of takeaways and get some key shots by Rocco, first a three and then a little floater. Just more people are stepping up, and they're making this a really close game.
Yeah, Kira Rocco been on fire from beyond the arc. She's only made one in the last couple of minutes here, but been very close on a couple of other shots, and all of a sudden she hits down a three in that corner, or maybe they put too much aggression on Kira Rocco and they get Caitlin Sanders open. All of a sudden you got yourself a 3-point ball game with some time left, and all you gotta do is make one stop.
Well, definitely what looks different right now, this Pirates team, they're not as coordinated as they usually are, because you can even look at the schedule in which how they've been playing. They're only in the 40-point area, and that's only how they've been ended a couple of games twice thus far. So give Groves a little bit of credit that their defense is still being able to knock down and still play hard enough to keep them within this game.
Here comes Groves. Caitlin Sanders with 1:15 to go. Hands up for Riverview. Pass over to Little. Sanders now top of the key. Pump fakes. Rolls right. In the corner, here's Kira Rocco. Right side, it's intercepted. Here comes Katie Patterson for Riverview. Going to reset. Had a mismatch there, about 3-on-1. It's intercepted by Groves. Now Caitlin Sanders is open. 55 to go. Sanders driving the lane, puts it up and puts it in. There's a 4-point game. 50 seconds to go. Full court press for Groves. Now it's Katie Kaminsky rolling past half court, past Sanders. 42 seconds to play. 48 for Riverview. 44 for Groves. Kincaid, it's batted up. Sanders to Gallagher. Gallagher, open floor, layup, no good. Out of bounds. West Bay tries to bat it out from going out of play, and she does it. Here's Kincaid and fouled on the sideline. Wow, what a turn there. Open shot for Gallagher, a great opportunity for Groves, and just slipped past him. It wasn't a bad shot at all, just unlucky roll. And then Riverview executed that perfectly. Great court awareness by Avery West Bay, just a sophomore making a heads-up play to kind of punch that ball back out, because if it goes out of bounds, that looked like it was going to be Groves' ball.
Yeah, it was going to, and boy, Gallagher had an open lane just a little bit too hard in that finish.
2 at the line, it's 1-1 for Kaminsky. Hits the first. Now she'll get a second try here. 5-point game with 25 to go. looking to make this a 6-point game. 49 for Riverview, 44 for Groves. Katie Kaminsky makes the second one and makes it a 6-point game. 25 to play. Here's Caitlin Sanders for Groves. Past half court, bounce pass to Gallagher, tries to throw it across court, and it's intercepted. Kincaid with the ball now, fouled by Kira Rocco with 17 to go. And Kincaid will go to the line once again for Riverview.
I think this is where Riverview is going to put the game to rest, especially with Kincaid going to the line, who has been automatic all year round from the charity stripe.
As it stands right now, just a 2-possession game. If the Falcons are able to hit a couple of threes, Kincaid looking to shut that down immediately. First shot is up and in on the 1-and-1. She'll get a second try here. Makes it 51 to 44. 17 seconds to go in the ball game. Next shot is up off the front iron. Rebound by Avery Westbay. 15 seconds to go. Out to Poe. Out to Kincaid. Little Gardner, and now fouls, looks to foul, not going to get called, and now it is going to get called. A lot of aggression there, a lot of contact with 8 seconds to go, and that will send Riverview back to the line. Alyssa Kincaid to get another try.
Yeah, Cameron literally, she made the contact, but they didn't blow the whistle, so they had to make more contact in order for them to blow the whistle. So
coming up next, another great game here at West Bloomfield High School, featuring an OA A-team, the Lake Orion Dragons, going up against the Phoenix of Detroit Renaissance. All these games happening today at the MLK Laker Classic on My Michigan TV. Learn more about My Michigan TV and watch for free and download their free apps on smartphones and smart TVs at mymytv.com. Kincaid hits the first free throw at the line. Now the first team going to go back in the defensive mode for the second of the 1-and-1. 52 to 44 in favor of Riverview. Kincaid, the second shot is also good. 8 seconds left, 53 to 44. Inbound to Sanders. Not going to touch the ball till she has to. Passes in the corner. Rocco going to launch a three, and it's no good. Off the right iron. Rebound by Little. Puts it back up, and it's in. And that will run the timeout. The final score here, 53 points for Riverview, 46 points for Groves, and what a contest this was, John. A lot more interesting than you would think on paper, with an 8-2 Riverview team coming in, playing great ball, winning against tough competition, and Groves showing signs of brilliance, but a lot of signs of struggle as well, but kept with these Pirates all game long.
no, definitely, and this was basically Riverview on their worst day, because the Pirates, they were not as very slick and very coordinated on offense the entire game. So give Groves credit. They kept this under double digits, which is something hard to do against a Pirates team like this during the entire year. So this is just close all the way around. I'm excited for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, that being said, what a first contest here at the MLK Laker Classic. Plenty of more coming up. The next game scheduled for 12:40 p.m., the Detroit Renaissance Phoenix versus the Lake Orion Dragons. We'll have all of that and more live from the MLK Laker Classic on My Michigan TV.
Don't miss out! Download the My Michigan TV mobile app to stay up to date with all of our programming.
Okay. You're good. I'm just helping. Checking back in from West Bloomfield High School. Test, 1, 2, 3. Test, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Test. Back at West Bloomfield High School, just about 20 minutes or so until a second ball game here between Detroit Renaissance, the Phoenix, and Lake Orion's Dragons coming in today to play ball at West Bloomfield High School. All part of the MLK Laker Classic. We had a great first game here today, a surprisingly close game between two. Yes. Check, test 1, 2, 3. The MLK Laker Classic on My Michigan TV. Just about 17 and a half to go until the second ball game today. Detroit Renaissance taking on the Lake Orion Dragons. That game coming up about 12:40 p.m. We got about 17 minutes until that happens. All the action today from the Laker Classic on My Michigan TV. Learn more about all of our original programming across Michigan. Free streaming on the web, on your smartphones, and on your smart TVs at mymytv.com, mymytv.com, or just search on your our free apps. Watch us on your computer, on your tablet, on your phone, and on the big screen at home as well with the free My Michigan TV app. mymytv.com. Again, mymytv.com to learn more and to watch all the ball games today live. My Michigan TV, Michigan's free streaming service with programs all day, every day across the Great Lakes state. Original programs, imported programs about your town, whether you're here in southeastern Michigan where we're at for today's contests, or if you're as far as way up north bordering Canada. Either way, plenty of content for you from across the Great Lakes state on My Michigan TV. Once again, that's mymytv.com for My Michigan TV, your home for the MLK Laker Classic. The first of 6 ball games done here at West Bloomfield High School as the Riverview Pirates advance to now 9-2 overall on the year. And Birmingham Grove's an excellent performance for them, even though they fall to 4-7 off of this 46-53 loss. Wow, what a performance in game number 1 for the Falcons of Birmingham Groves. Caitlin Sanders, of course, on point as always, but a really huge performance for Kira Rocco. And I loved what I saw too from their young gals on the Cameron Little, and this was something she's been building up to. Coming off her sophomore year, she told her coach her goal was to be a starter. She worked all summer to make sure she could get to the point where she could not only be a starter,
My Michigan TV is streaming everywhere on Apple TV, Roku, Fire TV, and more smart TV apps. My Michigan TV is on your phone too. Take us with you wherever you go. Just search for My Michigan TV on your favorite app store or visit mymytv.com. All Michigan, streaming everywhere. My Michigan TV. Don't miss out! Download the My Michigan TV mobile app to stay up to date with all of our programming.
Many people are feeling overwhelmed and struggling with mental wellness these days. So be kind to your mind. Give yourself permission to breathe. Share your feelings. You are not alone. Have hope. Talk to a Stay Well counselor for free confidential help 24/7 through the COVID-19 hotline.
The heart of winter. It beats inside you. It's that thing urging you outside when the forecast calls for snow. Some were born with it. For others, it was carved with care. But for all who take winter to heart, it's time. Feel the rhythm of the season and pursue your pure in Pure Michigan.
Don't miss out! Download the My Michigan TV mobile app to stay up to date with all of our programming. My Michigan TV is streaming everywhere on Apple TV, Roku, Fire TV, and more smart TV apps. My Michigan TV is on your phone too. Take us with you wherever you go. Just search for My Michigan TV on your favorite app store or visit mymitv.com. All Michigan, streaming everywhere. My Michigan TV. Tune in for Leto Live, weekdays at 11 a.m. on mymitv.com. My Michigan TV is streaming everywhere on Apple TV, Roku, Fire TV, and more smart TV apps. My Michigan TV is on your phone too. Take us with you wherever you go. Just search for My Michigan TV on your favorite app store or visit mymitv.com. All Michigan, streaming everywhere. My Michigan TV. Don't miss out! Download the My Michigan TV mobile app to stay up to date with all of our programming. What's happening around you? Hear about state events, businesses, and from the people behind them on The MegaCast, an hour-long TV, radio, and streaming show keeping you informed on the day-to-day news. Listen in on talks with volunteer groups, documentarians, and financial advisors, Monday to Friday with your host, Tyler Kieft. Catch The MegaCast weekdays from 10 a.m. to 11 on Civic Center TV, 89.3 Lakes FM, and streaming on mymitv.com.
When you have a gambling problem, you have a money problem. Don't let your gambling cause you financial hardship. If you or someone you love is struggling with gambling, we can help. Get free confidential counseling and win your life back. Learn more at michigan.gov/problemgambling.
My Michigan TV is streaming everywhere on Apple TV, Roku, Fire TV, and more smart TV apps. My Michigan TV is on your phone too. Take us with you wherever you go. Just search for My Michigan TV on your favorite app store or visit mymitv.com. All Michigan, streaming everywhere. My Michigan TV.
The heart of winter. It beats inside you. It's that thing urging you outside when the forecast calls for snow. Some were born with it. For others, it was carved with care. But for all who take winter to heart, it's time. Feel the rhythm of the season and pursue your pure in Pure Michigan.
Hey, Tom, I can't believe it. We're down to our final guest, but just like they always say, maybe last, but also maybe best.
Yeah, I mean, Michigan State Parks, the DNR, you can't get better.
Maya
You
Turek.
cannot get better.
Yeah, seriously.
Maya, it's great to see you.
So glad to see you guys too.
Yeah. So name all 105 parks. Go.
All right, Algonac? No, I'm just kidding. I have no idea.
106, isn't it?
105.
Okay, I'm thinking lighthouses. So,
yeah.
so we have all these state parks.
Yes.
We know it's been really busy at these state parks.
It has been really
these
busy.
days. What can we expect for the summer?
Well, you're probably going to, well, this is what I love, is we've been listening to all of these amazing destinations, and the thing that's really great is that no matter where you are, whether you're visiting a museum or you're seeing a lighthouse, or you can always enjoy some outdoor recreation. You can go fishing, you can go hunting, you can go geocaching, you can try some adventure labs, and that's really what we've been focused on this summer is self-guided adventures. So really focusing on the opportunities that people have to get out and enjoy on their own, with their families, on their own, it doesn't matter.
Plus, one of the few good things that happened from this pandemic is because I'm a big state park person. My wife and I go out and hike and we bike and we're always out. You see so many more families out now just
Yes.
rediscovering or discovering our state parks.
Absolutely. And with that I can't tell you how much we appreciate that people see public lands and public waters as places where they can go with their families, be happy, healthy, safe, improve their overall outlook on life. I think that's wonderful. And I'm also hoping that as they're doing that they're taking the time to learn, what does it mean? What does being a public landowner mean? So we really are encouraging people to think about recreating responsibly, making sure that if you've never been on a trail before, learn a little bit about it.
Do it right.
Do it right. Bring your water, have a float plan if you're going kayaking. So we do have a Recreate Responsibly page on the DNR's website, but you can just Google Recreate Responsibly and whatever it is that you're doing and get lots of information.
You know what else I'm
too.
really impressed about what you folks are doing at the DNR is, or the MDNR, I think you call yourselves now, right? You are thinking about accessibility issues, and you're making that very clear. So if somebody has a problem with walking or whatever it might be, you've thought about the disabled community. I think that's just fantastic.
Yeah, how many of the action track chairs do you have now?
We are actively fundraising for 17. I believe we have 12 now.
Wow,
Yes.
that's an amazing vehicle
Yes.
that will get somebody who's mobily challenged in places I can't get to. So
The action track chairs are amazing, and what I love about it is it allows somebody who is, if you're in a wheelchair or are mobility challenged at all, it gives you the ability to go by yourself. You don't have to have somebody with you. It's always more fun if you do.
Yeah.
But the idea that getting out into nature should be something that you feel comfortable, confident doing alone, and that is first and foremost what we are focused on right now with the DNR is when you come, we want you to feel welcome and safe from your very first visit.
Yes,
So we're
safe.
working on, one of the things we've heard a lot about is your signage, your mapping. So we're focused on that. We're listening. We had 35 million people come out and have a wonderful time, and now we want to do everything we can to make sure they know. Keep coming out.
Different
These belong to you.
languages, yeah.
Multiple languages. Absolutely, because it is there for everybody. These are places that belong to you and you.
Well, and as Tom
thanks.
Nemechek from Upter was saying earlier, it's virtually free to enjoy all this nature, but there still is the passport program too,
Yes.
right?
yes.
Yes, the recreation passport. You're looking at, if you live in the state of Michigan, you're looking at $12 when you register your vehicle. There's a $5 convenience fee if you're going to be purchasing it on site. And out-of-state visitors, it is a different fee, but you can buy that online.
I always get them on both my cars.
Me too.
Always get 'em.
And that's the thing. Where can you go where you can get access to 105 different destinations, 365 days out of the year for $12?
I know.
I mean, come on.
Tom, I'm hearing the music. I think we're getting the cue.
Oh.
It's almost time.
It's time to eat? Oh, it's time to go. I'm sorry. Well, yeah, thanks for all you
Maya.
do.
Thank you for what
Thank
you
you,
do.
Maya. What's the website again?
Michigan.gov/state parks.
Michigan.gov.
I've been there many times.
State parks. Fantastic.
My Michigan TV is streaming everywhere on Apple TV, Roku, Fire TV, and more smart TV apps. My Michigan TV is on your phone too. Take us with you wherever you go. Just search for My Michigan TV on your favorite app store or visit mymitv.com. All Michigan, streaming everywhere. My Michigan TV. Don't miss out! Download the My Michigan TV mobile app to stay up to date with all of our programming. My Michigan TV is streaming everywhere on Apple TV, Roku, Fire TV, and more smart TV apps. My Michigan TV is on your phone too. Take us with you wherever you go. Just search for My Michigan TV on your favorite app store or visit mymitv.com. All Michigan, streaming everywhere. My Michigan TV.
Looking for the perfect weekend getaway? Love Lansing like a local. And we promise, you'll love Lansing just as much as we do.
Don't miss out! Download the My Michigan TV mobile app to stay up to date with all of our programming.
Many people are feeling overwhelmed and struggling with mental wellness these days. So be kind to your mind. Give yourself permission to breathe. Share your feelings. You are not alone. Have hope. Talk to a Stay Well counselor for free confidential help 24/7 through the COVID-19 hotline.
The heart of winter. It beats inside you. It's that thing urging you outside when the forecast calls for snow. Some were born with it. For others, it was carved with care. But for all who take winter to heart, it's time. Feel the rhythm of the season and pursue your pure in Pure, Michigan.
Don't miss out. Subscribe to the My Michigan TV YouTube channel to stay up to date with all of our programs.
The heart of winter. It beats inside you. It's that thing urging you outside when the forecast calls for snow. Some were born with it. For others, it was carved with care. But for all who take winter to heart, it's time. Feel the rhythm of the season.
Tune in for Leto Live, weekdays at 11 a.m. on MyMyTV.com.
Now Ebert drive again down the basket and again got around Harding. Maddie Ebert with a couple of buckets to open up this one for Lake Orion. Sanders again. Bounce pass handoff. Pick up her dribble, kick out to Otis. Now quickly over to Brooks. Brooks lost the handle underneath. And we will get an early foul call here.
Yeah, one of those you reach, I teach sort of situations there. As the ball gets put on the floor and Ebert going after that ball instead makes contact over the shoulder because you go down low and keep it away from him.
Couple of subs in for Detroit Renaissance. Amaya Espanol checks in as well, along with Amina Johnson. But again, it's Sanders back up top. Lake Orion putting on great pressure at top of the key, not letting them really get down low inside the paint. That one was knocked loose, and we still stay over here with the Phoenix. So great defense thus far by Lake Orion around Harding. And we will get a timeout called right here by Detroit Renaissance.
Yeah, and both these teams, as we said, really relying on athleticism, and Lake Orion, what typically happens with young teams, with young players learning the game when they're trying to play athletic ball, play aggressive, is they're going after the basketball and they're making errant fouls. In this case, what they're doing, really sticking to those fundamentals, getting their hands up, getting in front of the ball, getting into those passing lanes. And that's what Renaissance is really talking over now, is trying to get through those situations, calm things down, and really set the plays up so you can use your own athleticism to match Lake Orion's.
Definitely using the athleticism of Anaya Harding at 6'2", a junior, 6'2". And still has not been a threat yet, and Lake Orion, give them credit, they've been able to neutralize Harding thus far. So the Phoenix have to inbound once more. All the way out to Sanders. Over now to Otis. Drive, now another kick out. Into the corner, they drive again. Johnson, now a handoff to Espanol. They try to feed Harding down low, and a little bit too hard on the finish, trying to fight for the rebound. She's trapped underneath. And they will not count the basket as the foul was on the floor before the shot attempt. So the Phoenix will have to inbound once more, and they will have to do it from underneath the basket. Lake Orion with 4 points on 2 baskets by Maddie Ebert. Detroit Renaissance trying to break the scoreboard for the first time here, as we are 3 minutes within this first quarter. Screen by Harding. Drive to the basket by Johnson. Lost the handle, and it does go the other way with the Dragons.
It was looked like she got a little bit too on top of that ball, lost control of it, maybe dribbled it off of her shin a little bit there as she was trying to make a recovery, make an aggressive move on the ground to put that ball up in the post.
And another miscommunication, and this time it's the turnover on Lake Orion.
Yeah, sometimes the strategy you're trying to enact from the other team, in this case, Renaissance wanting to slow things down offensively. Sometimes you got to take that to heart too, especially when you got that advantage on your side if you're Lake Orion.
Jabrion Autry checks in for Detroit Renaissance as passes out to Sanders. Screen by Hardy. Sanders around the top of the key. We'll have to reset one more time. Being pressured by Polacek. 3 ball coming off the heel. Picked up by Ebert. Maddie Ebert does a pass half court, picks up her dribble, kicks it over to Polacek. Hands it off to Weigers. Weigers trying to hit, but cutting it in front is Sanders. Make that Otis rather. Otis, a spin move down low, lost the handle, and they will call for the double dribble. So it's steal and then a turnover.
Yeah, easy to do is you're trying to get a spin move, get away from the players. You want to not lose the ball, so you kind of naturally protecting it with your left hand. That leads to a double.
Full court pressure, but easily broken up. Eberts on the drive. Bounce pass over to Polacek. Got it over Harding off the glass and in. So it's a 6-0 run for the Dragons early on in this first quarter. Eberts with 2 buckets. And now Polacek with a bucket of her own. Into the corner. 3-ball coming just off the mark. Picked up again by Espanol. Trying to feed Hardy down low inside the paint. 1 dribble, lost the handle. Tried to put it up, and there is the first bucket for the Phoenix. So Hardy gets the bucket. Detroit Renaissance is on the board. Dinda passes it off. Wide open. 3-ball coming, and it goes through by Kylie Heck. So an easy response. And the Dragons are opening up a 7-point lead. Otis got it past half court into the corner for Sanders. Feeds Hardy down low. We got double team. Hook shot off the mark. Ball is still loose. A diving effort by Ebert, and she got it loose. Over to Dinda. In transition. Down low. Nobody home. Picked up again. Now we go the other way on the fast break, and that one's taken away. Maddie Ebert again. Hands it off to Weigers. Chloe Weigers throws it all the way across. Polacek keeps it in bounds. A bit of trapped right there by Hardy. And now Weigers again, drive to the basket, into a wall, and it's off the mark. Rebounded by Espanol. Long feed over to Hardy, but it goes off her hand, and we go back the other way with Lake Orion.
And now these teams kind of picking it up, putting that pressure on, limiting the space in between them and the offensive ball handler, and that's leading to some of these errant passes, trying to get it up over the defender who has their hands up and throwing these cross-court passes to people who are open off the double team.
Couple of subs back in, 1 for Lake Orion, and a couple more for Detroit Renaissance. Audrey Wishmeyer checks in for the first time in this contest. Ball's loose into the corner, and it's another turnover. We go back the other way. So a variety of turnovers thus far by either side.
Yeah, both these teams trying to establish the pace against one another, and credit to these defenses being able to answer it and kind of bring both these teams down to earth.
Sanders brings it up. Feeds Espanol in the corner. Quick 3 opportunity, and it goes through with no trouble.
Yeah, she was ready for that, getting ready to turn. And
now take away. Loose ball underneath. Sanders off her foot, has to dive for it. Ball's loose again. It's a scrabble for it underneath, and they do get the jump ball call right before the ball is loose again. Bob Bridges can't believe it, but they will call for the jump ball, and the possession will go with Detroit Renaissance, and we'll take a quick timeout. And the timeout was called, I believe, by Lake Orion.
And at half court, some discussion going on between the Zebras and Deshaun Wood of Renaissance over a couple of the more recent plays. Ball getting on the ground, lots of contact, lots of sliding around, maybe looking for a travel call there instead of those jump balls.
So a variety of turnovers by either side, but it still remains the Dragons up by 4. It is 9-5 in this first quarter. We have 2:04 left to go. A couple of huge buckets by the Dragons to really open up against Detroit Renaissance. So now as the Dragons have to inbound, and the Phoenix will provide a full court press here. to not make this an easy inbound play, and that's a good example right there. And Maya Espanol was able to knock that one out of bounds.
Yeah, kind of reading that ball too, not trying to get in front of that passing lane, but given opportunity. Hey, I either get him in a corner, and I got him cornered there, and may have to call a timeout or force a turnover, or I get at that ball aggressively.
And it was turned over, so now it's Detroit Renaissance with possession once again. And right out of the chute, Sanders gets called for the travel. So another turnover.
Yeah, caught that ball off balance, had her foot forward, and just wanted to make that move before she put the ball on the ground.
Wishmeyer able to bring it up. Being pressured by Johnson, nearly lost the handle. And now a drive to the basket, now a kick out. Lost the handle, was McCaffrey. McCaffrey inside the paint, bounce pass out. Another drive, and now a corner three shot just off the mark. Rebounded by Sanders. Quickly in transition, ball is loose, and it's still kept in play, but Espanol steps out of bounds. Referees are discussing it, and it will be Lake Orion's ball. We get our quick sub in. Charlotte Peplowski checks in for the Dragons. And we will have a full timeout taken by Detroit Renaissance. So Tyler, there's been a variety of turnovers by either side, really kind of like sloppy play, and the score remains. What do you think both teams are just trying to do thus far at the beginning here?
Trying to make some quick adjustments and determine how aggressive can you be offensively, how much pace can we really play with, and get the ball into position to set up your plays and get some shots off. And for Detroit Renaissance, they've been excellent in the post so far, so maybe trying to set up and get the ball down in the post to players on the team on that side. And then for Lake Orion, the perimeter shooting so far been excellent. Also knocking down a couple of threes and long twos as well, trying to get Ebert open and Hack open and others.
A variety of players for the Dragons have been able to knock down some key shots. Only 2 buckets thus far for the Phoenix. That coming from Anaya Harding, who's on the bench right now, and Amaya Espanol. So it's the Dragons ball with 1 minute, 34 seconds left to go. Audrey Westmeyer brings it up. Defended by Amaya Johnson. Hands it off into the corner. Drive down low, picked up, kicked out. And now another drive to the basket, hit way underneath. And now quickly in transition, this is Victoria Gambles, and one! What a drive by Victoria Gambles, and she will go to the line for a 3-point opportunity.
Yeah, nice aggressive play there too. Know you're gonna get the layup, try to go under a little bit, and not try to flip that ball up too high. Nice quick move, spin the ball, get it off the backboard.
So Gambles having a chance to make this a 1-point game. Just off the mark. Rebounded by Peplowski. Now Weigers will bring things up as we approach 1 minute left to go in this first quarter of play. And now another loose ball underneath, and they will call the jump ball. Possession's going to stay with Lake Orion.
Yeah, you get that ball on the floor, you get a player on the floor, whether you're standing or you're on the ground with them, you're going for that basketball because of that possession rule. It's not going to be a jump ball opportunity, and if the ball's going on your side and you're into your possession, and the ball's on the other side going to the other team's hoop, that's the place to do that.
Weigers defended by Brooks, back into the game off the bench. Kicked out to McCaffrey. McCaffrey in traffic, kicks out again to Dinda. Dinda around the perimeter. Great defense being put up. Now underneath. Loose ball underneath, and it is McCaffrey with the finish. So after all the great defensive display by the Phoenix, it is the Dragons that come away with the bucket. And now just about 20 seconds left to go. Drive down low, kick out, pull up, and now drive underneath. Right underneath, and a good bucket right there by Michaela Johnson. So it's a 2-point game. 5 seconds left to go. Peplowski hands it off. And they will not even get a shot off And it seems like the Dragons were not weary of the clock. So after 1 quarter of play, it is Lake Orion that's on top, 11-9. So low scoring, a lot of turnovers. Both these teams have a lot of things to work on right here, Tyler.
Yeah, a lot to work on, but you loved what you saw at the end of that quarter in the last couple minutes, really in the last 90 seconds from Detroit Renaissance, kind of finding their groove as it came to the end of the quarter, getting the ball down to Victoria Gambles in the post, and she made a nice move initially to put the ball on the ground and get a nice turn as well, get some open space, and make a nice hook shot. That's kind of where I'm seeing Detroit Renaissance going. They got a bit of a size advantage as Lake Orion's going down their depth chart a little bit, giving some of these girls some rest. And so I love seeing that from Detroit Renaissance. In an age where we see so much of the game of basketball go to the perimeter, go to the outside shot beyond the arc, Detroit Renaissance saying, hey, look, we're having some trouble so far shooting the ball. Let's get back to the fundamentals and take those high percentage shots, use the backboard to our advantage, put some points on the board, and kind of even things out as we go into quarter number 2.
Just those last few sequences and plays in transition that got Detroit Renaissance back into this one. They were down by 7 at one point in that first quarter. So it will be the Phoenix to have first possession of it, as we await the inbound play. Lake Orion going with a person-to-person type defense. Grace Sullivan checks in for Lake Orion. And now quickly around the perimeter. Espanol, Johnson underneath. They had a person open underneath. Now Espanol again. Drive to the basket. Kick out. Corner 3 coming. And it's off the mark. Loose ball underneath. Picked up by Eberts. Maddie Eberts able to get it over McCaffrey. Jody McCaffrey. Lot space. Pull-up jumper. No, missed that one. Rebounded by Otis. Otis quickly in transition. It's off the fingertips of Kyla Brooks. And we go the other way. So another turnover to begin a quarter.
Yeah, Otis really turning on the Jets and making a quick pass, just a little bit too hard and too over the head of what looked like a Leah Wade.
They get it all the way down to Sullivan. Sullivan now stripped away by Sanders. Kristen Sanders in transition. Eberts underneath. Oh, what a finish! What a finish by Sanders. Eberts got a hand in there, but Sanders was able to finish it. Kylie Heck got a pass half court. Now in the middle, now a kick out. Corner 3 try, off the mark. Rebounded by Espanol. So a couple of missed shots by Lake Orion. Now a quick drive to the basket. Floater try off the glass and in by Nieva Otis.
That's what we're talking about, those fundamentals. Hey, I got an open 3, but let me get the defense to bite on that, put the ball on the ground, and use that backboard and score points.
McCaffrey looking her way to the elbow. Now kick out to Grace Sullivan. Sullivan directing traffic. Gives it over. McCaffrey once again. Now kick out to Eberts. Eberts a drive down the basket, throws it up, and nothing comes of it. Rebounded by Brooks, and now Sanders will bring things up. Otis inside the paint, a drive down the basket, a hook try, and now it's loose underneath, and we stay with the Phoenix. We get subs coming in.
Yeah, Phoenix really moving their focal point on the offensive side to inside the paint. Letting it set up outside. They're getting open players and using those players to draw the defense out and get that ball back in the post.
Lily Weiger's back in for Lake Orion. And great defense right there by Dinda to take that one away. And now Maddie Eberts got it past half court. Gives it away to Weigers. Back up top for Heck. Heck picks up her dribble. Trying to find somebody open. Wide open. Halachik. A drive down the basket, now a handoff to Dinda. Into the corner, now back down low. Another kick out. Weigers, corner shot way off the mark. Rebounded by Amina Johnson. And now all the way over to the other corner. That's Victoria Gambles. Now back up top. 3-ball try by Johnson. It goes in. Amina Johnson gets her first bucket. Now quickly, Maddie Eberts, Euro step, and she will go to the line. So an aggressive drive by Maddie Eberts, and she will go to the charity stripe.
Yeah, Leah Wade just Kyla Brooks just kind of had right over the left hand of Ebert, a little bit of a hook onto the wrist after the Euro step, threw her off balance.
So after the Phoenix being down by 2 after the end of the first quarter, they find themselves up by 5. As Eberts takes the first bucket, and finally Lake Orion puts herself on the board here in the second quarter. 5:06 left to go, and it has been Maddie Eberts really driving this offense. She was on the bench for a short period of time back in the first quarter, and she is 2 for 2. So that's her, the Maddie Eberts, with 6 points already in this first half. 2 first buckets to begin the game, and then 2, and they will call a carry on Espano, and that's another turnover. So the Dragons will get the ball right back. Lake Orion has to take advantage right here. Edwards again. Gets a pass half court. Defended by Sanders. Going around. Now to Dinda. Bounce pass over to Polacek. Polacek try to feed. Heck down low, and they will call it a foul. And it will be on Kylie Heck. We'll go the other way.
Yeah, just a little bit over Hack's head, and as she's going after the basketball, gets right into the running lane of one of Renaissance's ladies and knocks her over, and textbook foul.
And Harding checks back in. Trying to get her going is the Renaissance. Now pull-up try, and it's way short. Pick up by Eberts. Now quickly, with a full head of steam, Maddie Eberts. Missed pass, picked up there by Heck. Now back to Eberts. Over top of the key to Dinda. Defended against Hardy. Dinda inside the paint. And they will call a travel before she can get the pass off. So the turnover game is still going pretty heavy for both sides.
Yeah, kind of now just on stoppages where they're slowing down, they're maybe sliding a little bit, or they're trying to pick up the ball, make a play, and then get a little bit flustered, put the ball back on the ground, or take a step.
Sanders working around to the elbow. Now over top of the key. Jump three try, and that one goes in again by Neva Otis. Otis catching a little bit of fire. And now it's a 6-point lead. Heck picked up her dribble, now a bad pass, regains it. Heck again, inside the paint, picks up her dribble once more. Feeds Eberts. Eberts a drive down the basket, high off the glass. Nothing comes of it. Sanders quickly down low, and a hard foul there by Eberts. Trying to come up to guard, but ran right into Sanders. That's Eberts' second foul. Inbounding at half court. Detroit Renaissance trying to add on after they were down at the beginning of this quarter. 3:15 left to go. Wide of space. 3 ball just off the heel. And loose underneath, picked up by Weigers. Chloe Weigers feeds Dinda. Quick corner 3. Off the mark. Rebounded by Gambles. Gambles gets a pass, half court. Grace Sullivan checks back in for the Dragons. And quick floater try, and that one goes off and in. So Victoria Gambles just threw it up and got the glass help. And now quickly Weigers feeds Grace Sullivan. Around the perimeter, picks up her dribble. There's Weigers, had some space. Now takes a drive down the basket, through traffic, and what a finish. She went through 3 defenders and was able to finish that bucket right there.
Yeah, keeping low, keeping aggressive, and when you pick that ball up, you know you got to launch. You got to be in space.
6-point game again. Hardy hands off. And now a feed down low. Harding again. Oh, he got the spin in there. And it's a three-point play coming for Harding. So second three-point opportunity for a Detroit Renaissance player thus far in this first half.
Yeah, kind of that rule of thumb. You get the ball in the post, you put the ball on the ground. You got to make one quick decision real quick. And it's one of two things. You're either getting that ball back out of the paint and resetting yourself, or you're putting that ball up. And credit to Hardy there, putting the ball up and knowing she's got some traffic behind her and using that peripheral vision.
She completes the three-point play. And now it's a 9-point lead for the Phoenix. Adding pressure, full court, all the way across. McCaffrey trying to feed. Lachek now a quick three ball coming. That one's off the heel and knocked out of bounds off the hand of Kyla Brooks, so it will stay with Lake Orion. That was Audrey Wishmeyer with the three-ball shot opportunity, and Lake Orion catches a break. Under 2 minutes left to go. Feed underneath. Polacek got a hand underneath and puts it up and in. So great work underneath the basket for Polacek.
Yeah, now 4 points in the paint for Polacek today so far, using her size advantage to get the ball up.
Hand off to Sanders. Long three, just off the mark. Rebounded by McCaffrey. Now underneath again. Got there by Weigers. Weigers inside the paint. Still driving down the basket into traffic. No foul called, and it's a takeaway. Now quickly the other way for Sanders, and the finish. Detroit Renaissance able to come away with a quick bucket.
And Sanders keeping her cool and going through those fundamentals, those layup drills.
Another three-ball chance, and that one goes through by Wishmeyer. Audrey Wishmeyer with her first bucket as we're under a minute. 6-point deficit. Sanders kicks it over to Brooks. Brooks inside the paint, lost the handle, and it stays with Detroit Renaissance. We get substitutes coming in.
Yeah, Lake Orion fan base on the other side of us over here, not happy about that call out of bounds, as it looked like it could have gone either way. The ref saw something that we didn't see on the baseline and give that ball to Renaissance.
Ray Sullivan checks back in. They have to inbound from underneath. Kick out. Brooks thought about it. Now a pull-up jumper try. That one's off the mark. And we will get an offensive foul called here on Nieva Otis. Got a bit of a shove from behind. So 32.7 left to go. Lake Orion trying to make this a very close game going into the half. Weigers brings it up, has half court. And a good spin move around, down the lane, into traffic, and one! One drive for Chloe Weigers.
Yeah, gets two by going up with it, not being afraid of the traffic, keeping her balance, and just taking her time to get that layup off. It's easy when you're getting contact to think, oh no, I'm about to get swatted. Instead, keeps her cool and puts that ball in the hoop.
Unable to complete it, but still, that was a very impressive drive. It brings the deficit to 4 for Lake Orion. Got around Sullivan, and now got around again. A kick out, wide open try, just off the mark. Ball's loose underneath. Picked up, McCaffrey. 3 seconds left, underneath, Weigers. And a last-minute bucket right as the half comes. It is a 2-point deficit. And it's Detroit Renaissance that's on top, 26-24. Boy, what an entertaining end to that first half.
Yeah, really going back and swinging in favor of Lake Orion at the end, as we saw that transition happen we saw with Renaissance early in the first quarter and into the second quarter. That calm overcoming Lake Orion, setting up their offense, getting their shooters the ball. You know, you lose Maddie Eppert to her second foul, and instead you have Chloe Weigers taking over now with 6 points and still moving the ball around really well and opening up those plays running into the paint.
Chloe Weigers with 2 more impressive drives, and this game is going off to a good start. So we'll be right back for the MLK Laker Classic on My Michigan TV.
Looking for the perfect weekend getaway? Love Lansing like a local. And we promise, you'll love Lansing just as much as we do.
The heart of winter. It beats inside you. It's that thing urging you outside when the forecast calls for snow. Some were born with it. For others, it was carved with care. But for all who take winter to heart, it's time. Feel the rhythm of the season and pursue your Pure in Pure, Michigan. Pure is what you make of it. It's how the hustle of the cities can change the course of history. It's the beauty of the things we create on a canvas, on a plate, or stretched high above the sidewalk. It's a patch of green or a stretch of blue, right in the heart of downtown. It's the buzz of it all, or if you prefer, it's tuning it all out. Clear your schedule and pursue your Pure in Pure, Michigan. Pure is what you make of it. It's feeling the sun warm your skin and a cool lake wash away your cares. Pure is turning a lighthouse into your North Star and letting a ride through the woods turn into dinner by the shore. It's taking it all in and never taking anything for granted. The sun sets, the moon rises, and you realize the end of one perfect summer day is the beginning of another. Pursue your Pure in Pure, Michigan.
We're back live on the MLK Laker Classic on My Michigan TV. Just about under 6 minutes left to go for the second half of this matchup between Detroit Renaissance and Lake Orion. John Snow with you alongside with Tyler Keefe. It is 26-24. Tyler, an impressive ending by Lake Orion to finish that, and really led the way by Chloe Weigers with two really impressive drives to end it.
Yeah, taking smart shots, not being afraid to put the ball back on the ground and move the ball around a little bit and reset. And it's really helped Lake Orion put some points on the board, as instead of kind of chucking up low percentage shots or off balance shots, they're taking their time, they're setting things up, and they're getting their shooters open and finding whoever has the hot hand, that whether that is Maddie Ebert when she's been in the game, or certainly Chloe Weigers near the end of the half, hitting a couple of big two-pointers to put this game closer.
Yeah, and for Lake Orion, the way that they've been playing all year, they have not allowed their opponents to get over that 50-point mark. The largest amount of points that this defense has allowed is 41, and they've done that 3 times this entire year. And one of those actually was the only loss that they've suffered this year against Rochester. The final of that one was 41-38. So this team is very resilient, especially on the defensive side. And they're going up against a Detroit Renaissance team that can basically say the same thing, that they are resilient. They have outside shooters. They can work down low. So this should be a very interesting second half to come in about 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, these are two teams that are able to move the basketball, use their athleticism to their advantage. And when they're able to put the ball back on the floor and set up their plays, they're making very nice moves to get those high percentage shots. We saw Detroit Renaissance stop trying to look so much for those outside shots and move into the paint near the end of the first quarter, and then the second quarter used their ability to shoot the ball close to the basket, those close jumpers or those hook shots in the paint to set up those outside shots for a couple of quick long twos and a three-pointer from the Via Otis. They're playing a great game so far. Both these teams really are setting up those secondary plays down either inside or getting the mid-range involved too, not relying so much on the three, but using it as an excellent supplement to widen this gap or shorten the gap.
Yeah, definitely. And more like the Phoenix are just trying to utilize Nanea Harding's size to the advantage. We now confirmed it's 6'3". So just using her size to the advantage, and she's only had a couple of buckets because Lake Orion's been able to neutralize her versatility inside the paint. So give them credit on that for the defense.
Yeah, getting her outside the paint, but then credit also to Otis for opening up her game and getting herself set beyond the three-point line, calling for that ball and never letting loose that back foot. Getting the ball, launch a shot, keep a nice fundamental stroke, and knock down a three near the end of the half to give her 5 points standing now as we're halfway through this contest.
And credit also the front guards, that being Chloe Weigers, Grace Sullivan, and also Maddie Eberts. They're just able to drive down the lane into traffic through like 3 or 4 defenders at a time and still able to get glass on those shot attempts.
Yeah, and it's great to see because when you have speed like Maddie Eberts in particular has, it's really easy to lose control of that ball. I mean, as much as you run drills, dribbling up the floor with your head up and your eyes closed, running up and down the floor with the basketball, switching from hand to hand so that you can kind of simulate that in-game activity, it's really tough when you're as speedy as she is to A, not want to use that to your advantage and get out in front of players, and B, to hold on to that basketball, have that balance, have that dribbling ability, while still kind of being the lead guard of that team, setting up that offense. So credit to Eberts for playing great in that regard. And same thing goes for Detroit Renaissance. What I've loved from them is even when they're pushing down the floor, they're keeping their head up. They're looking for that next pass, that next lane, and not getting too ahead of themselves, trying to out-dribble the Dragons.
A very close contest, and we expect an even closer second half, or one of these teams can just wind up running away with it. This is game 2 of 6 games of this MLK Laker Classic. Happy Martin Luther King Day to everybody from all of us right here at My Michigan TV and also on Civic Center TV. Watch us right there if you're in the West Bloomfield area, and also on YouTube or your mobile devices. Very interesting second half. The Phoenix of Detroit Renaissance. They're off to a 9-0 start this year against the Dragons of Lake Orion. They're off to a 9-1 start. Both these teams trying to get a good grip on themselves and also to wind up their leads in just their overall divisions.
Yeah, both these squads too, veteran teams laden with juniors and seniors and a couple underclassmen sprinkled throughout that. Cameron Huertas for Lake Orion, a sophomore. Charlotte Poplowski, a sophomore. And then you have Isabel Witlinski, who unfortunately not playing in today's contest, out with an ACL injury. And same thing goes for Renaissance. Aaliyah Wade, a freshman, as well as Victoria Gambles, who's already got 4 points on the contest tonight. Brian Autry, and then a couple of sophomores in Imani Johnson and Maria Bradshaw. But most of that team, juniors and seniors, and it shows in the way they play ball and the way that they have that chemistry out on the floor to open up their offense in the way they have.
So it will be Lake Orion to have first inbound possession in this second half. Wait the final seconds. Phoenix will take the court. Brooks, Hardy, Espanol, Kayla Johnson, and Christian Sanders for Detroit Renaissance. And here is Maddie Eberts. Ebert lost the handle underneath, a loose ball, and it's picked up by Hardy. Now pressure from behind, and they will call a foul. They will call a foul on Weigers.
Yeah, it looked like just a hand to the face there as Weigers may have made contact. Sanders looked like maybe got struck in the eye a little bit there. Not too bad, not throwing off a vision, but enough to I got to blink this off and reset.
So a foul on the turnover. And now it's the Phoenix turn. Hardy hands it off to Sanders. Sanders picked up the dribble, and great awareness right there by Taylor Dinda. It'll knock that one out of bounds.
Yeah, clog up those passing lanes. You see an open person in the corner. You get that ball out there. That's a wide open three, and her feet are set.
Into the corner again, a drive down the baseline, and great defense right there. Kylie Heck was able to keep her hands up and just able to get a lot of basketball on that.
You talk about fundamentals on the offensive side of the ball there. Hack has the size advantage, long arms, just puts her hands up, and it's a little bit of a touch on the ball with the wrist.
3-ball shot coming off the mark from Espanol, rebounded and put back up and in by Kyla Brooks. So Brooks able to get the Renaissance on the board here in the second half. Ebert had a really good first half, especially to begin the side, and just too strong on that. Knocked the ball free, but it's picked up by Brooks. Brooks, a drive down the basket, in transition, and another block. They will call a jump ball, but another block by Kylie Heck.
Again, using the long arms to her advantage, and then the ball gets up and into her hands, and then she's just gripping onto it. It's not even trying to block the ball away. Let me grab onto it, get that possession arrow to change after this ball goes our way.
They'll have to unbound underneath. Right in the middle, Hardy. Off the glass, and it rolls in. So back-to-back transitions and buckets for the Phoenix to open up the second half. Chloe Weigers. Good spin move around, inside. The elbow now kicks out. A long pass over. 3-ball coming from Heck, and it's off the mark. And good aggressive try by Weigers, but it will go to Detroit Renaissance. Heck had an open 3-ball opportunity and was just off the mark. She's already had one thus far. So it's shots like that in which they need to count every time. Now Sanders will bring things up, hands it off to Hardy. Defended, and now a handoff again. Johnson, quick 3-ball, and that one goes in with no problem. And a quick timeout taken by Bob Bridges and Lake Orion. Renaissance has come out swinging thus far in the start of the second half there, Tyler.
Yeah, they have, and they've been aggressive from beyond the arc too. And really, what you're seeing is they're setting up these plays where they're kind of camping out their forwards back beyond the arc, but set and ready. So when they get that ball, even if it's a little bit over their head, all they're doing is really adjusting their elbow and launching, and able to get really nice fundamental shots from beyond the arc, up the percentage a little bit, and knocking them down too. It's giving them some nice separation here in the third.
A 7-point run to start the second half. It's a 9-point lead for the Phoenix. It was Lake Orion who led the way in the first quarter, and then quickly Detroit Renaissance took it right back. But Lake Orion shows that they are resilient, and they made it a 2-point affair right at the half. So let's see which team turns it around or goes away with it.
Yeah, all you need is a couple of plays to go your way, and a couple of defensive stops really are the big momentum shifts we've seen so far today, both in this game and in the previous contest here at the MLK Laker Classic. And that's all you really need. A couple of plays go your way. All of a sudden, with this only being a 9-point game, it can still very much go back in the favor of Lake Orion.
Lake Orion will have possession right out of the timeout. Trying to get back into this one. Maddie Ebert will bring things up. Defended it well against Sanders. And now inside, lost the handle, and another takeaway. Here's Johnson in transition. Johnson on the run, and off the high glass and in. So a takeaway and a finish. And now quickly back the other way. Heck holds up. Bounce pass underneath. And kick out. Things will reset momentarily for the Dragons. And now another one. Take that one. Kick out again to Ebert. Maddie Ebert working her way around, and there will be a foul called here. Eva Otis called for that one.
Yeah, a little bit of a hip check there from Otis as Ebert tries to roll around. Didn't really impact her too much, but Ebert did a great job of selling it, kind of sliding to the ground.
That's Otis's third foul. She will go to the bench, and back out comes Kyla Brooks. Inbound to Heck. Kylie Heck thought about it, tried a lead pass. It's still loose underneath, and it's still loose. Now knocked away, and it will go to Detroit Renaissance.
Yeah, for Hack, that's one of those where you just gotta stand there, get your eyes moving a little bit, and reset that play. Looking too quickly to make a pass and get the ball out of her hands, so she knew her offensive possession was over.
Sanders bring things up again. Now directing traffic. Dragons in a bit of a zone read as they have got the inside the paint nearly guarded around. Now Brooks into the corner. Espanol will kick it all the way out to Sanders at the top of the key. Now have to reset again. Into the corner, quick three by Espanol, and that goes in.
Their second three tonight, 6 points all beyond the arc.
Lake Orion trying to respond. Drive down the basket, kick out to the corner. It was tipped, and it stays with Lake Orion. It is a 14-point lead for the Phoenix. Great matchup right here for the second game of the MLK Laker Classic on My Michigan TV. We're in West Bloomfield, underneath. Halachek against Hardy, kicks it out. And now Ebert, three ball from the corner, and that one goes in. So Matty Ebert able to finally break through for Lake Orion in the second half. Still 11 points deficit. They move the ball around the perimeter. Brooks inside to Hardy. Quick pass, up and in. That's using the size to their advantage. Harding with a couple buckets already in this game. Taylor Dinda picks up her dribble. Able to find Weigers. Weigers, a drive down the basket, ran into a wall. Had a kick out to Ebert. Now to the corner, Dinda fakes. Inside traffic once more, and they will call a block.
A heads-up play by Dinda to use the pump fake to her advantage there. Wide open shot, had time to launch it, but instead sets up a play, has an open lane on the baseline and takes it, runs into a bit of a double team, but knew she had about a half a step ahead of those two defenders.
They call the foul on Anaya Harding. That's only her first, so this will be an inbound play from underneath. To Dinda in the corner. Now Taylor Heck. And she fell to the floor, and that will be a travel. So not a whole lot of turnovers to begin the second half. So that means both teams have been able to clean some stuff up because it was turnovers aplenty in that first half. Sanders and the Phoenix will have possession. All the way over to Brooks. Now down low again. Bit of a mid-collision. It's taken away by Ebert. Maddie Ebert in transition. Feeds Dinda, ball is loose again. Picked up by Everett again. Now down low, kick out. Three ball from the corner, way off the mark. Espanol will bring things up, slow it down a bit. Head coach Deshaun Wood shouting out directions, trying to get his team in position to add on more points. Brooks again. And now an open corner three, try, and that one goes in from Kristen Sanders. The three ball is worked to the advantage of the Phoenix. The Dragons trying to add on more. Open three, try, and regained it. And now down that jumper try, there was a foul called. Imani Johnson. Call for the foul on that one. And it will be Chloe Weigers to go to the line.
Yeah, Coach Wood yelling out, saying, hey, this is how we do this defense. We get in front of the player in the paint, we put our hands up, and we stay there. Make them make the contact. You don't need to go into them. You're getting in their face. You're getting in their way. You're already throwing their shot off. Let's calm down, use our fundamentals here, and not give this team an opportunity for an open shot at the line.
Audrey Wishmeyer checks in, along with Jody McCaffrey for Lake Orion. That second shot goes in by Chloe Weigers. And this will be a quick 30-second timeout taken by Deshaun Wood and Detroit Renaissance as they are running away with this one, 43-28. Tyler, your thoughts about what the Phoenix are doing a lot better this half compared to the first half?
I think the Phoenix are just setting up their plays. They're able to move aggressively up the floor when they have that advantage, but not being afraid to take a step back, let the defense get up the floor, get a new set ready to go, and move the ball around a little bit. They're not playing with too much gumption and too much aggressiveness that they get out ahead of themselves, as we saw very early on in the game, as these teams are kind of working out the jitters, and they're really using their heads. They're playing heads-up ball. They're thinking about the players that are on the floor, and those 5 for Lake Orion, and understanding situations where you can get Kylie Hack off balance and get her to maybe trip up on the baseline. Then you got an open player out for 3, you can launch it, and they're playing smart ball.
15-point lead for Detroit Renaissance in Game 2 of the MLK Laker Classic in West Bloomfield on MyMichigan TV. Drive by Johnson inside the paint, picked up her dribble, kick out to Brooks, a lot of space off the heel, rebounded by Sanders, puts it up, and it just rolls off. Another rebound, and another putback. That was Jabrion Autry, her first bucket of the night.
That's where that Mikan drill comes in. Get back up, get that ball down, put it right back up.
Weigers picks up her dribble, finds Ebert. Roberts, a good drive to the basket, and it just rolls off. Now Sanders again. Screen put on by Autry. They switch defenders. They reset once again. A drive to the basket again by Sanders, and that one goes in. An aggressive drive by Sanders. A whistle blew. The officials are discussing something. They will bring in the 3rd official as well.
Yeah, maybe not sure who that foul was on.
No
Did
foul.
Sanders drop the shoulder? Maybe a discussion they're having.
No foul was originally called, so this could be a huge discussion right here in the terms of what the end of this play might be.
They're going to pull that foul call away.
So no foul on the play, but a very impressive drive by Sanders as she will go to the bench. Maddie Ebert will go back to the bench for Lake Orion. So the Dragons have got some work to do. 1:24 left to go in the 3rd quarter. Weigers hands it off to Grace Sullivan. Now kick out, a 3-ball coming in. That one goes through Taylor Dinda. And that puts a little bit of momentum back on the side of Lake Orion. Now kick out again, Victoria Gambles. Screen, we got around Sullivan, little floater try, high off the glass. Brooks with the rebound and the putback. Kyla Brooks for the offensive board and the offensive put up. Now Sullivan, kick out, quick pull up 3 by McCaffrey, goes in and out. Ball is loose and it's still loose. Jinda picks it up. Everything will reset. Sullivan, Wishmeyer, and now Dinda again. Gives it back to Sullivan. Weigers. Dinda again. 25 seconds to go. Quick pull-up try is short. They're going to give it to Gambles. They're going to slow things down and run the clock out to the end of the quarter. Detroit Renaissance has been in command of this 3rd quarter. Feed now low. Autry was rejected by the pass. And now kick out. Last second 3-ball shot. And that one will go through just as the buzzer goes. Michaela Johnson with the 3-ball. And Detroit Renaissance running away with it. It's 52-31.
Yeah, getting that play set up, moving the ball around, getting multiple players set outside. Who's going to take that shot? You've got a mismatch. 3-on-2 on that left side around the corner of the 3-point line. And wherever that Lake Orion defense goes, you're shifting the ball to the other side, and everyone's got to be set. Everyone's got to be in their place, both feet on the ground, get ready to catch and shoot. And credit to Detroit Renaissance and Victoria Gambles catching that ball and launching it right away from the corner.
And not only just that, Kyla Brooks with the offensive rebound and the putback and a few extra players on top of that. They've been doing that. The offensive rebounding, they've been able to set up their plays like you mentioned and able to knock down those 3-pointers. They work to the corners to let their outside shooters go for it right now. And now look at it. They have a 21-point lead going into this 4th quarter.
Hey, hustle is the great equalizer in the game of basketball, especially on the defensive side of the ball. Hey, look, you can be as flashy as you want. You can hit open threes. You can make a bunch of passes. You can put a lot of points up on the board. But the difference between being a 9-0 team and a 9-1 team after this game for Detroit Renaissance is what do you do on those hustle plays, those plays that don't get you necessarily always on the highlight reel.
Definitely a lot of aggressive drives. But for Lake Orion, they've got a lot of work to do, and they've got 8 minutes to do it. They will have possession to start. Maddie Ebert back in. Got past half court. Feeds Wishmeyer. All the way across. Blachek now into the corner for Ebert. Back up top of the key. Heck kicks it out again. Ebert now over. 3 ball by Weigers. Just off the mark. Rebounded by Gambles. They will set play up. They go near the corner, a handoff to Brooks. Brooks, an aggressive drive. They kick it out. 3 ball, and that one goes through again by Michaela Johnson. So Johnson with a couple of 3 balls, 1 to end the quarter and 1 to start this one. In the middle, Sullivan kicks it out, and now corner 3 was blocked. Kept in play. Heck down low. And there will be a foul called. And Taylor, or make that Kylie Heck, will be going to the line. That 3-ball shot was blocked, but on the trying to keep it in bounds was Gamble, and alertly, Heck was there to grab it. Get a few more subs coming in. Nia Harding checks back in, along with Nieva Otis. Two for 2 is Heck at the line. So a 22-point game. Otis will bring things up. Defended against Ebert. All the way over for Johnson. Down low, Harding, 1 dribble in, right at the rim. Just lays it in with a finger roll. That was almost too easy of a shot for Harding. Now an aggressive drive and a way pass far out of the reach of Heck, and it's a turnover.
Yeah, Renaissance doing great work, kind of flustering this Lake Orion team on the defensive side of the ball, forcing them into traffic, forcing them to make quick passes that maybe they aren't really seeing the full vision of the court, and then being aggressive, running back down the floor to set up their offense.
Johnson working in and out inside the arc. Actually, now Johnson will feed Otis. Eva Otis got around the screen, but they will call an illegal screen on Hardy. Only her 2nd foul. Hopefully Lake Orion can capitalize on this free opportunity.
And Deshaun Wood telling his team, slow down. I don't care if we're up 24. Those are mistakes that we're making because we're just hitting the gas a little too hard.
Grace Sullivan working around the perimeter. It's Ebert. And now in a drive down the basket, they will call a foul on the floor before the shot attempt. Foul's going to be on Otis. That's her 4th foul, and she will go back to the bench. Back comes Espanol and Sanders. So they will inbound from underneath. They inbound underneath through traffic. A dangerous pass. The ball is loose on the floor, and they will have to call a jump ball, and possession is going to go with Detroit Renaissance.
Yeah, Lake Orion kind of taking their eye off the ball there. Renaissance sticking to it, and they see the ball on the floor, mouse in the house, so we're going right at it.
So nothing comes other than the Renaissance turnover for Lake Orion, and now they're back on defense. Hand off to Harding. Hardy drove down the basket, and it will be a turnover as Hardy's called for the up and over. Got picked up that dribble. bit of a high dribble. We'll get a quick sub in for Lake Orion. Fontana Blackney, her first appearance of this game. A senior forward in her first action of this game. Autry back to the bench. Under 6 minutes left to go in this game. Ebert. Yes, Wishmeyer, now back to Ebert. Into the corner for Sullivan, lost the handle, and it will go to Detroit Renaissance. So off the offensive foul, the Phoenix are able to recover. Sullivan will go back to the bench. Back in comes Coley Weigers. Sanders around the perimeter. Setting up Espanol. She will take the three, and she will make it. Amaya Espanol with a couple of buckets.
And at her third triple of the day. 9 points, all from beyond the arc.
Into the corner. They try to kick it out, but it's intercepted by Sanders. In transition again. And they will call it and walk. They will call a charge. They called an offensive foul. So it's been a couple of offensive fouls against Renaissance. Lake Orion trying to take advantage. Back over to Ebert. They go around the perimeter. Weigers now all the way to the corner. Ebert again. Weigers. All the way back to Everett again. Good defense put up into the corner. 3 ball by Wishmeyer, and that one goes in. Audrey Wishmeyer gets that 3 ball from the corner. 60-36. Renaissance trying to add on. Ball loose again. Espanol inside the paint, and she is called for the travel.
Yeah, Everett's got in there and made a little bit of contact with the basketball, perhaps a little bit of contact with the arm, got away with one there and just threw her off balance as Espanol was trying to drive the lane.
Whistle blew for something else. Deshaun Wood was livid with the officials, and it appears that they have called a technical foul on the bench, at least on Deshaun Wood, because he was absolutely livid after that call was made. So it will be Maddie Ebert to shoot these 2 free throws. Makes that one with ease. Even when you look at the scoreboard, you would think Deshaun Wood, he's just wanting everything to go right his way, regardless if they're up or down. That one's off the heel. Bob Bridges will take a timeout. This will be a full timeout taken for Lake Orion as they got some work to do with the remaining 4:07 left to go in this contest.
Yeah, they want to get back into this by inching back. You don't necessarily need to go so aggressively from beyond the arc. We kind of saw that be the strategy to begin this 4th period here. And, you know, when those shots are falling, it's great. But when they're not, that's giving an opportunity for the offense on the other side of the ball, a team that's been able to get into the lane, score in the mid-range as well, score from beyond the arc themselves, a chance to really widen that lead with time running out.
And for Detroit Renaissance, even though Deshaun Wood was livid about that last possession, they are still counting every single shot that they have taken, whether it's beyond the arc or inside the paint. They have had just really great sequences, and they're able to set up their plays, like you mentioned at the beginning of this half. So possession will go to Lake Orion after the technical foul on the head coach Deshaun Wood of Detroit Renaissance. 60-37. Ebert. Got good block right there by Brooks. And he'll have to inbound again. So still playing aggressive defense is this Renaissance team. The inbound to Wishmeyer. Wishmeyer, a drive down the basket, a kick out, up to the top of the key. Fake and another kick out. Weigers. Quick pull-up three by Wishmeyer. She's back-to-back 3 balls.
Now that's her 3rd triple herself. 9 points for Wishmeyer, all beyond the arc, too.
Sanders defending against Blackney. And now an aggressive drive here. A quick pull-up shot up the glass and in. That was Amani Johnson. And now a takeaway underneath. Sanders. She is fouled and she will go to the line. Great heads-up awareness by Christian Sanders.
Yeah, Sanders been getting after it today, playing the hustle plays, getting in between the ball, not afraid to throw her body into it to break up these plays from Lake Orion.
First one. And now Lake Orion is going to be emptying out their bench players. Subs aplenty for the side of the Dragons. Trying to finish out the final 3 minutes and 20 seconds left to go. Charlotte Poplowski. Carmen Huertas. And Allison May. Poplowski. Good ball control, bring it up past half court. Alana McGinnis, also one of the subs. Huertas, McGinnis. Good underneath, quick pull-up jumper try is short, rebounded by Johnson. Johnson quickly down the other way, got a hand on it. Was Pawlowski, but it was last touched by Hardy. And another timeout taken by Lake Orion. So this will be a quick 30-second timeout. So for Lake Orion and Bob Bridges, just emptying out the bench, finish out the remaining time to give his main starters the rest, because even though they kept this close throughout majority of it, the Phoenix have just taken away with it.
Yeah, give them the rest, talk things over, go through where things went right, where things went wrong, and give those young players some experience against a really good team in Renaissance and a deep team in their own right.
You will never, this is some of the best competition around the state, especially coming into this, and take nothing away from Lake Orion. They're having themselves a great season. 9-1 coming in. Even though they're probably not satisfied with the result of this one, they still have a lot more to look forward to. The inbound to McGinnis. Good ball control. They hand it off to Allison May. May, good ball control. They try to hand off and another takeaway. Otis, a drive down the basket and just rolls off. Rebound and a takeaway again, but still loose. And it's good ball control again by Pawlowski. Giving away to May. Now a drive down low, kick out, and it's way out of bounds. Off the pass attempt by Carmen Huertas.
Yeah, nice to see Huertas getting some action today. The sophomore is an exchange student from Spain for Lake Orion this season.
The age variety on this one is there. A little bit of confusion on Detroit Renaissance part. They nearly had 6 players on the bench, or on the court rather. Now they give it to the corner for Sanders. Back up top, Gambles is back into the game. She's had herself a good night. Off the illegal screen that they will call on Gabby Gooden, who's into her first action of the game. Sanders will go to the bench. Enters Jabrion Autry. Loose underneath, McGinnis regains it. Renaissance is showing no mercy. They're playing full court pressure. Huertas picks it up. Hands off to McGinnis. Little floater try, and it goes in. And her bench loves it. Lake Orion having some fun within the final 2 minutes. Just to see the young players get the experience and the opportunities throughout this season. Bounce pass out. Long three ball try. It's off the mark. Rebounded and a kick out. Now Johnson will take a shot. That one's off the mark. Picked up by Autry. Into the corner again. Step back. No shot opportunity. Good defense by Allison May. And that will force Deshaun Wood to take a timeout. That was great pressure by Allison May. And because she was outside the perimeter, there was a timer going off, and that nearly forced Deshaun Wood to take a timeout to still have possession.
Yeah, got into that coffin corner there where you kind of backed yourself in. Now you got to pivot away from there on your off foot too. So you're not going to be able to shoot that ball. That only makes Lake Orion go at that a little bit harder. And so if you're Deshaun Wood, it's an easy call. I got to call a timeout, get us reset, and try to make another play here on the offensive side. Now that you're into that second unit.
You're into your second unit. This is the kind of time in which you go into your second string to go in to examine your players. Like, who can I trust if one of my main players goes down? And for Bob Bridges on the Lake Orion side, that defensive display by Allison May was so pure. She's a great defensive player. And then a good drive on the other end by Alana McGinnis. And her bench went absolutely berserk after scoring that bucket. So this is basically the second string, which you have to rely on at any point this season. So this has got to be a good sign for Lake Orion.
Certainly something to work on when you're in a lopsided game, down 22 with 1:13 left. Get some of those young players, some game experience comes in handy later on.
Another takeaway. Allison May, kick out, McGinnis, pull-up shot, just off the mark. Loose ball inside the paint. Gambles. Pressure, now got away. Gambles again, we're under a minute. Got around Huertas through the lane, and they will call a block. Foul is on the floor, so this will be an inbound play. Foul is on May. Michaela Coleman will inbound. This is her first action of the day as well. They inbound at Gambles. Trying to wear out the clock. Gambles, pull up three. And it goes through. Victoria Gambles, already having a good night, just adds on to it. Trying to make something out of this. Huertas gives it back to Blackney. Blackney working her way inside. Kick it out. Kept in play, but trying. There's Allison May, and this will go the other way. Last remaining 21 seconds. Detroit Renaissance has put on a good offensive display. Have to get a quick sub in. Gambles will bring it up to burn out the remaining clock. An impressive showing by the Phoenix. Both these teams looking to really add on to their seasons, even after this tournament. And that will do it. The Phoenix of Detroit Renaissance, they improved to 10-0 on the year. What an impressive start to their season. Lake Orion will fall down to 9-2 on the year, but still an impressive showing either way. This is game 2. Tyler, final thoughts on this one?
Yeah, Lake Orion keeping it close early on. Both these teams really taking some time to feel out the other team, get into their rhythm, get into their groove, particularly on the offensive side of the ball. And we saw for Detroit Renaissance, they were able to keep that greater sense of calm and get themselves back down to earth and figure out what they got to do to get that jump in front of Lake Orion.
So right after the break, this has been game 2, and we got more games to come. This is the MLK Laker Classic on My Michigan TV.
Kalamazoo Craft Beverage Week has brought so many events to our community.
Has been such an incredible benefit to local area bars and breweries like ours.
I think just the fact that there is such a thing is pretty special for our community.
To taste great craft beer, craft wine, craft spirits in the Kalamazoo community and see what we really have to offer.
It's been an awesome opportunity to see everyone come together again and just enjoy the craft beverage scene.
No matter where you choose to go for Kalamazoo Craft Beverage Week, you won't be disappointed.
Welcome back to the MLK Laker Classic on My Michigan TV. Just wrapped up game number 2 of 6 today, where the Lake Orion Dragons fell to the Detroit Renaissance Phoenix. 67 for Detroit Renaissance, 42 for the Lake Orion Dragons. We got another game coming up, our 3rd out of 6 today in about 19 minutes, 2:20. The schedule tip off for our next matchup going to mid-Michigan for a ball game between the Flint Carman-Ainsworth Cavaliers and the Westfield Prep Warriors out of Redford. I'll be on that call there, Tyler Keefe alongside Xander Woods, as we're getting into that part of the day here in middle of the day, getting into the afternoon ball games. And this next matchup, another one of those matchups between teams that are kind of middle of the road in the case of Westfield Prep coming into today 6-6, and Flint Carman-Ainsworth coming in undefeated out of the Saginaw Valley Conference at 7-0 overall. We'll see these two teams play this afternoon. 2:20 the schedule tip-off for those two squads coming in, and both having excellent coaching staffs behind them. Athletic Director Dave Mann, a longtime coach in MHSAA basketball, including 4 seasons on the bench coaching Westfield Prep alongside co-head coach Doc Cornell. And Tanya Edwards on the other side for Flint Carman-Ainsworth. Plenty of more basketball and discussion on this upcoming game coming up. Tip-off at 2:20 between Carman-Ainsworth and Westfield Prep. In the meantime, we'll take a break and commemorate Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. today on MLK Day with one of his many triumphant speeches from his time with us during the Civil Rights Movement. You're watching the MLK Laker Classic on My Michigan TV.
Modern psychology has a word that is probably used more than any other word in psychology. It is the word maladjusted. It is the ringing cry of modern child psychology, maladjusted. Now, of course, we all want to live the well-adjusted life in order to avoid neurotic and schizophrenic personalities. But as I move toward my conclusion, I would like to say to you today, in a very honest manner, that there are some things in our society and some things in our world for which I'm proud to be maladjusted. And I call upon all men of goodwill to be maladjusted to these things until the good society is realized. I must honestly say to you that I never intend to adjust myself to racial segregation and discrimination. I never intend to adjust myself to religious bigotry. I never intend to adjust myself to economic conditions that will take necessities from the many to give luxuries to the few and leave millions of God's children smothering in an airtight cage of poverty in the midst of an affluent society. Mr. Chairman, friends and brothers in this first gathering of the National Conference on New Politics, ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me in the back? I don't know if the Klan is in here tonight or not with all the trouble we're having with these microphones. And seldom, if ever, we're still working with it. As I was about to say, seldom, if ever, has such a diverse and truly ecumenical gathering convened under the aegis of politics in our nation. And I want to commend the leadership of the National Conference on New Politics for all of the great work that they have done in making this significant convention possible. Indeed, by our very nature, we affirm that something new is taking place on the American political horizon. We have come here from the dusty plantations of the Deep South and the depressing ghettos of the North. We have come from the great universities and the flourishing suburbs. We have come from Appalachian poverty and from conscience-stricken wealth. But we have come. And we have come here because we shared a common concern for the moral health of our nation. We have come because our eyes have seen through the superficial glory and glitter of our society and observed the coming of judgment. Like the prophet of old, we have read the handwriting on the wall. We have seen our nation weighed in the balance of history and found wanting. We have come because we see this as a dark hour in the affairs of men. For most of us, this is a new mood. We are traditionally the idealists. We are the marchers from Mississippi and Selma and Washington who staked our lives on the American dream during the first half of this decade. Many assembled here campaigned assiduously for Lyndon Johnson in 1964 because we could not stand idly by and watch our nation contaminated by the 18th century policies of Goldwaterism. We were the hardcore activists who were willing to believe that Southerners could be reconstructed in the constitutional image. We were the dreamers of a dream, that dark yesterdays of man's inhumanity to man would soon be transformed into bright tomorrows of justice. Now it is hard to escape the disillusionment of betrayal. Our hopes have been blasted and our dreams have been shattered. The promise of a great society was shipwrecked off the coast of Asia on the dreadful peninsula of Vietnam. The poor black and white, are still perishing on a lonely island of poverty in the midst of a vast ocean of material prosperity. What happens to a dream deferred? It leads to bewildering frustration and corroding bitterness. I came to see this in a personal experience here in Chicago last summer. And all the speaking that I have done in the United States before varied audiences, including some hostile whites, the only time that I have ever been booed was one night in our regular weekly mass meeting by some angry young men of our movement. I went home that night with an ugly feeling. Selfishly, I thought of my sufferings and sacrifices over the last 12 years. Why would they boo one so close to them? But as I lay awake thinking, I finally came to myself, and I could not for the life of me have less than patience and understanding for those young men. For 12 years, I and others like me had held out radiant promises of progress. I had preached to them about my dream. I had lectured to them about the not too distant day when they would have freedom, all here now. I had urged them to have faith in America and in white society. Their hopes had soared. They were now booing me because they felt that we were unable to deliver on our promises. They were booing because we had urged them to have faith in people who had too often proved to be unfaithful. They were now hostile because they were watching the dream that they had so readily accepted turn into a frustrating nightmare. This situation is all the more ominous in view of the rising expectations of men the world over. The deep rumblings that we hear today, the rumbling of discontent, is the thunder of disinherited masses rising from dungeons of oppression to the bright hills of freedom. All over the world, like a fever, freedom is spreading in the widest liberation movement in history. The great masses of people are determined to end the exploitation of their races and lands. And in one majestic chorus, they are singing in the words of our freedom song, "Ain't gonna let nobody turn us around." And so the collision course is set. The people cry for freedom, and the Congress attempts to legislate repression. Millions, yes, billions, are appropriated for mass murder, but the most meager pittance of foreign aid for international development is crushed in the surge of reaction. Unemployment rages at a major depression level in the black ghettos. But the bipartisan response is an anti-riot bill rather than a serious poverty program. The modest proposals for model cities, rent supplement, and rat control, pitiful as they were to begin with, get caught in the maze of congressional inaction. And I submit to you tonight that a Congress that proves to be more anti-Negro than anti-rat needs to be dismissed. It seems that our legislative assemblies have adopted Nero as their patron saint and are bent on fiddling while our cities burn. Even when the people persist and in the face of great obstacles develop indigenous leadership and self-help approaches to their problems, and finally tread the forest of bureaucracy to obtain existing government funds. The corrupt political order seeks to crush even this beginning of hope. The case of CDGM in Mississippi is the most publicized example, but it is a story repeated many times across our nation. Our own experience here in Chicago is especially painful at present.
Welcome back to the MLK Laker Classic on My Michigan TV. Just about to take the tip-off for the third game out of 6 today. Coming in to this third game from mid-Michigan. Couple of teams, Flint, Carman-Ainsworth, the Cavaliers, 7-0 on the season. 2-0 out of the Saginaw Valley Conference. And then the independent Redford Westfield Prep Warriors coming in 6-6. Good afternoon, I'm Tyler Keefe alongside Xander Woods on My Michigan TV for the call in this ball game between two teams, as we saw kind of earlier on in the first contest of today between Birmingham Groves. At the beginning of this, it's really two teams that are kind of on opposite sides of the season success-wise. Flint Carman-Ainsworth coming in 7-0 overall. Westfield Prep coming in 6-6, but both of these teams looking to make a mark today, as many teams are trying to show themselves as powers in the state of Michigan. Xander Woods alongside with me, a student here at West Bloomfield High School who's hosting today's games, 6 in total at the MLK Laker Classic tip-off for this game coming up in about 45 seconds, 2:20 p.m. the scheduled tip-off, and there's plenty of other action throughout the afternoon. 4:40 game, and then we're going to have a 5:20 and then 7:22 also going to be a game tonight between West Bloomfield and Cass Tech to cap all the things off this evening. And now getting ready for both these teams to take the floor, and we'll get going in this game. Coming in, and what's interesting with both these teams, really well coached, tons of coaching experience between these two squads. As for Westfield Prep, Dave Mann coming in 54-16 as the head coach of Westfield Prep in his 4 years, but a guy with a lot of coaching experience in the past. In the 90s, 3 Class C state championships with Redford Bishop Borges, 93, 95, and 97. Another one with Inkster in 2002 in Class C. And at one point, just a few years ago, before Westfield Prep began in 2019, he spent the 2017 season coaching 3 different teams in one season, including 2 teams for Harper Woods Chandler Park, as well as the Detroit Cornerstones girls basketball team. And then Tanya Edwards on the other side, the head coach for Flint Carman-Ainsworth, a legend in her own right. 2 state championship titles at Flint Northwestern in the 80s, played under legendary Pat Summitt at Tennessee with championships in 87 and 89, and then played 4 years in the WNBA, where she was an all-star in 1999. 2 well-coached teams looking to make their mark today in this third contest. The Cavaliers of Flint Carman-Ainsworth coming in wearing their black uniforms with blue numbers. Their starters today at the guard position, Sierra Robinson in the number 1, as well as Armani Smith in the 12. The forwards, Dee Smith in the number 5, along with Armani Strozier and Raven Guy in the 13. For Westfield Prep, their starters today, the guards coming in, Shemaya Reed, the 5'5 senior, Sanaya Wilkes, the 5'4 senior in the number 11. Forwards, Tanaya Jolly in the number 24, Kaylin Moorhead, the senior, in number 23, and Olivia McDavid, the 5'6 senior, wearing the red number 2 in the white uniforms for Westfield Prep. Both of these teams looking to continue on with nice seasons so far. Both teams getting some praise from MLive, with Flint Carman-Ainsworth ranked in number 6 in Division I by MLive in this past week. And Westfield Prep ranked number 17, tied for number 17, just outside of the Division II top 10 from MLive. Coming into this game, last time out was a loss for Westfield Prep in a lopsided game, 39-76 on the road outside the state at Rockford Auburn in Illinois. And for Flint Carman-Ainsworth, coming off of a blowout win against Midland on January 10th, 62-25. So we'll get this game tipped off. Get this thing going. 8 minutes on the clock for the first period. Two players coming out to tip this ball off. Ball is tipped off going to Carman-Ainsworth. Quick drive and the bucket is in. That's Armani Smith. 2-0 score in favor of the Cavaliers. Now the Warriors looking to answer back. Quick shot pulled up and a travel call on Shemaiah Reed. Runs into traffic on that play.
Both teams look to come out real fast, and that's what we're starting to see with Carman-Ainsworth as they're really aggressive on the offensive and defensive end of the court.
Now Carman-Ainsworth bringing it up. Pass down low, big, no, it's going to go out of bounds. Back toward Redford's Westfield prep as they try to get that ball down low.
Khalees Campbell just not able to hold on to the basketball, but look for them to find her in the court.
Ball is intercepted. D.D. Smith driving off the right backboard, just rolls off the rim. Rebounded by Westfield prep. Caleb Moorhead. Moorhead in the corner. Launched by Smith, no good. Shemaiah Reed, my bad, no good, and it's rebounded by Carman-Ainsworth. Now they're on their own run. Running down the floor, Raven Guy. And it's called. Whistle is blown. A little bit of a shake-up there. Olivia McDavid down. Kneeling on the ground for the Warriors of Westfield Prep. West Bloomfield High School trainer, Amy Frazier, as well as others from the Westfield Prep staff. Wanted to check her out here as it's been a quick game and a fast-paced game so far. 7:16 to go in the first quarter. 7:11, my bad, to go in the first quarter. Carman-Ainsworth 4 and Westfield Prep 0 as we see McDavid stand up, still holding on to her head. So there's a lot of contact down the paint. All that being said, Westfield Prep will continue on with the ball on this possession. Now checking in, it's going to be Slim Marshall. Wearing number 1, Layla Marshall goes by Slim. Inbound pass, Marshall bringing up the floor. Guarded closely by Armani Smith, throws it into the corner over to Sanaya Wilkes and out of play.
This Flynn defense is really getting at it. As you can see, they really have something defensively planned for that press break there.
Inbound pass. And up the floor for Carman-Ainsworth. Right side, it's Armani Smith. And intercepted. Now here comes Westfield Prep. Tanaya Jolly. Down low, ball goes up and off the rim. In and out for Kaylin Moorhead. Carman-Ainsworth rolling down low. Big loses the ball, it goes out of play.
And though the Big lost the ball, they're going to keep going back to her. And that's what I really like to see, as they're not shying away from attacking the basket and putting pressure on that on that Westfield defense.
Ball now going to be inbounded. A little bit of a mix up there and back out of play. It'll stay with Carman-Ainsworth early on this first period. Inbound pass thrown into the corner. Up and at it is Armani Smith. It's in and out. Rebounded by Westfield Prep. Here they go up the floor. Sanaya Wilkes passes it over to Kaylin Moorhead. Moorhead, top of the key, spinning around, loses the ball, regains it, deflected by Carman-Ainsworth. Here they come. Here come the Cavs, backing up Armani Smith. Looking down low, passes it to D.D. Smith. And back outside. D.D. Smith, left shoulder for the Cavaliers. Pass off to the right side. Now back top of the key, going to D.D. Smith. Corner, Armani Smith for 3, no good, in and out. Rebounded, back up and in. Puts it down, now a 6-point lead. 6-0 run to start for Carman-Ainsworth. Warriors of Westfield Prep looking to answer. Up the floor, aggressive move by Olivia McDavid. Whistle called on the floor. It's going to stay with Westfield Prep. With 5:51 to go in the first.
Westfield Prep so aggressive on the offensive glass. And if you're the other team, you cannot let a great offensive team get so many touches on the basketball.
Shemaiah Reed bringing it up for Westfield Prep. Past the half-court line, kind of jumps in the air. The free throw line lands. They're going to call it on the floor. And they'll stay with Westfield Prep. A foul called there on Carman-Ainsworth. Slim Marshall going to inbound the ball.
that
in
was
the
like,
corner. Ball's launched by Kalen Moorhead for three off the right iron. Rebounded by Talise Campbell. Past half court in the corner. And now back out. Top of the key and passed over to Armani Smith. Sorry, that's Raven Guy driving the lane, puts it up and is fouled. And now Raven Guy going to get two at the line to try and make this an 8-point game.
Talise Campbell, I really like her game. You don't really see too many teams that are running their offense through their bigs and even letting their bigs take the ball up the court. Real special player.
First shot is in for Raven Guy, makes it a 7-0 game with 5:16 to go in the first. Second from the charity stripe, off the front iron, unfriendly bounce, but then rebounded back up by Smith. An extra point on that possession makes it a 9-0 game. Now with the floor, Shamaya Reed, past half court, getting chased, double team, shifty move, inside, puts it up and rolls off the rim. Rebound by Carman-Ainsworth. We got a player down for Carman-Ainsworth, so it's going to be a 4-on-5 on this side of the court. Down low, puts it up, it's Dee Smith, no good, foul is called. There's going to be a stoppage. Just kind of limping back up the floor. We will see a substitution now for Carman-Ainsworth as Tanya Edwards, the head coach, has a chat with her big. Timeout to kind of regroup here, and a good time for Westfield Prep to get back into it. Doc Cornell, the coach, kind of have a head coaching by tandem here. Doc Cornell and Dave Mann kind of co-coaching this Westfield Prep team, and credit to them. It's a younger team, lots of sophomores on this team, juniors on this team, and a couple seniors throughout. Definitely shows in some of the results so far. But looking to come back and not let this game get too out of hand, keep some confidence in the team, get them back into the fold, and let them know, hey, it's early on. We've spotted them 9 points, but we still got a lot of basketball left to play.
Right, you can really see their youth on display, especially when you see, your guard Shamaya Reed. You saw 2 times in those last 2 possessions where she's leaving the ground and she still has the ball in her hand. Just little things like that are really impactful plays in allowing her teammates to be able to set up the offense just so they can get shots within the offense.
First from the charity stripe for Dee Smith is no good, stays 9-0. 4:56 to play in the first. Miss off the front iron on the second shot. That's rebounded by Sanaya Wilkes. Wilkes gets that ball to Kaylin Moorhead, past half court. Now in the corner to Shamaya Reed. Drives the lane, baseline, passes it around, and it's just off the shoulder of Ashley Wright. Ball deflected at half court, going out of bounds right towards Xander Woods and out of play.
Almost had my mitts on that one. Might have getting it back to the ref there.
Get your first assist on the afternoon.
Hey, maybe first for everything.
Dee Smith now taking the ball inbound. Pass in the corner. Back to Raven Guy. Now down low, back to Smith, deflected off her shin, and now Westfield Prep has it. Running quick, Kaylin Moorhead tries to get Shamaya Reed in the baseline and goes just out of play over her head. Shamaya Reed jumping for that ball and just can't get to it before it's going to be in the situation where she lands out of play, and the ball will go back to Carman-Ainsworth.
Kaylin Moorhead might have gotten away with a little bit of a travel on that outlet pass.
Now coming up the floor, Carman-Ainsworth. Around the corner, Armani Smith to Raven Guy. Guy pass out to the top of the key to Dee Smith. Round left shoulder, back out top of the key. Armani Smith now. Ball is deflected, headed for Carman-Ainsworth, and number 2, Dee Smith back with the ball top of the key. Driving the lane, puts it off the left side, no good off the backboard. Tits back on the rim and now on the ground. They're going to call this a jump ball. Possession arrow is in favor of Carman-Ainsworth, and the Cavaliers will continue this drive.
And I know not too many people are going to see this, but look at number 11, Sanaya Wilkes. And these are things that aren't going to show up on the stat sheet that are really apparent to impact in the game. She switches 3 times and is able to deny the ball. Great defense by your point guard.
Tough defense on the inbound. Westfield Prep getting aggressive, grabbing hold of the ball. Whistle on the floor, and this time possession arrow is in their favor. And that is a hustle play going with reward for the Warriors.
I love that. You're starting to see that defensive pressure, the defensive intensity ramp up.
Inbound pass intended for Layla Marshall, deflected, going back to Carman-Ainsworth. Whistle on the floor now. It's going to stay here with the Cavaliers.
with that youth that you pointed out, more mistakes. You know, you don't have to keep reaching. So maintain your defensive possession.
Ball inbounded. Now Armani Smith floats it up. It's in and out. Rolls off the rim. Layla Marshall coming up the floor for Westfield Prep. Right side, kind of crosses over at midcourt. Marshall looking to set up a play. Couple of picks coming around. Passes outside. Anya Reed puts up a shot, and she is fouled. They're going to call that one on Harmony Tucker. Looks like a call is on the floor. It will continue with Westfield Prep down 9 points with about 3:20 to go in the half. A little bit under. Inbound pass from Marshall to Shemaya Reed. Reed rolls left side, bounces up top of the key, launches a three just off the rim. Carman-Ainsworth and Westfield Prep now vying for possession. Going to be a jump ball possession. Arrows going to Flint Carman-Ainsworth, and they will continue. They'll take over now. Going back the other way.
I really want Shemaya Reed on that possession to slow down. You don't need that step back three so early in the possession. Let your players get set and run the offense.
D.D. Smith past half court, driving the lane now. Spin move, kind of throws it up on the left side and falls down, no good. Mismatch, here comes Westfield Prep. Over to Shemaya Reed on the right shoulder. Crossing over, setting up a play. Get their players moving around. ISO now for Reed. Driving the baseline. Steps outside, puts it up and in. They're going to call that one no good. It's going to be a travel. Instead, it was a nice play being made by Shemaya Reed, but just picked that ball up a little bit early and took a step.
I really like what I saw out of Felice Campbell. To Shania Reed, she called out for the big to guard her, but she maintained her defensive position and was able to move her feet. Good defensive play.
Raven Guy past half court, now passes it to D.D. Smith. Top of the key, D.D. Smith, guarded closely by Anya Reed. Setting up a play, wants to send Guy over. Pass inside, jumper from two, good. Long two, but puts it in.
Beautiful looking jump shot as she was able to come off the pick and roll. That's what you want to see out of your guards.
Shemaya Reed tries to spin the half court, loses the ball. D.D. Smith now, behind the back pass, corner for three. No good. Rebounded, ball on the floor, vying for it. Looks like Shemaya Reed touched it last. The Zebras agreed, gonna stay with Flint Carman-Ainsworth. Cavaliers now setting up the play on the baseline. Pass out to Raven Guy. Long two on the right side off the front iron. Rebound by D.D. Smith. Puts it back up off the backboard. Makes it a 13-point lead with just under 2 to play. First quarter here at West Bloomfield High School, then MLK Laker Classic. Now Westfield Prep coming back up the floor. Lost the ball. It's Layla Marshall. Now on the floor. Gets the ball back. Marshall in the corner again. Off the pass from Ashley Wright. Drives the baseline, got an injured player down for Carman-Ainsworth. A lot of physical play here. Players getting in between one another, catching elbows. We might see a lot of that this afternoon, Zambi. So now we're gonna reset. Looks like Raven Guy gonna talk things over with Coach Edwards. Coming off the floor. Westfield Prep gonna inbound it. Layla Marshall, the junior. Pass out to Shemaya Reed in the left corner. Looking down low, now looking back in the corner to Marshall. Marshall driving, skips back left, looking in the corner, not gonna pass there. Instead, it's out to Sanaya Wilkes. Wilkes top of the key, drives right. Out in the corner for three, Anya Riley, no good. Rebound by Carman-Ainsworth.
And even though they missed that three-point shot, that's what you want to see as a coach. You're able to set your offense, penetrate the defense, and you're able to kick it out to an open three-point shooter.
Now Armani Smith with it, right side, beyond the arc. Pass to the top of the key to D.D. Smith. Smith to the shoulder, sets a nice pick, gets the ball back, puts it on up and off the iron. Oh, just no good. Rebound by Westfield Prep, ball is deflected, recovered at half court by Ashley Wright. Right in the corner, Sanaya Wilkes. She'll come back out, top of the key. Wilkes setting things up, throws it in the corner. Looks like they're gonna call a travel there on Anya Riley. Just kind of made a move before she put the ball on the ground, and that ball's gonna go back now. Possession to Flint Carman-Ainsworth.
I would like to see Sanaya Wilkes keep her head up. You know, she had an open roll to the basket, and she would have found number 22, Anaya Riley, open for an easy layup. Just little mistakes like that is the reason why they have not scored at all this first quarter.
Now it's Harmony Tucker. Pass out top of the key to Andrea Moore. Moore to Armani. Armani Smith puts it up over the rim and rebounded by Sanaya Wilkes. Left side, Shemaya Moore. Now she's driving the middle. Skips past, drives the lane, gets into traffic, and foul's called. On the floor again, it will stay with Westfield Prep. And now checking in. The Warriors going to make a substitution. Checking in for them is Tanaya Jolly. And coming out of the ball game for now, Ashley Wright, the sophomore. Marshall inbounds it. Tanaya Jolly. Now out up top to Shemaya Reed. Reed setting up a play. Here comes Jolly. Sets the pick. Reed's got some space in the corner. Now stuck out there. Step back. Launches a triple. No good. End of the quarter, but what a first quarter here for Flint Carman-Ainsworth, coming out hot and shutting down Westfield Prep. The score 13 points for Flint Carman-Ainsworth and 0 for Westfield Prep after 1. So Xander, what have you seen so far from Westfield Prep that maybe has kept them off of the scoreboard? Or even maybe better yet, for Carman-Ainsworth, what are they doing right to keep this team from Redford that's averaging about 51 points per game off the scoreboard entirely in quarter number 1?
Well, if you're looking at what Westfield Prep is doing wrong, I'm seeing a lot of things. One, you're not taking care of the basketball, and then the guard play has not been up to par. So when I'm looking at a team like Westfield Prep, and like you said, they are a younger team, so I will give them that. But at the same time, you want to be able to set your offense, flow. You don't need to be taking step-back threes so early into your possessions. If you're doing that, you're limiting the amount of time that you have on the offensive side of the basketball, and you're just letting more long rebounds go to Carman-Ainsworth. Now, what they're doing right is they're staying and penetrating the paint. They're able to put pressure on Westfield Prep, so they're able to get really good looks. They haven't hit all of them, and they've been missing a lot of shots that, quite frankly, are open. But these are good looks, and they're able to keep attacking the rim, and that's why their score is 13-0 as it is right now.
So much what you want to see at this level, whether it's girls game, the boys game, JV or varsity, is getting those fundamentals right. Look to see if that can happen better in the second quarter for Carman-Ainsworth and for Westfield Prep. Carman-Ainsworth has possession. Andrea Moore with the ball. Pass out to the top of the key. Deflected, but still with Carman-Ainsworth. Floater goes up and in and out. Rebound, it stays with Carman-Ainsworth off a deflection. Here's Andrea Moore. Makes a pass over to Harmony Tucker. Ball now in the corner for Carman-Ainsworth. Wide open three, launches it, no good. Just off the left iron, rebound by Armani Smith to Harmony Tucker. Back top of the key, now driving, left side, off the backboard and in. Make that a 15-point lead for the Cavaliers.
2 offensive rebounds. Somebody has to come up with that basketball if you're Carman-Ainsworth.
Now you got Shemaya Reed driving the lane. Euro step off the backboard, in and out. No good. Rebound by Carman-Ainsworth. A foul is called on the floor. They'll get a chance to reset. Carman-Ainsworth 15. Westfield Prep yet to score in this game as we're now 9 minutes just about into the contest with 7:08 to play in the half.
I've been so impressed with number 32, Talise Campbell. She has been dominating the glass today.
Coming up the floor now, Carman-Ainsworth at midcourt. Pass over the right side, ball's put on the ground. Driving baseline, pass outside, and a foul is called. Harmony Tucker driving the lane and gets reached. That's going to put her to the line. Harmony Tucker will get 2 shots.
Tyler, did you see that? So she gets the offensive board, passed it to her point guard. The point guard says, no, you run the offense. That shows how much trust they have in her as an offensive threat.
Harmony Tucker, just a sophomore for this Carman-Ainsworth team. She puts it up off back iron, no good. Now pass back outside, going to Tucker. Maybe going to Armani Smith, but rolls out of play. We'll go to Westfield Prep instead. Marshall will inbound it. My apologies to Olivia McDavid. Inbound pass now to Kaylin Moorhead. Moorhead out to Layla Marshall. Long shot up and no good, just off the right side backboard. Carman-Ainsworth gets a 2-on-1. And now Westfield Prep takes it back over. Shemaya Reed with the ball. Right side, beyond the 3-point arc. Gets the pick from Tanaya Jolly. Reed now driving the lane. Behind the back, pass to Marshall, no good off the 3. Reed gets the rebound, puts it back up and puts it in. Finally, Westfield Prep on the board, scoring 2 points. Here come the Cavaliers. Pass down low, and Lowe gets stripped up, lost the ball out of bounds, and down once again. Fell hard on her right shoulder.
It's the second time today she's hit the deck. Hopefully she's okay. It looks to be that right shoulder again, and she's able to get back up.
Yeah, just a little tender after a second fall there, but playing tough. Gonna keep it out there. Now Westfield Prep looking to start a little bit of a run here after they scored 2 on their last possession. Shemaya Reed inbounds it to Layla Marshall. Back to Shemaya Reed, who'll take it past half court, now driving. Putting on the afterburners, driving the lane, puts it up, circus shot, no good. She's fouled, and will get 2 at the line. Shemaya Reed slow to get up after that, really went hard at the basket, hard at the hoop, got a little bit of contact and fell, but catches her breath, now gonna take 2 shots at the line.
Real aggressive take. Quite frankly, if nobody else is giving you any offensive production, she took that one in her own hands, and now she's shooting 2 at the charity strike.
First one is off the back iron, rolls around and out for Shemaya Reed, the 5'5" senior. Prolific career so far for Westfield Prep, as Reed came into her senior season having already surpassed 1,000 career points. The only one on the board so far for Westfield Prep today, now with 3 points after she hits the second free throw. Now Carman-Ainsworth going to bring the ball up. D.B. Smith looking for some opening. Full court press from Westfield Prep. Pass down the floor. Armani Smith down to Raven Guy, deflected out of bounds. It'll go back to Westfield Prep. The pressure works. And they're going to get the ball. Turnover for Carman-Ainsworth. And now Layla Marshall will bring the ball in for Westfield Prep.
If you're Raven Guy, that is a pass you have to catch because there's nobody near you, and that's just an easy layup.
Moorhead pass half court left side. Looking in the corner, throws it over, and it's blocked off the shot by Olivia McDavid. Whistle is called. And it's going to go back to the other side, go to Carman-Ainsworth. Full court press still for Westfield Prep, trying to get something to happen defensively. Afterburners now for Carman-Ainsworth. It's a mismatch. They reset, top of the key. Back over, down low, now in the corner. Throws it up, no good, right over the basket. Rebound by Tanaya Jolly. Pass out to Layla Marshall, right side beyond the arc. Drives the lane, baseline. Marshall goes up off the backboard, off the front of the rim. No good, rolls around. Shemaya Reed comes up with it. The Westfield Prep step back, triples, puts it up. Oh, way off the top of the board. Rebound by Carman-Ainsworth. Reed aggressive, goes after the ball, and a whistle is called. Now it's going to be change of possession. They'll bring the ball back into the half court. Shemaya Reed going over to have a chat with Coach Mann and company. Over at the bench is now foul is called. And Carman-Ainsworth will get 2 at the line. First shot is up and good. Makes it a 16-3 contest with 5:13 to go in the half. One more shot remaining. It's up and in is good. 2 goes through the line. Now, inbound for Westfield Prep. Moorhead pass half court, throws it over to Olivia McDavid. In the corner on the left side, back out to Moorhead at the top of the key. Directing the offense, shifts left, inside, passes out to McDavid, and a whistle called. It's going to be a defensive foul as Armani Smith falls in the paint. Westfield Prep now going to get a chance to reset in the half court. Just under 5 minutes to go in the half. Down 14. Inbound pass to Shemaya Reed. Now brings it top of the key, gets to the offense set, the senior. Looking to make something happen. The only one on the board so far for the Warriors. Drives right, now trying to go into the lane, goes up. They're going to call this a jump ball. Possession arrow stays with Westfield Prep, and they'll continue on.
That's what happens when you expose the basketball on those Euro steps. I understand you want to penetrate the paint, but make sure you're protecting the ball so those turnovers can't happen.
Our ball's inbounded. Olivia McDavid aggressively to the hoop and just misses off the backboard.
Strong take, just a little bit too much on that shot. Would have been an easy deuce.
In the corner now, launched. Carman-Ainsworth up and down. She got it. Armani Smith hits the triple. Now Kaylee Moorhead going to pass half court. Driving the lane now on the left side. Puts it up and she's fouled. Misses the shot, but she'll get to it at the line. Foul is called. 2 shots going to be at the line for Kaylin Moorhead, the senior. Had a huge game recently against Cass Tech for Westfield Prep. Putting down 27 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 steals back on the 2nd of January. First of the charity stripe is good. 4-20 now to score with 4:20 to go in the half.
Now this team has talent. Now don't let the scoreboard fool you. They're down by 16, but they have good ball players. You just want to see more touches for them offensively so everybody can get in on the action.
Both go down for Moorhead. It's now a 5-20 game in favor of Carman-Ainsworth. Bringing it up the floor is Harmony Tucker. Tucker to the left side, 3-point line. Passes it over, right shoulder now for Carman-Ainsworth. Dee Smith setting up in the paint. Not going to get it yet. Goes back outside and sets up again. Now it's off to Raven Guy. Raven Guy trying to set up her own shot off the dribble. Not going to happen. Dee Smith with it in the corner. Another 3 for Carman-Ainsworth. Up and no good. Off the right iron and rebounded by Ashley Wright. Here comes Olivia McDavid. Mismatch for Westfield Prep. McDavid puts it up. She's fouled. Gonna get 2 at the line. Another chance at the charity stripe for the Warriors.
Not really sure what Talise Campbell thought that would have been as she argues with the ref. You're taller, much taller than anybody on the court. If you just keep your hands up, that's a contest alone, and it might even be a block. But when you close down on the offensive player, that's an easy call for the ref to make every time.
McDavid now going to get 2 at the line. Puts the first shot up. It's good. Now 6 points for Westfield Prep. One more shot at the line as Westfield Prep going to send Ashley Wright back into the backcourt. Prevent any cherry picking off the second shot. McDavid, she hits it. Now 7 points for the Westfield Prep Warriors. Passes inbounded at half court. Pressure defense from Shemaya Reed and Olivia McDavid. Now aggressive play. Smith going after it for Carman-Ainsworth. They'll keep possession. Raven Guy passes it off in the corner. Now double team. Deflected out of bounds. Whistle blows. It'll stay here. So Westfield Prep thought they had that ball. Dave Mann, the coach, talking it over with the referee. Maybe trying to see if he can flip it, and then ultimately just smiles and sits down. On the inbound, aggressive play by Ashley Wright. Can't get the ball. They'll stay with Carman-Ainsworth. Off the corner, Harmony Tucker is deflected back into the backcourt. Carman-Ainsworth will keep the ball with 3:20 to go in the half.
It's a real aggressive possession. I've already counted 3 tip balls. Bodies all over the ground.
Tucker drives the lane, kicks it out to Dee Smith, top of the key, air ball, and out of bounds. 3:12 to go in the half, 3:11 to go in the half now. Carman-Ainsworth 20, Westfield Prep 7.
Just because it's the open shot doesn't mean it's the shot for the flow of the offense. You had 2 players down by the paint. That would have been an easy deuce if she would have looked up.
Moorhead passes it out to Shemaya Reed, launches a long 3, and it's airballed out of bounds. It'll go back to Carman-Ainsworth with 3:02 to go in the half. And the Cavaliers up 13. Now here's Harmony Tucker at half court. Wide open, tries to throw it across the court to Raven Guy, and miscommunication, intercepted by Reed. Now Marshall has it from 3, step back, launches a triple, she got it! Now it's down to just 10. 2:46 to go. Cherry picking, Raven Guy lays it in and gets it. Now it's a 12-point game with 2:39 to go. Here's Kaylin Moorhead, past half court. Olivia McDavid driving, bounce pass to Shemaya Reed, baseline, tries to bounce and put it up. Back on the ground to right, off the backboard, rolls out, rebound McDavid, puts it back up and foul.
Beautiful pass by Shemaya Reed. Almost as she goes up, she throws it right under her underarm and is able to find a cutting player. Though she didn't miss the though she missed the shot, that's the right shot within the flow of the offense. So you're starting to see them catch up and dig into this lead a little bit because they're making the right basketball play.
McDavid putting that ball right back up, not putting it down on the ground, knowing she's got the size disadvantage. Now hits the first of 2 at the line to make it an 11-point game. 11 for Westfield Prep, 22 so far for Carman-Ainsworth as we're approaching halftime. 2:27 left in the first half. McDavid, the senior, dual sport athlete, tri-sport athlete, plays volleyball and track as well, misses it off the front iron. Rebound by Carman-Ainsworth, D.D. Smith double team, intercepted by Layla Marshall in the corner. Marshall, a crossover, now gets a nice pick from Anya Riley. Slim Marshall driving down low. Olivia McDavid off the backboard and in.
Beautiful find as McDavid was able to just sit down in that crease in the defense and able to get a deuce for the other team.
Westfield Prep has woken up. D.D. Smith cornered at half court. Has to pass it back out. The half court press aggressive now for Westfield Prep. In the corner, over the head. And out of bounds off of a cross-court pass intended for Raven Guy. And
starting to see Westfield Prep come alive a little bit as we're getting into the later part of the second quarter.
Moorhead now past half court. Top of the key, throws it left side, Shemaya Reed. Reed setting up the offense. Down below the arc. Marshall still up top. Reed driving the baseline, throws it inside. Ball is up and no good. It's rebounded, batted around. Oh, just gonna roll off of Anya Riley and out of bounds. Going back toward Carman-Ainsworth now with a minute and a half to go in the half. Whistle blows. Westfield Prep going to make a substitution. Olivia McDavid checking out. Sanaya Wilkes coming back in, the 5'4 senior. An honorable mention in 2020 on Jerry Purcell of MLI's Michigan Dream Team. Inbound pass now. Marshall in the corner. Brings it back left shoulder, three, she got it! Layla Marshall makes it a 6-point game.
Westfield, don't go away. Westfield is starting to creep into that lead. We're finding ourselves now in a 6-point ball game.
Intercepted by Marshall, puts it up and foul. Staying aggressive, giving him the passing lanes, and now gonna get toward the line. Here come the Warriors, 16-22 with a $1:09 to go in the half.
Westfield's on a 5-0 run. Told you they had ball players. It's just finally time for them to start coming alive.
Layla Marshall now at the line, the 5'8 junior. First one off the front iron, takes a friendly roll, makes it a 5-point game.
This game is really starting to turn into the Layla Marshall show. She has been very good in this second quarter.
Slim off the front iron. We call her Slim. She misses it. Now in the corner. Defense on play. Whistle blows. Looks like a timeout's called, and it is. Wow. Flint Carman-Ainsworth gets cornered. Westfield Prep is now here and alive after spotting the Cavaliers 13 points in the first quarter. Now just allowing 9 in the second while they get 17 of their own. 1:04 to go in the half.
See, look at Westfield, how they're playing defense. They're trapping without fouling. That's such a huge stat, and this is why they're able to score off so many turnovers. And now you're starting to see this become a 5-point basketball game.
We saw that work really well in the previous game, Detroit Renaissance against Lake Orion. Really able, when they started to shut down the Lake Orion offense, it's because of those fundamental plays in the trap, getting your hands up, preventing those passing lanes, getting your hand in the face.
And this is really a game that's going to be decided about who's making the least amount of mistakes. And right now, the Warriors are just playing very good basketball as they're able to get out in transition faster than the other team and are able to just get easy looks at the basket.
Andrew Moore inbounds it for Flint Carman-Ainsworth again. In the pressure, she lost it out of bounds. And they're going to say it's going to stay with Flint Carman-Ainsworth.
It's going to stay with Carman-Ainsworth, but they are just hounding the ball carrier every single time she touches the ball. There's always a Warrior defender right in her face.
Moore inbounds, and now it's D.D. Smith. 3-on-1. Smith down to Harmony Tucker off the backboard and in. 46 seconds to go in the half. 24 for Carman-Ainsworth, 17 for Westfield Prep. Shemaya Reed driving the lane. She lost it. Now we got a fast break for Carman-Ainsworth. They lose the ball. It's intercepted by Layla Marshall. 30 seconds left. Pass over to Anya Riley. Drives the lane and misses it off the bottom of the rim. But a foul is called. She'll get to it the line.
And who started that possession for the Warriors? It was Layla Marshall. Just been her quarter.
Marshall, quite the smart player, the junior. A 4.05 GPA. at Westfield Prep.
Doesn't surprise me one bit. You're starting to see your basketball IQ on display, and I believe there's a technical on this shot.
Technical is called, which means a couple of shots at the line here for Anya Riley, the 5'7" junior for Westfield Prep. A chance to make this a 5-point game with 30 seconds to play. No good, rolls off the right iron with 27 to play in the first half. You see Doc Riley and Dave Mann, the coaches, on the sideline. The second one also misses front iron. Good thing about the Tech, if it remains near possession. So now Westfield Prep can get a chance to reset. Referees talking this over. Now after that, you get the regular foul shots. Layla Marshall, first one is in and out. Knocks off the front iron, rolls out left side. One more shot coming now for Layla Marshall. Up and off the back iron rolls. No good. None of those 4 shots going down for Westfield Prep. Possession.
One way to halt a comeback is missing free throws. That would have made this game a 1-possession game, but as you can see here, you're starting to see a 7-point ball game still.
Marshall inbounds it to Kaylin Moorhead. Moorhead driving right, throws over to Shemaya Reed, and then now she's going to reset. Got time to set up a play. Reed driving left side, steps back out, lost possession, but holds it. Isolation at the half court, top of the key. Reed driving the lane, Euro step, puts it up, gets a foul.
She's able to get back to the line once again, and I'm liking how she's directing orders, clearing the paint out, saying, hey, I'm going to take this over. Let me get in the paint and let me do what I have to do to get to the charity strike.
Willing to take the risk, too, off that Euro step. Hey, if you're going to put your hands out instead of up, I'm going right into them. I might not lose possession. I might lose possession of the ball. Maybe I get called for a travel if it's not a lot of contact. But maybe I get 2 shots at the line and she hits the first of 2.
Say whatever you want to say about Shemaya Reed. She's turned the ball over a lot this game in the first quarter, but guess what? She will keep attacking the basket. That's what you really love out of your point guard, that they are not afraid to step in the paint.
Second one takes a friendly roll and in. It's a 5-point game with 3.9 to go. Inbound pass to D.D. Smith. Clock rolling out, 2 seconds. One launches it off the right iron. Had the distance, had the arc, and just a little bit off to the side. That'll end the first half. 24 points for Carman-Ainsworth's Cavaliers and 19 for the Warriors of Westfield Prep after spotting 13 points to the Cavaliers in the first quarter. The Cavs end with just 24 in the half and 19 in the second quarter for Westfield Prep. We'll take a break and come back with more. An exciting third game here at West Bloomfield High School. You're watching the MLK Laker Classic on My Michigan TV.
1 in 4 Michigan homes has high levels of radon, a naturally occurring radioactive gas known to cause lung cancer. It doesn't matter where you live or what type of home you have. You won't even know it's there unless you test. So don't wait. Testing is cheap and easy. And if there's a problem, it's simple to fix. Visit michigan.gov/radon to learn more.
We took action. Will you?
When you have a gambling problem, you have a money problem. Don't let your gambling cause you financial hardship. If you or someone you love is struggling with gambling, we can help. Get free confidential counseling and win your life back. Learn more at michigan.gov/problemgambling.
I'm Steve Eiserman of the Detroit Red Wings, and I think every child in Michigan deserves a safe, healthy, and happy childhood. Can we build a state where Children Trust Michigan isn't just a name, but something our kids believe? Please support Children Trust Michigan as the voice for children and families by visiting the website to learn more.
When the temperatures are chilly, being together warms the soul. Keep the winter fun going. Help protect yourself and those around you by keeping your COVID-19 vaccines up to date.
Hello, nose. My nose knows is when somebody uses the bathroom. Mom, Polly didn't flush. Ooh, I smell cookies. I smell an A+. How could my nose be running when it stays on my face?
Our noses know if those sniffles are just a cold, allergies, or COVID-19. So swab it. Test it. It's good to know. There are many different kinds of noses. Our noses can sniff out all kinds of things. Good things and bad things. Your nose knows if those sniffles are just a cold, allergies, or COVID-19. So swab it. Test it. It's good to know.
As the game actions kind of... We are back on My Michigan TV, the MLK Laker Classic, all afternoon and evening here as our third game is well underway, about 6 minutes from the second half beginning, and wow, what a first half we had here. As it looked like in the first quarter, this could be all Carman-Ainsworth, the 7-0 Cavaliers coming in and scoring 13 points in quarter number one, but just 11 in the second quarter as Westfield Prep came to life and scored 19 of their own and won the second period to make it now a 24-19 game at the half. And what we're seeing so far, Xander, is that Carman-Ainsworth came out and definitely had the jump on Westfield Prep, was keeping possession of the ball, was taking smart shots. Once Westfield Prep woke up, they were here and they were here to stay. What changed? What flipped for Westfield Prep that made that team so different in the second quarter and got them 19 points to come back?
Well, just like their season, which was up and down, similar thing to the game, right? And what I believe flipped for them is when they, on the defensive side of the ball, they were able to get turnovers without fouling, which is very important. So they're able to create turnovers, and they're able to score off of turnovers. That is very important because now you're also giving yourself almost an extra possession. When you're able to score off these turnovers, the points are going to add up quickly. And then another thing that I really liked, especially in the second quarter, is when Layla Marshall really took over. She made smart plays, able to find her teammates like Kayla Moorhead and Tanya Jolly in the paint. And that's when the game really started to lean in favor of Westfield Prep.
Yeah, Marshall, a threat from the perimeter. We've seen in recent games for the Warriors that she's been really taking over. When they played Divine Child not all too long ago, that she was able to put up a lot of points from beyond the arc on January 3rd, and they're 62-63, that narrow loss. They may have lost that game, but Layla Marshall had 3 3-pointers out of her total of 11 points in that game. And then just after that, against East Grand Rapids, or just before that, against East Grand Rapids on December 17th, in that 56-61 loss, she put up 12 points. And not only did that, but worked on the hustle plays too. 6 rebounds in that game. We're seeing her become a pivotal part of this offense for Westfield Prep. So going into the second half, as we talk about how Westfield Prep has adjusted, now it's time for the roles to reverse, and Carman-Ainsworth has to make those adjustments as they went out and had a 19-11 deficit in the second quarter, and now this is a ball game when they really had the jump by 13 points in the first quarter. What does Carman-Ainsworth have to do here in quarter number 3 to get back into the possession of the momentum in this game?
Well, first thing I would like to say to them is really just don't get rattled, right? Things are going to happen, mistakes are going to happen. But when you allow that to dwell, you start to see deficits and teams go on runs. Basketball is a game of runs, so it's about how you respond. And in that second quarter particularly, Carman-Ainsworth didn't respond well. They started to go away from attacking the paint. They were shooting a lot of three-pointers, airballing a lot of three-pointers, I might add. That's not your game. Don't play outside of what your game is, and you're feeding into that Westfield Prep trap. And what they want you to do, throw long passes that aren't hitting, go out of bounds, make silly mistakes. If you're able to play your game and you're able to run the offense slowly, not take early shots in possession, you're going to see that there's going to be a different third quarter where you could actually give yourself the best chance to win this basketball game. And most importantly, you still have the lead. You still have the lead. That's always the best thing to do when you're going into the second half of the game.
Yeah, you talk about Carman-Ainsworth, and while the second quarter was really all Westfield Prep and looked like really what was impressive was Westfield Prep putting up 19 points coming back in this game. That being said, still 11 points put on the board for Flint Carman-Ainsworth, so the Cavaliers still very much in control of this game and definitely have seen quite a lot of winning basketball over the last few years. Same thing goes for Westfield Prep. They're a younger team, but a team that has that veteran presence in people like Shemaya Reed and Layla Marshall, as you said, Olivia McDavid, Sanaya Wilkes, all of whom have seen teams that have had excellent seasons of late. Last season, their overall record 21-2, made it all the way to the regional semis where they ultimately lost to Detroit Edison. But this is a team that can definitely be aggressive and can play their style of basketball as they're bringing up their younger players, but also making their own adjustments and not being too keen to be aggressive against this Carman-Ainsworth team that turned them into quite the turnover machine in quarter number one. Plenty of basketball left to be played here at West Bloomfield High School, about 2 minutes away from the second half. Again, the reset, I'm Tyler Keith alongside Xander Woods on My Michigan TV. Our coverage of the MLK Laker Classic live from West Bloomfield High School continues all afternoon and into the evening. Got 3 more games ahead of us this afternoon. Blanc and Williamston coming up next, followed by Belleville and Southfield A&T, and then we'll cap it off at 7:20. The West Bloomfield Lakers, the only true home team today, going up against the Technicians of Cass Tech. But plenty of basketball left, 16 minutes, maybe even more here to play at West Bloomfield High School between these two teams. A quite even first half between Westfield Prep and Carman-Ainsworth. Xander, what is the difference going to be in half number 2 for one of these teams to take over this game and use the momentum that they do drive? As you said, this is a game of runs to ultimately end the game in the lead on the scoreboard.
Well, as I said earlier in the broadcast, the team that makes the least amount of mistakes is going to win this game. Because honestly, as good as both teams have played, they played very poor offensively with not taking care of the ball and making not so smart decisions and shooting the ball early with you don't have to, and missing open cuts. What you need to do is be able to slow down, run your offense, and be able to actually get shots within the offense, not force anything that's out of your team's character. So what's really going to be the difference for the second half, I believe for Westfield Prep, they got to keep that same energy. You got to play that same intensity that you did in the first half. For Carman-Ainsworth, you still have the lead, slow down, and keep attacking the paint and feed your big. Don't have her on the perimeter. As good of a basketball player as she is, you want to keep her in the paint where she can keep gobbling up those rebounds and get those second chance points for your offense.
Armani Strozier having a big first half, a huge part of that offense, getting a little bit banged up, but still playing good ball. Carman-Ainsworth begins, inbound pass goes to Strozier, and now up top, Sierra Robinson. Rolls left side, pass back to Strozier, and now in the corner, launches Armani Smith, no good off the 3. Right iron and rebounded by Westfield Prep, tripped up at half court. Whistle is called. That's gonna stay with Westfield Prep as Tanaya Jolly is fouled.
They missed the shot. That's what you were looking for. Nothing was forced. You didn't have any drives where you felt like you were running into 3 people at one time. You had a good shot. You missed it, but it was a good shot nonetheless.
Inbound to Tanaya Jolly at the logo at West Bloomfield High School. Actually, that's Kaylin Moorhead. Drives the lane, puts it up off the backboard, no good. Whistle is called. She'll get 2 at the line.
Kaylin Moorhead able to absorb the contact and get a good shot off, and now she's going to the charity strike for 2 to put this game in a 1-possession game for Westfield Prep.
Correction, the foul is on the floor. Now a timeout can be called by Dave Mann, Doc Cornell, and the team at Westfield Prep. Chat this over. It's a 5-point game. They're coming out aggressive, forcing up a play to get past half court, getting a foul, then getting down low, getting another foul, and getting closer and closer to that bonus early on in the second half, which could play a big factor as this game sort of inches back in Westfield Prep's favor.
And I really like that drive because, let's be honest, they're not the best 3-point shooting team, but if you're able to put pressure on the paint, you're able to score within the paint, those 3-point shots are going to come. No need to force anything crazy.
Ball's inbounded outside the Moorhead. Now in the corner. 3-pointer is up. It's good. And
that's what happens when you keep on driving. You're going to sag off and you left the best shooter open. That can't happen if you're Carman-Ainsworth.
Sanaya Wilkes knocked down that three. Now it's Carman-Ainsworth driving the lane, gets in the middle. Shemaya Reed intercepts the ball, and it's knocked out of bounds. Westfield Prep not letting off the gas with that hustle on the defensive side of the ball, still applying that pressure. Inbound now over the head, and it goes to Harmony Tucker, past to Dee Smith, looking in the corner. Armani Smith for three. Just off the backboard. Inaccurate, but rebounded. Now it's back out top of the three-point line, right side of Sierra Robinson.
Starting to see Westfield run a little bit of zone and man, mix it up. That's what happens. When you're running a zone, you need to have a defender get back on that right block, and that's why you see Carman-Ainsworth able to capitalize off of a defensive error.
Harmony Tucker lays it in. Now it's Shemaya Reed past half court, driving the lane. She lost it. Intercepted by Sierra Robinson. Pass over to Armani Smith. Smith outside of Tucker. Down low, Dee Smith puts it on the floor. Off the backboard and in.
Real good post play by Dee Smith, one of those Carman-Ainsworth guards.
Moorhead past half court, driving the lanes. 2-on-1. She puts it up. She gets fouled. It's going to be an offensive foul instead. Gets her shoulder down, goes into a couple of players and throws it up. And it's going to go back to Westfield Prep. Now they call that on the floor instead.
Just love seeing number 12 Armani Smith get down and take that charge, sacrificing her body. That's winning basketball. You're able to do that and now get your team another offensive possession.
Now here's Dee Smith. Pass half court, double teamed on the right side. Bounce pass to Harmony Tucker. Back outside Armani Smith. A lot of pressure. And a reach-in is called. This will stay with Carman-Ainsworth.
And like Coach Mann said, don't reach. There's no reason to reach. You already have her dead to right with three defenders around her. Make her throw that pass, and maybe you have a chance to intercept that ball. Not sure why you felt the need to reach in on that.
Robinson, top of the key, passes over to Dee Smith. Now it's Raven Guy. Backing down, puts up a shot. Right side is in! Raven Guy knocks it down. Gets a little bit of a bump. Gets the whistle and is in motion already and just goes through her stroke and knocks it down.
Cavaliers are not fazed by that press. That was the discussion that we had at halftime of how you're able to respond and come out. You can't be fazed by a press, and things are going to happen, and when mistakes do, how are you able to respond? And now you're starting to see the Cavaliers responding in a great manner.
31 points now for the Cavaliers off the free throw. Westfield Prep now with the ball. Pass down low. Moorhead puts it up, no good, she's fouled. She'll get two at the line.
That was a great dish by Shemaya Reed. No look pass to a cutting Kaylin Moorhead. Now she's able to go to the charity strike for two again.
Dee Smith called for the foul on that play. Moorhead gonna get two, the lefty. First one is up, off front iron, rolls in. Makes it an 8-point game, 5:49 to go in the third quarter.
Able to get that friendly bounce.
Second one is up for Moorhead, it's off the iron, missed. Now the ball is up for grabs. It is grabbed ultimately by Sierra Robinson and Shemaya Reed, and the possession arrows going to Westfield Prep. Layla Marshall gonna inbound the ball now. Off that rebound, got a mouse in the house and gets after it. Marshall for three. No good, off the right iron. Batted away, rebounded out of play, and now it's gonna go to Carman-Ainsworth.
If you're Carman-Ainsworth, again, you can't sleep on defense. Obviously, Layla Marshall, she's already made 3 threes already. Why are you leaving the best three-point shooter open on the court?
Inbound the Raven Guy, rolls around left side, spin move, now cornered. Dee Smith with the ball. Going to the right side, guarded closely by Layla Marshall. Ball's deflected in the corner, it's Robinson. Brings it back out, now corner at the top. Passing to the right side to Armani Tucker. Armani Smith, my bad. And a whistle is called. It'll stay with Carman-Ainsworth.
And I can understand Coach Mann's frustration. Number 11, Shania Wilkes, just diving into the player for the basketball.
Inbound pass, high arcing corner shot, no good. It's rebounded and put right back up by Armani Smith.
Armani Smith is having herself a second half, and she's able to get on the glass and then get the second chance points.
Up the floor, driving Shemaya Reed, up and in, and a foul! They're gonna call a defensive foul, she'll get and one.
And one, Shemaya Reed. As you see her go back to that patented Euro step as she's able to weave through the defense and get in the lane for two.
One shot at the line now for Shemaya Reed, the senior. Had 15 off her 3 points on January 3rd at Divine Child. That free throw in and out, rebounded by D.V. Smith. Smith past half court. Driving the lane, one-on-one versus Reed, off the backboard and off the front iron, no good.
And that was a veteran move by Shemaya Reed, almost just pulling the chair on her.
Now here comes Layla Marshall, driving the lane, puts it up, left-handed layup off the backboard and in. Layla Marshall continues to have a hot day. Ball deflected as Carman-Ainsworth inbounds it, still up for grabs, on the ground. They're grabbing it together, jump ball, it's gonna go to Carman-Ainsworth.
I just love Layla Marshall's game. You see her get an easy bucket on the offensive end, and then you see her not taking a play off and going 100% on the defensive end. That's what you want out of your basketball players.
4:41 to go in the third quarter. Westfield Prep 27, Carman-Ainsworth with the ball and 33 points. A little bit of discussion with the referees at the scorer's table. Making some adjustments as Carman-Ainsworth will have possession. Sierra Robinson with the ball out of bounds. And Armani Smith likely to bring it up. Also on the floor for Carman-Ainsworth, Raven Guy, Harmony Tucker, D.D. Smith. For Westfield Prep, it's Sanaya Wilkes, Layla Marshall, Shemaya Reed. Yeah, they're adjusting the scoreboard. There's an issue there with 4:41 to go in the third quarter. Talking things over with the scorers table. And all West Bloomfield crew as they're hosting today's event, the MLK Laker Classic, live on My Michigan TV throughout the festivities today. 6 games in total now. Dave Mann, the head coach for Westfield Prep, over at the scorers table as well. Talking over. Same thing goes for Tanya Edwards, the head coach at Flint Carman-Ainsworth. A lot of discussion. It is a back and forth game, a close game, just a 6-point contest with 4:41 to go in the third quarter. And man, we've seen some of these games get out of hand so far, going one way or the other. And then the pendulum swings right back. We saw it in the first game today. We saw it a little bit in the second game between Detroit Renaissance and Lake Orion. And now seeing it once again. 3 great games so far. Riverview and Birmingham Groves kicked it off this morning at 11 a.m. Then we had Lake Orion and Detroit Renaissance at 12:40. An hour in the third of 6 games today in the third period. Westfield Prep out of Redford, 27. Carman-Ainsworth out of Flint, 33. Still a lot of discussion happening, and as we look at the bench for Carman-Ainsworth, Tanya Edwards, what a job she's done there in her 3rd season. 29 wins, 12 losses, 18-6 in the league. And what a career she's had. She was the head coach at Elkhorn State from 2008 to 2015, the SWAC Coach of the Year in 2011. Played 4 seasons in the NBA, in the WNBA with the Minnesota Lynx, the Phoenix Mercury, and the now defunct Charlotte Sting back in the early days of the WNBA, as we said earlier. An all-star in 1999 and a champion in Flint in her playing days in high school in 83 and 84 at Flint Northwestern. And she then came back, coached them to another title in 1993, and in 5 seasons at the helm, winning record there as well, 77-23 in her 5 seasons coaching Flint Northwestern. Now back where it all began in her hometown of Flint at a different school, Carman-Ainsworth, coaching the Cavaliers.
If you're a player for Carman-Ainsworth, that's just a basketball resume that you cannot deny. Try to soak up as much knowledge and information that you can, because that's somebody that coached and played on the professional and collegiate level. So if you're trying to go to the next level as a basketball player, her word is as good as any.
Anybody that's learned the game from someone like Pat Summit, someone you want to listen to. D.D. Smith with the ball at half court, in traffic, passes it out. Gets it to Armani Smith, looking back to the top of the floor, Sierra Robinson. Now it's passed over to Harmony Tucker. In the corner, Raven Guy lost the ball. Westfield Prep has it, still up for grabs. Here they come, here come the Warriors. Moorhead, corner, Marshall, no good. Just off, and rebounded by D.D. Smith. Westfield Prep still giving all the pressure. Here comes Robinson for Carman-Ainsworth. 4 minutes left in the third. D.D. Smith and the whistle's called.
That's just amazing defensive pressure. And by guess who again? Layla Marshall. She has very long arms and she's able to pressure the ball handler. She's able to get that ball back for Westfield Prep.
Long three-pointer. Layla Marshall off the back iron. Rebound, it's going to go to Carman-Ainsworth. Here's D.D. Smith. Past half court. 3-on-2 now. Westfield Prep catches up. Robinson in the corner. Back top of the key now. And over to the left side to Harmony Tucker. Tucker looks back to Raven Guy, right side. Not sure what's going to happen here. Now she's got to reset. Trying to get the ball to one of her guards to set up a play. Gets it to Harmony Tucker. Gets a couple of picks. Lost possession. They're going to call reach. Kaylin Moorhead thought she had it. So did Doc Cornell, the co-head coach for Westfield Prep. And that was, they let that go. That is a fast break, wide open, and almost a guaranteed 2 points.
Again, no need to reach. The ball is already on the ground. You see the guard almost on the ground herself. There's no need to try to reach for that ball. Make her turn the ball over.
Armani Smith inbounds it to D.D. Smith, now double teamed on the sideline. Escapes, drives the lane, puts it up and no good off the right iron and the backboard. Now here's a fast break. Here comes Westfield Prep. Lays it up left side and in. Sanaya Wilkes.
Wow, Sanaya Wilkes with some fancy up and under layup. Great footwork by the guard.
Harmony Tucker driving the lane, goes back out. Resets at top of the key, Sierra Robinson. Moorhead putting the pressure. Now here comes Layla Marshall and passed over to Harmony Tucker. Now back over to Robinson. Robinson's got some wide down low. It's Raven Guy. No, not going to get there in time. In the corner now, the guy. And pass to D.D. Smith.
When you're running a zone, you got to get back. That's really the only way that that's going to work.
Guy drives the lane, gets a friendly roll, and puts it in. 35 points now for Carman-Ainsworth, 29 for the Warriors of Westfield Prep. Here's Shemaya Reed. She's driving the lane. Euro steps again, puts it up, gets a friendly roll herself, and it's in. No foul call on either side.
Bodies hitting the floor. And Shemaya Reed once again in the middle of that action.
Pace picking up. Here's Sierra Robinson. She's double teamed. Looking for the open person. That's D.D. Smith. Now in the corner. 3 for Armani Smith. Oh, in and out. That would have been huge for Carman-Ainsworth. Fouls called now on the floor. Anya Riley gets the rebound. And Westfield Prep will keep the ball.
Love what I'm seeing out of Anaya Riley. Just able to corral that ball and not show the ball to the defender, but able to keep it up high and maintain a good triple threat position.
Layla Marshall had a huge first half, brings the ball up for Westfield Prep. Skip pass over left side, now top of the key to Sanaya Wilkes. She drives the lane, lost the ball, it's gonna be a foul. Westfield Prep again gonna keep the basketball off a reach by Carman-Ainsworth. Ball gets lost a little bit in the doorway behind the basket on the right side. And now we'll continue play. 2:03 to go in the third quarter. A 4-point game here at West Bloomfield. Passed up to the top to Sanaya Wilkes. Now corner. Layla Marshall for 3. Off the left iron. No good. Rebound by D.D. Smith. She lost it out of bounds. It's going back to Westfield Prep.
That's 4 straight misses from 3 from Layla Marshall. Might be the best three-point shooter on the court. Doesn't mean you have to take a 3 every time. Put some pressure on the glass, and why don't you drive a couple of those shots in?
Gone just ever so slightly cold in this third quarter. Marshall inbounds it, looking up top. Finally gets it off to Sanaya Wilkes, and now back in the corner to Marshall. Once again in that right corner, tempted but steps out. She'll reset the offense, guarded by Sierra Robinson. Now off left side, 3 for Sanaya Reed, no good. Rebounded by Westfield Prep and batted out of bounds. 2 players go after it. They both get a touch on the ball, and it bounces off their hands out of play. Now here comes Carman-Ainsworth. Sierra Robinson past half court. Running quickly, has a mismatch. It's batted out from behind her and out of bounds. Gonna stay right here with Carman-Ainsworth. Armani Smith will pass the ball in. Coming around is Harmony Tucker. They pass it instead to Armani Strozier. Strozier with the ball, 6'1". Got the size, passes it to Harmony Tucker. Outside, Armani Smith, pump fakes, drives the lane. Hop steps, no good. It's gonna be a whistle and a possession arrow. Gonna keep the ball with Flint Carman-Ainsworth. Every time there seems to be some contact there, these referees calling the whistle and calling a jump ball. The possession arrow got to be something in the back of the head of both these teams.
Tonight Wilkes thought she had possession of that ball, and she was able to rip it away.
Strozier now down to Harmony Tucker, deflected, and it's taken by Westfield Prep. Now they got a little bit of a jump. Carman-Ainsworth catches up, the ball is batted out of bounds. It'll stay here as that ball gets intended for Michaela Hines and goes over her head out of bounds.
You know, Michaela Hines, not the tallest player on the court. Not sure if you would want to throw it up so high. I think the bounce pass will do.
Hines, 4'11" sophomore. Getting her first action of the day here in the third quarter. Here's Layla Marshall. On the baseline, looking up top. Throws it up to Snia Wilkes. Uh-oh, lost her balance on the sideline, almost lost it. Reed now down in the paint, and it's batted out of the hands of Anaya Reed. Almost out of bounds. Now here's Carman-Ainsworth. Fast break. Robinson off the backboard. It's in.
Robinson able to just run down the court and outrun the defense. Such an athletic guard as she's able to attack the basket on that fast break.
Marshall bringing it up. Now Sanaya Reed's down. Slow to get back up. Walking on her own volition, but something happened there. A lot of contact here. Both these teams running up and down the floor. Playing aggressive on the defensive side of the ball. Not afraid to move the basketball. And we saw it in the first half. A lot of contact, particularly affecting Armani Strozier. Now coming back the other way on Shemaya Reed.
Shemaya Reed, she's such a physical player. She embraces the contact. Not the biggest guard in the world, but she's so tough, tough as nails. And I promise you, she's not going to want to stay out this game for long.
Marshall launches a long three off the right iron. Rebound by Carman-Ainsworth. 40 seconds left in the third quarter. 31 for Westfield Prep. Carman-Ainsworth 37. Harmony Tucker crossover driving outside Armani Smith. Lost possession but got it back. Now it's Strozier, top of the key, back a while. Tucker in the corner. Robinson for three. No good. Off the front iron. She gets the rebound. Off the backboard. No good. Rebound again, and it's in. Armani Smith puts it back. Now, 13 seconds to go. Under 10 for Westfield Prep. Here's Kaylin Moorhead, top of the key. Drives outside. Marshall lost it as she caught it. Now she launches a three. She got it! End of the third. Buzzer beater for Layla Marshall. Makes it a 5-point game as we head to the fourth.
Doesn't surprise me one bit that she took that shot. If you're as hot as she is throughout this whole game, you might as well take that from the parking lot.
15 points in the third quarter for Flint Carman-Ainsworth. On the other side, also 15 points. We tied in the third quarter with Westfield Prep, keeping this close, a 5-point game. And boy, has this been back and forth, just like our first game today in the early parts of our second game. Hope we'll continue to see such great basketball action. 3 more games after this one coming up. Got Grand Blanc and Williamston up next, coming up. And then followed by that, Belleville and Southfield A&T. And we'll cap it off tonight with the West Bloomfield Lakers going up against the Cass Tech Technicians. The Grand Blanc Williamston game will begin at 4 p.m. It's about a half hour as we wrap up this fourth quarter. We're going to start off the fourth quarter. My bad. 8 minutes remaining in this ball game. That's if one team can really just run away with it here. Carman-Ainsworth can kind of hold it at 5 points. But man, the way we're seeing this game go, it's wherever that momentum is in those last few minutes. And Westfield Prep hoping they've got it with a score about this close.
So Carman-Ainsworth doing exactly what they had to do. They're not flinching, and they're responding really well to some of these Westfield Prep runs. Westfield Prep just has to stay consistent.
Ball battled by the Warriors. They lost it. Carman-Ainsworth came down, put up a shot, lost possession. It's out of bounds, but it's going to stay here with Carman-Ainsworth. Sierra Robinson will inbound it.
What a block by number 23, Kaylin Moorhead. She's just been everything you want and more on the defensive end.
Inside the Strozier, she puts up, missed it, got her own rebound, using the size to her advantage. Now she gets fouled, misses the second shot, but she'll get 2 at the line. Armani Strozier, the 6'1" senior. 4-year varsity player, key leader on this team. Already got looks from the next level too. Already has a commitment to Bradley University. Committed in June, going to be playing for the Braves.
I can really understand her frustration. If you're looking at her face, she looks beat up. And that's just coming with it. When you're a bigger player, the refs aren't going to give you those calls, but as an official, you got to realize a foul is still a foul.
Both go down 42-34 now the score with 7:40 to play. Shemaya Reed past half court. Rolls to the left side. Kaylin Moorhead has it. Looking back, trying to reset that offense. Carman-Ainsworth holding them beyond the arc. Now here's Michaela Hines. Right side, gets it over to Sanaya Wilkes. Brings it back top of the key. Looks back to Hines. Down low. Backing it down. Oh, lost possession. Now it's back with Ashley Wright. Trying to hold it. It's rolling out of play. It goes out of play, and it's going to Carman-Ainsworth.
Quick hands by Armani Stroger. Amari Stroger is going to cause that turnover as she's ready to bring up the ball.
Stroger today wearing the 32 for Carman-Ainsworth, normally in the 15. Now it's Sierra Robinson. Left side guard closely by Hines. Back to Stroger. Guarded by Ashley Wright. The bigs handing the ball up top. Now, here's it's Raven Guy. Now Armani Smith has it. Pass in the corner, Robinson. It's Harmony Tucker. Harmony Tucker throws it up and whoa, right over the backboard out of play.
I would say nothing but net, but just hit nothing.
Now it's going to be Westfield Prep coming up the floor. Down 7 points, 6:45 to go in the ball game. Moorhead inbounds it to Shemaya Reed. This senior, 5'5", and Westfield Prep 0. On the left side, goes back top of the key. Looks down low to Moorhead. Moorhead skips back, lost the ball. It's on the ground. It's going to be a jump. Possession arrow's going to Carman-Ainsworth.
There was no need to do that between the legs. You already had the defenders up in the air with the jab step. That would have been an easy floater, or if you even wanted to try to get deeper inside the paint, that would have had a nice little layup and possibly drawn a foul. But when you're doing too much dribbling and you put the ball on the deck, that's when turnovers start to happen.
Inbound to Sierra Robinson. Now it's Harmony Tucker just off beyond the corner and the shoulder. Back to Robinson. Stroger at the top on the logo. Right side, Raven Guy with it. Gets a pick from Stroger. Driving, now back to Stroger on the pick and roll. Corner, Robinson for three. She got it! 3 points for Sierra Robinson. Makes it a double-digit game.
The unsung hero of this game, Sierra Robinson. Shaky first quarter.
Marshall looks to answer back. She got it too. Right back to single digits.
Layla Marshall said, hey, whatever you can do, I can do better. Right back at you with the three.
Stroger now getting pressure. She goes by. Now Carman-Ainsworth has the advantage. Here comes Stroger, knocked away by Sanaya Wilkes out of bounds.
You know, that sequence just seems to be this game in a nutshell. Just constant back and forth. If you make a mistake, other team's going to make a mistake. You score three. You score three. It's just constant action. Really entertaining ball game.
Robinson inbounds at corner. Harmony Tucker for three. Off the left iron. Rebound by Robinson. Robinson will reset it. The point guard for Carman-Ainsworth. Rolls to the right side on Moorhead. Looks like she was going for a pick. Now they just pass and get a pick by that way. Off the screen. Smith puts it up. Right backboard. No good. Rebounded. Ball up for possession again. It's going to be a jump ball. Now it's going to go to Westfield Prep. Not quite secured in both of those hands. Still kind of up for grabs and the whistle blows. Westfield Prep going to take over with 5:21 to go in the ball game. An inbound pass to Layla Marshall. Past half court. Marshall looking to right. Oh, she slips. Tanaya Jolly will have it. Slips on the floor. Whistle blows. We're going to have Carman-Ainsworth taking the ball now with 5:15 to go in the ball game.
Just looked like she just slipped. I'm not sure if it was a wet spot over there or not. Looks to see if the refs are checking that out.
They're standing right there, checking it out, slipping their feet on. Just looked like didn't have her feet quite under her. Now it's going to be Carman-Ainsworth. They throw it in. Armani Stroger. Over to Armani Smith. She lost possession, rolls off into the corner, out of bounds. It'll stay with Carman-Ainsworth with just over 5 minutes to play in the game.
Now, when you're running fast and you're really starting to get into your offense, you start to see those hands get a little bit aggressive for the ball.
Foley in the corner, they pass into Stroger, and she just throws it right off the backboard. Bounces off, no rim. Now it's lost. Back to Stroger. Left-hand layup, and it's in.
Her teammates do not give up on Stroger. You missed the ball, fine. All right, I got you right back for an easy deuce.
Oh, jump step for Shemaya Reed. Gets in the air, dribbles while in the air, puts it up, gets the foul call. She'll go back to the line with 4:53 to go. And Westfield Prep down 9, trying to make this a 7-point game once again.
Shamaya Reed just always slashing the basket. She got high on that hop
She
step.
did. Got some hops on her. Rolls off the front iron, bounces right off the front iron, no good. Remains 37-46 in favor of Flint Carman-Ainsworth.
Now see, this is when you need your best players to really deliver, especially at the free throw line. It's free for a reason.
Nothing's more fun in a close game than fundamentals. Puts them up. Reed off the front iron again. Rebound by Moorhead. She puts it up and in. I don't get two points. We'll get it somehow.
What an athlete she is. She just does every little thing that Westfield needs her to do.
That was intercepted. Here comes Shamaya Reed. Got some open floor. Again, Euro step off the backboard. No good. Gets a rebound. Puts it up. Gets a friendly bounce. It's in.
And she's talking her stuff now. She's feeling it. She's real fired up.
5-point game. Now here comes Carman-Ainsworth driving into the corner to Raven Guy. Now she's cornered. Reaching for the ball. Westfield Prep. Knocked loose. Westfield Prep knocks it away. It's going to stay with Flint Carman-Ainsworth. Got chippy there. Everyone's going for the ball, and it just rolled out of bounds. And luck in favor of Carman-Ainsworth there. Robinson inbounds at the Strozier, uses her height to her advantage. Now in the corner, Harmony Tucker. Back out to Strozier.
And you
Goes
don't
from the
see
left
Shamaya
three.
Reed back down. She is taking on the challenge despite the physical differences.
Robinson in the corner now to Raven Guy. Another double team picking up as Marshall is there. She gets nutmegged, throws it back out to Sierra Robinson. Robinson now driving the lane. Corner, Raven Guy for 3. She got it! Raven Guy makes it an 8-point game with just under 4 to play. Here comes Shamaya Reed for Westfield Prep.
Seems as if no matter how close Westfield gets, it just seems to always go back to an 8-point game.
Moorhead throws it in the corner to Hines. Hines driving the lane, gets blocked. Now here comes Carman-Ainsworth. Robinson gonna reset, saw the mismatch. Makes a heads-up play. She's getting double teamed, throws it, almost backcourt. Strozier fell on the arm again. Moorhead wide open layup, and she'll get it. And make it a 6-point game. 3:24 to go in this contest. Here comes Carman-Ainsworth. Full court press from Westfield Prep. Robinson, ball deflected, just almost out of bounds for Harmony Tucker, and she steps on the line. It's whistled, but no, timeout. Heads up timeout by Tanya Edwards, as Harmony Tucker was in a bad spot there on the sideline. Her foot maybe a quarter inch away from hitting that sideline and them losing possession at a key time. And heads up timeout.
Great timeout by Tanya Edwards. She was going to be a turnover either way. She dropped the ball, picked it back up, and then she stepped out of bounds. Great timeout just to get her team gathered, calm down. You still have the lead. Just try to run your offense and come out of this game with a win.
The nerves present on both sides. A 6-point game with 3:13 to go. Westfield Prep anxious. They got to make a stop here, keep this game close. Make a stop, put some points on the board, apply more pressure to Carman-Ainsworth. And for the 7-0 Cavaliers, coming from Flint, not get too ahead of themselves there. Not be too eager to move the ball down the floor and cause these errant passes that can give Westfield Prep an opportunity, especially the way they've been shooting the ball of late, getting the ball into the paint, getting it down low and making things happen.
If I'm Tanya Edwards right now, I'm really emphasizing the point that, hey, this other team is trying to catch up to you. You have the lead. They want to try to turn you over and play to their game. Right now, you're just trying to make sure that you're maintaining the possession of the basketball, and then you're making smart basketball plays and only taking the shots that the defense is giving you.
3:13 to go. Armani Smith passes it into Robinson. Guarded closely by Hines. Robinson to Strozier, top of the key.
Behind you, drop.
Mismatch with Strozier guarded by Shamaya Reed. Now Dee Dee Smith has the ball. Robinson looking at the top of the key. Throws it to Armani Smith. Ball's back up. It's stolen by Moorhead. 1-on-2. Moorhead on Robinson. Backboard. Just bounces out. Now Moorhead goes and tries to get it again. They're going to call a reach. Carman-Ainsworth going to take this over. The crowd can't believe it. Oh, man, Moorhead just got her hand on the ball, knocked it loose. Maybe a little incidental contact, and Doc Cornell, the co-coach for Westfield Prep, cannot believe it. Not happy with that one.
I'm going to have to side with Doc on this one.
Yeah.
That looked like the ball was jarred loose before they even bumped into each other. It just looked like two players going for the basketball, but That's just how the whistle blows in this situation.
High school basketball, no instant replay. A foul is called there. Now Carman-Ainsworth in the bonus. They're going to go to the line. Sierra Robinson up 6 points. Robinson misses off the back irons. Rebounded by Shemaya Reed. Reed up the floor. Got a mismatch. Going to reset. Now she's staying aggressive. Driving the lane. Euro step. Off the left side. It's in. Shemaya Reed.
Ice in her veins. The fourth quarter, she comes up to deliver for her team once again.
Dee Smith up the floor. Now the Raven guy. Right side. Sierra Robinson. She's double teamed. Under pressure. Looking for the ball. And a whistle call. Timeout. Oh man, the aggression on the defensive side, the hustle. Possession arrow is in the favor of Westfield Prep, and they'll have the ball off the jump. Moorhead, left side. Shemaya Reed gets the ball, jump, step in, and she puts it up, no good.
Shemaya Reed, you gotta get up. You can't stay on the floor forever.
Raven guy with the basketball, passes it back to Sierra Robinson, the Strozier left side. Strozier driving the lane, 2-on-1, has the size advantage, lays it up and it goes out. No good, it rolls out, gets bounced off the fingers and out of bounds, but it'll stay right here with Carman-Ainsworth with $1:54 to go in the game. 45 Westfield Prep, 49 Flint Carman-Ainsworth. Robinson gonna inbound it, looking for Dee Smith, now throws out the Strozier in the right corner. Top of the three, right side Raven guy, driving the lane, bounce pass to Dee Smith down low. Smith looking outside, Raven guy thinks about it, doesn't put it up. Keeps it on the ground, looking to reset, deflected off Marshall, it'll stay with Robinson. Now it's Armani Strozier in the 32, driving the baseline. Using her size, passes it out. Smith in the corner, Raven guy for three, airballed. Shemaya Reed has it, open floor, Slim Marshall. It's good. Oh, yes it is. 2-point game, 1:18 to go. Here comes Carman-Ainsworth. Robinson, double team in the backcourt. Gets it to Dee Smith. Smith, top of the key, rolling right side. Still at it. Has to reset, goes back, still double team. Oh, gets bumped. Just ever so slightly bumped by Sanaya Wilkes. A foul is called. The Cavaliers are in the bonus. So now we're going to see this go to the charity stripe. Carman-Ainsworth now getting a chance to get some separation with 1:05 to play.
Maybe using this time at the line to get a breather. It looks like those legs are starting to get heavy on that Westfield Prep trap.
Smith off the back iron on the 1-on-1, no good, rebounded. Here comes Westfield Prep. 3-on-2. Reed. Oh, up and in! No, stop, it's tied! 55 to go! Here comes Dee Smith on the right side, double team. Passes down low, Armani Smith, it's up and in. Carman-Ainsworth up 2. Now here comes Westfield Prep, 42 to go.
Right now you gotta be very smart with this possession. Oh.
Marshall for three. Oh, in and out, no good. Here's Carman-Ainsworth. Dee Smith has it, intercepted by Rayo Marshall, whistle on the floor. It's gonna stay with Carman-Ainsworth. A foul is called on Anaya Riley.
Oh my God, what a game this is.
All the way back, the pendulum going back and forth. 31.4 to play in this contest. At least in regulation, it's a 2-point game. Carman-Ainsworth 51. Westfield Prep 49. Off the foul again in the bonus. Carman-Ainsworth and Dee Smith will get 2 potentially at the line. Up 2 with 31 seconds to play. Smith hits the first. It's a 3-point game now. 52 points for the Cavs. 49 for Westfield Prep and their Warriors. Carman-Ainsworth looking to make this a 2-possession game off this free throw from Dee Smith, another 4-year varsity player for Carman-Ainsworth.
Now if you're Westfield Prep on a miss, you do not need a 3, just get a quick 2. Try to foul again, then you might want to take the clock down so you can have that last shot. Dictate the game and dictate the pace.
Smith puts it up, it's good. It's a 4-point game with 31 to play. Inbound pass to Shemaya Reed, 30 seconds left. Past half court, Reed driving, steps back at the top of the key, looking for a play. She has it open in the corner, no, So keep the ball. Nia Riley now. Jumper from 2. It's good. 17 seconds to go. Timeout. And now Carman-Ainsworth and Westfield Prep gonna talk this over. Wide open player in the corner for Shamaya Riley. She had Kaylin Moorhead right there. Still makes a nice pass, gets it to Anaya Riley. Puts it off the dribble, mid-range shot. That's right in her range. Good shot, puts it up, puts it in. It's a 2-point game, and now it all comes down to the Westfield Prep defense to make a stop and get the ball back in these next 16 seconds.
And it was almost smart how they handled that possession. They were able to get a shot within 6 seconds. You didn't take too much time off the clock. You still have 16 seconds left. You're down by 2. Right now you want to get a quick foul, and on the miss you want to push the tempo. Or you can handle it another way. You could take it down to the last shot, maybe go for 3, win the ball game, or take it to overtime. Either way, you want to make sure that you're not taking any dumb shots and making any bad decisions.
Keep in mind the possession arrow is in favor of Flint Carman-Ainsworth. These referees, this particular officiating crew, has been keen to call those jump balls on those contested plays. Right now, possession arrow will remain with Carman-Ainsworth. There is a possibility in that pressure situation with these double teams, but likely going to want to send Carman-Ainsworth back to the line. They've had some struggles here late in the game at the charity stripe. Make them earn it, or at least keep it at the best, a 3-point game. Inbound pass to Dee Dee Smith. She's fouled by Layla Marshall. That's exactly what Dave Mann, Doc Cornell, and company want from their girls with 15 seconds to go. 2 shots at the line. Dee Dee Smith once again. She missed both a couple possessions ago. Last time, 2 times ago at the line. Last time made both to make it a 4-point game. Now it's a 2-point game. 15 seconds to play. Smith at the stripe. First one's up, and it is good. It's a little bit of iron, but all net. Makes it a 3-point game with 15 seconds left. 54 Carman-Ainsworth, 51 Westfield Prep. One more shot for Dee Dee Smith. She puts it up. It is in. It's good.
Westfield Prep, you still have time.
Here's Shamaya Riley. Shamaya Reed, my bad, up the floor. Has possession of the ball. 3-pointer. She's driving the lane. Puts it up. And then good. 9 seconds left. Another timeout for Dave Mann and company on Westfield Prep. And Carman-Ainsworth going to talk it over again. Now, you got to consider same strategy, or are you putting pressure on the inbound, putting pressure on potential ball handlers, and maybe trying to get that ball out of the hands of Dee Dee Smith, who's now caught up in her free throw ability.
Well, either way, you still want to put pressure on the inbound, just because of the fact that you don't want to let them take as much time away from the clock. At the end of the day, you're trying to play this strategically, so you want to have as much time on the clock so you can maybe get a quick 3, maybe even draw a play to find somebody open. Now, with that being said, do you still want to go for the steal? Absolutely. But at the end of the day, if they get the ball, foul immediately.
9 seconds left in this contest. Westfield Prep, 53. Flint Carman-Ainsworth, 55. Gonna come down to the last couple possessions here. It's been back and forth all second half. Westfield Prep came all the way back, tied this game up. A couple nice possessions for Flint Carman-Ainsworth and started hitting their free throws. Now they got the 2-point advantage. 11 seconds, not 15, not 9, 11.1 to go in this ball game. Armani Strozier will pass it in. Looks for Smith, gets it inbounded instead to Robinson. Now they're playing keep away, 8 seconds left.
Not sure.
Gotta get to the ball. And finally, they get a wrap on Strozier. They're not gonna call it. 2 seconds left. 1, time expires. Carman-Ainsworth takes a thriller at the MLK Laker Classic. Just could not get to the ball handler at the end. Westfield Prep, Carman-Ainsworth with great takeaway, and ultimately comes out 8-0, but man, oh man, did Westfield Prep make this interesting here at Westfield High School late in this ball game. Final score in the third of 6 games today, Carman-Ainsworth 55, Westfield Prep 53.
Coach Tanya Edwards had one trick up her sleeve as she was able to keep, play takeaway, as you pointed out. Let the time expire.
Yeah.
And honestly, just drain out the clock. Not really sure why Westfield Prep did not foul. Maybe they were going for the steal. I'm not sure, but man, you got to really look at this game as a tough one to lose, especially with such a winnable game, beating a great team.
3 excellent ball games so far here at West Bloomfield High School. Riverview and Groves kicked it off at 11. We had a more lopsided game in the second round of ball games today with Lake Orion and Detroit Renaissance. Renaissance running away with that one, and an absolute classic. A my classic here. Westfield Prep 53, Carman-Ainsworth 55. Final score, next game coming up, Blanc and Williamston in about 10 minutes, 4 o'clock tip-off here at West Bloomfield High School. We'll take a break. You're watching the MLK Laker Classic on My Michigan TV.
So this morning I would like to use as a subject Paul's letter to American Christians. Paul's letter to American Christians. I would like to share with you an imaginary letter from the pen of the Apostle Paul. The postmark reveals that it comes from the island of Crete. And after noticing and opening the letter, I discovered that it was written in ill-formed, sprawling Greek. And at the top of the letter was this request: read to the people when they assemble themselves together, and pass on to the other churches. I have labored with the translation for several days. At times it has been difficult, but now I think I have its substance. And if in giving this letter the content sounds strangely Kingian rather than Paulinian, attributed to my lack of objectivity rather than Paul's lack of clarity, it is quite miraculous indeed that the Apostle Paul should be writing a letter to you and me 1900 years after his last letter appeared in the New Testament. How that is possible, I do not know, and I do not really care. The important thing is that I can imagine Paul speaking to us in 1956, speaking to American Christians, and here is the letter as it stands before me. I, an apostle of Jesus Christ, through the will of God, to you who are in America, grace and peace be unto you through our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. I had longed to be able to come to see you. I have heard of you and what you are doing. I have heard of the fascinating and astounding advances that you have made in the scientific and the material realms. I have heard of your aeroplanes, and I have heard about the fact that through your scientific genius, you have been able to dwarf distance and place time in change. Yes, you have been able to carve highways through the stratosphere. And so in your world, you have made it possible to eat breakfast in London, England, and lunch in New York City. I have heard about your skyscraping buildings, with their towers steeping heavenward as if to bathe their peaks in the lofty blue.
I have heard of your great medical science and all of your advances in the medical realm. And so you have been able to cure many dread plagues and diseases, and thereby to prolong your life and bring about greater security and physical well-being. All of that is wonderful. You can do things now that could not be done in the Greco-Roman world of my day. You can make journeys now in one day that it took me 3 months to make. That is wonderful. You have gone a long, long way in material advances. But America, I am wondering, as I look at you from afar, whether or not you have gone as far in the spiritual and moral realm. It seems to me, America, that although you have advanced scientifically and materially, you lag behind spiritually and morally. Your poet Thoreau used to talk about improved means to an unimproved end. And how often that is true, you have allowed the material means by which you live to outdistance the spiritual ends for which you live. You have allowed your mentality to outrun your morality. You have allowed your civilization to outdistance your culture. Yes, America, you go very high in the spiritual realm. In the material realm. But how far have you gone in the moral realm? Through your scientific genius, you have been able to make of the world a neighborhood. But through your moral and spiritual genius, you have failed to make of it a brotherhood. And what does it profit a man? As that same Lord said, that same Lord that met me on the Damascus road, what does it profit a man to gain the whole world of means, aeroplanes, subways, and all the skyscraping buildings, and lose the end, the soul? So, America, I would urge you to seek to bring your spiritual advances up to your material advances. I am impelled also to write you concerning the tremendous responsibilities confronting Christians attempting to live in a sub-Christian age. Yes, I had to do that, for I had to live in an unchristian world. And every Christian has a basic responsibility to live a Christian in an unchristian world. They tell me that there are some among you, even in the churches, who give their ultimate allegiance to the patterns of the world. They want to be accepted socially. They are not afraid to be ostracized, and so they conform to the patterns of the world. They live by some such philosophy as this: everybody is doing it, so it must be all right. And so often in your age, right has become merely something of taking a Gallup poll of the majority opinion. How many are living like that? How many people are giving their ultimate allegiance to this way? But America, may I say to you, as I said to the Roman church, be ye not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind. And may I also say to you that you have a dual citizenry. You have a twofold citizenry. You are not only a citizen of this world, but you are a citizen of another world. You live both in time and eternity, both in heaven and earth. And you must come to see that although it is true that you live now in the colony of time, you must always take your orders from the empire of eternity. You must come to see that, America, that your ultimate allegiance is not to the government,
not to the state, not to the nation, but your ultimate allegiance is to God, and sometimes it's necessary to speak out against the state in order to stand up with God. Oh, America, will you come to see this? But not only that, America, I have read some of your psychology. And I hear you talking a great deal about maladjustment. It is the ringing cry of the child psychologist, maladjusted. And certainly nobody wants to be maladjusted. Everybody wants to be adjusted. But America, I want to call upon you, if you're going to be followers of Christ, to be maladjusted. I never intend, America, to adjust myself to some things, and I hope you will never adjust to it. In an age amazingly adjusted to war, I call upon you to be maladjusted. In an age amazingly adjusted to imperialism and colonialism, I call upon you to be maladjusted. In an age amazingly adjusted to hate and malice, I call upon you to be maladjusted. My plea to you in America is to be maladjusted. I understand that you have a great economic system in America that you call capitalism. And through that economic system, you have been able to do wonders. You have been able to build up the richest nation in the world. And through that system, you have been able to build up the greatest productive system that the world has ever known. And all of that's fine. But America, that is the danger, that you will misuse your capitalism. I'm not an economist, and I cannot criticize your economic system from the point of view of the economist, but I can criticize it from a moral point of view. And I still contend, America, that money can be the root of all evil, that money can lead one to live a life of gross materialism. And I'm worried that too many people in America are more concerned about making a living than making a life. Yes, America, money can lead to exploitation. And so often you have done that. For they tell me that 1/10 of 1% of the population controls more than 50% of the wealth. Oh, America, how you've taken necessities from the masses to give luxuries to the classes. Your capitalism can be used very well. You can use it to wipe poverty from the face of the earth. You can use it to lift the whole level of humanity. You can lift it to make mankind come to the point that it is destined to come to. Your wealth can be used to a noble end. You have it at your disposal. Use it for that, America. Oh, I would that I could be with you. I would that I could say to you face to face what I am trying to say to you in writing. How I long to be with you. But let me rush on and say something about the church. I must say to you once more, as I have said so often before, that the church is the body of Christ. And in the body of Christ there can be no division. In the body of Christ there can be no disunity. But I'm disturbed about America and what is happening there concerning the body of Christ. They tell me that in America you have within Protestantism more than 256 denominations. And the tragedy of America is not so much that you have more than 256 denominations, but the fact that all of these denominations are warring against each other and trying to make it appear that they have the only truth. And oh, this narrow sectarianism, this narrow denominationalism is destroying the unity of the church. America, you must come to see that God is not a Baptist, that God is not a Methodist, that God is not an Episcopalian. God is bigger than any of our denominations. You must come to see, America, that all of this is man-made. But even as I look at Roman Catholicism, I'm disturbed about that because it stands out also with an arrogance.
Welcome back, everybody, to the MLK Laker Classic on My Michigan TV, right here in West Bloomfield at West Bloomfield High School. And we got another matchup for you. This is game number 4 of 6 games of this tournament, and we've got another good one. from the Saginaw Valley Conference, it is Grand Blanc, the Bobcats, coming in with a record of 6-3. And now the Capital Area Activities Conference Red Division, it is the Hornets of Williamston High School. I'm John Snow with you on the call. Alongside is Xander Woods. Xander, all the games thus far this tournament have been outstanding, especially that last one, a come-from-behind close game between Carman-Ainsworth and Westfield Prep, and we're in a treat for another one here tonight.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You know, we're talking about Grand Blanc. Just look for a ton of threes. Shooters all over the court. Great three-point shooting. And then we're talking about Williamston Hornets. They are a very aggressive team and a team that loves to get downhill and in transition and make you make mistakes so they can get the ball out and score easy points in fast break.
More games even to come in this tournament on Martin Luther King Day. Happy Martin Luther King Day to everybody out there that's watching. This game's also available on Civic Center TV, also on YouTube, and any of your mobile devices with the mobile app. West Bloomfield High School, a magnificent host. Of course, their team could be playing later on against Cass Tech and the Technicians.
And now for the starting lineup.
As they announce the starting lineups for both teams. West Bloomfield's team won the state championship last year, so they have definitely earned the right in this magnificent venue here at this high school.
For the Bobcats, number 3.
Okay, both these teams coming in with pretty good winning records. Williamston at 7-4 and Grand Blanc at 6-3. Both these teams coming long ways to this venue for this really great tournament, along with a lot of other teams that have traveled quite a ways to come out here and display their talents. And a variety of different leagues and conferences. And we have seen a lot of great action. This is the future of women's athletics.
For the Bobcats, number 22, Jada McCree.
Starters are being announced. Grand Blanc, Elle Phillips, Chelsea Bishop, Raven McQueen, Jada McCree, and Malaya Brown. And on the other side for Williamston, Reese Guyton, Claire Cassidy, Leisha Newell, May Pelager, and Addison Feig. Just about underway. Game number 4 of 6 games. It's been an outstanding day of basketball action. Reese Guyton against Malaya Brown. Tip-off is underway. And it's won by the Hornets. Williamston in their white uniforms today, and Grand Blanc in their black road uniforms. As Cassidy trying to dump it off. Guyton trying to pass it off. Ball is knocked loose again. It's still low to around. But it's the Bobcats that come away with it. And they'll hand it off, and Malaya Brown will get things going for Grand Blanc. Back up top the key for Raven McQueen. Slowing things down. The Hornets have got that perimeter really secure. They go to the corner. Elle Phillips. Back up top of the key again for Jada McCree. Working 1v1 and hands it off. Over Queen again, inside the paint, spin, move around, off the glass, rebound, put back up and in by Chelsea Bishop, and that's how this game gets going.
Going to stay on the offensive board. Chelsea Bishop, bigger guard, but able to get her hands on the ball into the paint, get the first points of the game.
Cassie will hand it off, and a quick kick out to the corner. 3-ball coming, and it goes right through the net, off the hands of Addison Feig. So Feig with the long ball there.
What to expect from this Grand Blanc team, Williamston, straight shooting every time.
So back around the perimeter they go. Williamston in sort of a person-to-person matchup style defense. Over to Brown, back up top, And now around the perimeter. And now drive to the basket, an aggressive one off the grass, and it just rolls off. It will stay with Grand Blanc. An aggressive drive.
You've seen 2 drives so far by Raven McQueen. Just hasn't been able to get the ball in. Just needs a little nicer touch on that glass.
Another drive to the basket, and that one rolls in off the fingertips of Malayla Brown.
Layla Brown, only a sophomore starting. You can see how much talent and potential she has.
They try to feed down low, ball is loose, and it's still knocked away. And it is Guyton that comes up with it. And another drive inside the paint, makes contact, and she will go to the line to shoot. Here's Guyton, a junior starter. And they called the foul on the floor, so this will be an inbound play. They do inbound it. Guyton again will hand it off to Cassie, but she is called for the travel. We go the other way.
Cassie took one too many steps on the dribble handoff. Likely looking to get a little deeper position in the paint.
Malayla Brown bringing it up. Hands it off to Chelsea Bishop. Now McCree. Working around the perimeter, lost it for a minute, was Bishop. So back and forth we go. Now a drive to the basket by Brown, and that one goes off the glass and in. So patiently waiting, and then a good drive to the basket there.
Coach Mike McKay, nice little perimeter action that you're seeing here. And you're able to see your playmakers get inside the paint and penetrate the defense. And then, as you can see, Malayla Brown is able to lay it off the glass for a nice floater. Her second basket of the game.
Guyton, really great pressure defense. And the 5-second clock went off, so that would be a turnover. Was not able to penetrate inside the perimeter in time. Now McCree will bring things up. A couple of turnovers for the Hornets thus far in the start. Grand Blanc has been able to really capitalize on it. Now he thought about a 3. Now to the corner for Bishop. Drive down the baseline. Now a kick out. Things will reset. McQueen will hand things off. Grand Blanc is playing very slow, trying to strike. Around the perimeter they go. Bishop. And now McQueen, spin around move, off the glass, off the iron. Foul is called, and this will be on the floor. Foul is going to be called on Addison Fee.
McCree just a little too, McQueen a little too high in the post when you're setting up that spin move, where she didn't seem to have her feet together when she was going up with that. Maybe she could have sold that jab step a little bit harder and then gotten deeper into the paint before she decided to lay it up.
They kick out the top of the key again. Jada McCree off the screen. Now kick out. Brown, pull-up jumper off the iron.
First miss for Brown of the day. She's 2 for 3. Good efficient score so far.
Claire Cassie picked up her dribble, was a bit trapped, and from behind, Brown. And because the possession was taken to the ground, Mike McKay had to call a timeout when they had possession. Almost a fear of like they were going to travel there by coming up.
You have just a little bit of friendly fire caused the miscue. Luckily, they were able to call a timeout before anything was called.
6-3 is the score thus far, and we're only at about 5 minutes worth within this contest. So low-scoring affair, and you got to think, Grand Blanc, the way they're playing, they're killing the clock a lot, and then they're able to take good drives to the basket. That's how they've been playing thus far.
Well, yeah, when you're looking at a team like Grand Blanc, and you're starting to see that they're running their offensive sets really slow, what they're pretty much saying is that they're going to dictate the game at their own pace. Now, if you're Williamston, you might want to try to rush them up and make them rush their offensive sets just so you can maybe get them a little discombobulated before they run their offense.
It's so difficult to run a game at your own pace after all the fast-paced work that we saw thus far in this tournament within the first 3 games.
Oh, my goodness, man.
It almost has a weird feeling like everything just slowed down.
And And it's just normal basketball, but everything we're so used to just bang, 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 fast-paced scoring in and out as we see Michaela Brown go in for her second attempt inside the restricted area.
Quick pull-up shot, and that one goes through. Off the bench is Anna Juddick. So off the bench and an impact.
This is a jump shooting team. And I like this small ball lineup by Coach Cool, able to spread the floor and make sure that everybody can touch the ball before they get a shot.
Outside the perimeter, they go to the corner. 3-ball try by Elle Phillips is no good.
Didn't even touch iron on that one as number 10, Claire Casey's able to secure it and clear it out.
Nearly taken away from behind. And she is called for the travel. That was Reese Guyton.
Reese Guyton did not have to pick up the dribble. It seemed like she had a clear lane. With her length, it would have been a nice attack at the rim.
Some more subs coming in. Alicia Newell also off the bench as well. She's number 11 for Williamston. She made the rebound in that last possession. Chelsea Bishop, top of the key. Feeds McCree. McCree, she'll take a 3-ball off the heel. Picked up by Guyton. In the middle of a transition, down low, feeds Newell, and that's the finish.
Nice fundamental bounce pass. She saw the teammate open, didn't want to throw it a little too early before the defender, waited for the defender to hedge over a little bit to the left, and now that creates an opening on the left lane for the easy layup.
We're under 2 minutes left to play in this first quarter. Low scoring and a lot of time killing. Bobcats are really sticking to their game plan. Just kill the clock and score.
One thing's for sure, they are going to play their game. They're not going to let you speed them up, and they're not going to let you take the game out of their hands.
They find themselves down, though, in the corner. Brown thought about it. Inside the paint, kick out. Phillips now will take it inside the paint. Off-balance shot, it's no good. Rebounded by Newell.
Ugly-looking shot. Might want to just get your hands a little bit under it before you decide to go up with that.
Another takeaway. Now a pull-up jumper try. Misses the mark. Rebound by Phillips, and that one will go up and in. Count it, and a foul.
Might have missed the last layup, but she was able to quickly make up for it by getting the offensive rebound and then putting it right back up and able to get the contact on that one.
Elle Phillips really making a name for himself in this starting lineup. She's a 5'5" freshman, and she's a regular everyday starter. So this is an impressive sight for this Grand Blanc team. As we get a violation here, and it was Chelsea Bishop that crossed over the line first even before her teammate could get a shot off. So no three-point play, but that will give the Bobcats a lead with 1 minute left to go in this first quarter of play. Williamston not playing clock keepers, but they're trying to at least act fast. Cassie into the corner, now back to her. Heavy pressure, and they will call a foul on Malayla Brown.
Malayla Brown, little too excited off that pressure. Just needed to stay square and keep her shoulders in front of the offensive player. No need to reach in when you're already in such a good guarding position.
Tia Forden also checks in for Williamston as well. Now the ball is loose on the floor. It's still loose at the scramble for it, and a missed pass. And now Phillips, open space, and finishes up the layup. So after a loose ball, that was just going all over the place.
Nice effort right there by number 21, Raven McQueen, able to set up her teammate, Ella Phillips, for a nice looking layup.
Bishop was able to knock that one out of bounds. Clock stops at 19.9 left to go. So Williamston with the inbound from the sideline. The inbound to Fortin. Cassie gives Fortin again. Fortin inside the paint, one step in and off the heel and in.
That's just a little too easy. If you're Graham Blake, you want to put a little bit more pressure on the ball handler, making sure she's not getting such an easy lane. Put a body on her.
One last shot opportunity, and it's way short. So after 1 quarter of play, low-scoring affair in Grand Blanc, they did play clock keeper for a big time. They managed to kill the clock a lot and put up some decent numbers. They find themselves up by 1. It's 10-9.
Now, they did manage that quarter well, obviously, as you can see with the lead, but sometimes you don't want to play to one style the whole game, just like how we saw in the last game where we see both teams playing extremely fast and not being able to slow down. This is almost the opposite case where you're playing so slow. Sometimes you're going to be able to speed up and be used to that defensive pressure. So just a lot to look for. Maybe Coach McKay, he'll be able to discuss some types of offensive sets for Grand Blanc as they head into the second.
There's only so much time in which you can kill, but if time is not on your side, then they're going to have to really pick up the pace if they find themselves down by plenty.
Yeah, this team,
yeah,
right.
There's about in-game changes, whether it's their defensive style or their offensive style. You've got to make changes in order to win games, regardless of the score and what your original game plan was.
I'll say this. This is a team that is built to play up. They're not really necessarily built to play down, as you can see, as they're trying to control the game. And they still do have that 1-point lead to their credit. At the same time, it's a little early, so we may be able to see more from them as we get into the game.
Second quarter about to start. And it will be Grand Blanc to have first possession of the second quarter. Bobcats up by 1, 10-9. This is the Martin Luther King Laker Classic on My Michigan TV. We're in West Bloomfield, Michigan. L. Phillips has a couple buckets in this game. Brings it up, gives it away to Brown, now gives it away to McCree, now back to Phillips. All the way across with some space, a long three, just off the mark, rebound, put back up and in. Great work there by Raven McQueen.
Raven McQueen just not giving up on the play, able to just reach over the offensive player on the box out and just snag that away as she puts it up for an offensive point. We like to call garbage points. Get them any way you can.
Down low, Thorne got rejected by Bishop.
Oh, such a great defensive stance. No need to try to make the block, just keeping her hands straight up, and she gets that block that time.
All the way across, McQueen. Bounce pass all the way across. That was a long bounce pass and a dangerous one. But it finds McCree, now all the way back to Bishop. And this is what Grand Blanc continues to do, work around the perimeter, kill the clock, and then score on their opportunities. Now quickly around. Off the screen, now in the paint, Bishop. A good drive to the basket, and it results in a finish.
What's so good about working the ball around the perimeter, you're able to get the matchups that you want. And so as you can see, Chelsea Bishop, she's able to take advantage of a slower defender and get an easy layup in.
That one was knocked out of bounds by McQueen. It will be an inbound play for the Hornets as we get a quick substitute in. Elisa Newton checks in, and Mia Palaunator goes to the bench. So quickly in. Newell got tipped. Thornton goes hard to the basket, and she's going to go to the line. So it pays off in that aggressive drive by Tia Thornton.
See, by Bishop, last time, if you looked at her defensive stance, she kept her hands up. She did not move. This time, she got a little too antsy, wanting the block, and she ended up actually wiping the player across her face. Now she's going to the free throw line. Making sure that you're keeping a good defensive position is always key.
Fortin, a sophomore in her first year at the varsity level. That one's off the heel. You see all this young talent coming up within their first years. You also have a few more first-year sophomores in Anna Judith. First-year varsity junior Addison Feig, and a bunch of others. And Newell actually missed all of last year due to injury, so this is her first official year at the varsity level. Fortin is 1 for 2. 10-14. The Hornets trying to get back in it. Defense has really got their work cut out for them if Grand Blanc continues to cut out a lot of this clock. And it's almost like the Bobcats are trying to bait them to come out and give pressure. That way they expose the underside inside the paint. Just patiently waiting around. McCree gives away to Brown. Now into the corner from McQueen. Brown thought about it. Working away around the perimeter. Now McCree through traffic just rolls off. Now Williamston the other way. Claire Cassie gets past half court, all the way into the corner. Newell drive down the baseline, lost the handle, and somehow McQueen was able to get it down. Now all the way down on the fast break. Phillips lost the handle, but she is called for the travel.
Blanc getting a little cold in this quarter. Haven't scored since the first. It's almost with 3 minutes into the second. Maybe want to run a set to try to get somebody open.
And this style of play has really benefited them, in which they haven't really had a lot of points over the 50 mark. A lot of their margins of victory are within single digits. And that one goes out of bounds if it stay with the Hornets. This team does not score a lot of points. They kill a lot of clock and then score. And you see the average between the 35 and 45 mark of points throughout this entire year.
So they are a really good defensive team to their credit. So strategically, it's smart to try to drain clock and then dictate your pace. So there's two ways to that argument as well.
Ball loose on the floor, was given away. Now it quickly in transition. A little bit of contact, missed the layup, was Bishop. Ball still loose. And again, Williamston comes away with it. So a couple of miscues on Williamston's part, but then Graham Blanc couldn't handle the pass break. Inside, Newell quickly up and it rolls off.
Oh, wow, it looks like a player's shoe came off.
That's McCree's shoe that fell off. She's able to put it back on.
Able to laugh that one off.
But because of that, the 10-second mark went off, and they did not get it past half court.
Hey, your shoe falls off, got to keep playing. You're not going to get any sympathy from the refs.
So an unfortunate turnover there by the Bobcats as they hold on to a 4-point lead. Back in comes Maya Palmeter, rather. They get past half court this time, all the way across into the corner, being trapped. Claire Cassie now back in. Kick out, 3-ball coming just off the mark. Kept in play. It's still loose. McQueen, oh! Ugly fall right there. Appears none of the worse.
I was about to say, it looked like her knee pretty much hit the deck pretty hard. Aggressive player.
Looks like hit more of the elbow than anything. Appears none worse for the matter. So under 5 minutes left to go. A low-scoring affair. 14-10. The Bobcats are on top. It's almost like this style of playing is not concerning about how much they score. It's basically the fact that they do score and they rely on their defense so much. Pull-up 3 by Brown. It's off the mark. Now the Hornets will have possession coming back the other way. Claire Cassie back into the corner. Now down low for Newell. And now cutting in front was Bishop, and another turnover. Off the hands of McCree. And it's another turnover, and we go back and forth.
I'd like to see Williamston kind of move the ball a little bit better around the perimeter as well, just to try to get those shooters open, like number 5, Reese Gayton.
Guy inbounded to Claire Cassie. Inside off the fingertips, and another takeaway by Bishop.
Pass was just a little bit over the head of her teammate. I know she would like to have that one back, and she had a wide open layup as she was cutting.
So they reset, and they play to their style. Kill the clock. Quick substitute in. Lauren Piscopink checks in for the Bobcats. Now McQueen. Top of the key, she'll take the 3-ball shot. Off the mark, rebounded by Guyton.
Not a bad shot, not the shot that she want necessarily her taking as well. You kind of want to see her settle a little bit deeper into the paint, and she's able to score and maybe operate a little better offensively there.
Inside the paint, a kick out. Cassie thought about it, now underneath. A dangerous pass and another takeaway, another steal by Bishop.
Well, that was a time of a little bit too much overpassing. You had a nice shot off the step back, and you were able to create some type of separation.
3-ball off the heel, off the attempt by McCree. They're showing pressure of the half court, and again, they got to pass it out. Now Guyton, kick out to the corner. Here's Judith, kicks it out to Cassie again. Newell at the top of the key. Good pressure, 3-ball there by Judith, in and out. Rebounded, put up and in, and it rolls off. But it will be Reese Guyton to go to the line and shoot. 2:11 left to go. And Reese Guyan can make this a 2-point game.
Well, the reason why you're seeing Graham Blanc on such a heavy press is because Williamston, they're not putting any pressure on the basket. They're not driving, and they're not being aggressive with their takes, as you see, guiding Mr. Fico. So if you're Williamston, you want to start trying to attack the basket so you can kind of relieve your shooters of some pressure once they catch the ball.
And if Williamston did some scouting report ahead of time, knowing the style of play that they do, they realize that they have got to make points and they got to make them quick. Because if you're playing a team like this that knows how to kill the clock, you don't have a lot of time to really work with you. So just approaching 2 minutes left to go in the first half of play. This is game number 4 of 6 games of the MLK Laker Classic on My Michigan TV. John Snow and Xander Woods with you on this call. Good try to by Bishop. Now over to L. Phillips, who's back into it. Up top, McCree. Now over to McQueen. Over to Brown. Now back to McCree. They work around the perimeter, then strike when they can. Bishop drives down the lane. Off the mark. Try to get her own rebound. She does, and she gets it back up and in. Chelsea Bishop.
Chelsea Bishop, you're starting to see her really work and battle it down low in the post. She's a taller player. Just love to see her energy around the board.
5'9" junior starting. Guyton passes over, now inside the middle. Kick out again. This great pressure perimeter defense by Graham Blanc is paying off. Now inside to Guyton. Underneath. Puts it up and in.
And that's what you have to do. Put pressure on the paint and score when you can. Not every shot has to be a jump shot. Put pressure on the paint, and now you're going to see these shots start to open up for you as you continue with the game.
45 seconds remaining in this first half. This low-scoring affair, 16-13. A drive by McQueen. Off the mark. Got the rebound. He got up it in. So 2 consecutive drives. The Graham Blanc player gets their own offensive board and finishes it.
I like that shot by McQueen right there. You don't want her in the perimeter, but she can take you off the dribble and use her physicality to her advantage to get the defender off her and go in for the easy layup.
Open 3 opportunity just rolls off. Rebounded by Guyton underneath again, and that one goes up and in. So Reese Guyton with back-to-back buckets and back-to-back drives.
Guyton is going to work right now. She's really commanding the offensive glass.
Final seconds, and Graham Blanc will use all of them. They have commanded the clock the entire first half. And they will not be able, they will count it. L. Phillips was able to get that one right before the buzzer. So Graham Blanc able to spoil the last second opportunity, and they go into the half. Up by 1 is 18-17. So low-scoring affair, Xander. What does Williamston have to do to handle this?
Well, right now for Williamston, you're gonna want to see them put, again, like I said, more pressure in the paint, just so you can start to eat up some of those double teams, then kick out to an open Williamston shooter. Those are probably some things I would like to see them take care of the ball more. And because there's really no main facilitator on this team, you're really gonna have to emphasize your ball movement. Things like that just to make sure that everybody's getting touches and everybody has the opportunity to score the ball.
So they readjusted the score real quick. The score remains 20-15 in favor of the Bobcats.
Like the scoreboard says 115
They'll
to 20.
Fix that momentarily. It's game number 4 of the MLK Laker Classic on My Michigan TV. We'll be back within 10 minutes of the second half of play between Graham Blanc and Williamston.
1 in 4 Michigan homes has high levels of radon, a naturally occurring radioactive gas known to cause lung cancer. It doesn't matter where you live or what type of home you have. You won't even know it's there unless you test. So don't wait. Testing is cheap and easy. And if there's a problem, it's simple to fix. Visit michigan.gov/radon to learn more.
We took action. Will you?
When you have a gambling problem, you have a money problem. Don't let your gambling cause you financial hardship. If you or someone you love is struggling with gambling, we can help. Get free confidential counseling and win your life back. Learn more at michigan.gov/problemgambling.
I'm Steve Eiserman of the Detroit Red Wings, and I think every child in Michigan deserves a safe, healthy, and happy childhood. Can we build a state where children trust Michigan isn't just a name, but something our kids believe? Please support Children Trust Michigan as the voice for children and families by visiting the website to learn more.
When the temperatures are chilly, being together warms the soul. Keep the winter fun going. Help protect yourself and those around you by keeping your COVID-19 vaccines up to date.
Hello, nose. My nose knows is when somebody uses the bathroom. Mom, Polly didn't flush. Ooh, I smell cookies.
I smell an A+.
How could my nose be running when it stays on my face?
Our noses know if those sniffles are just a cold, allergies, or COVID-19. So swab it. Test it. It's good to know. There are many different kinds of noses. Our noses can sniff out all kinds of things. Good things and bad things. Your nose knows if those sniffles are just a cold, allergies, or COVID-19. So swab it. Test it. It's good to know.
Let's relish these moments, made possible by the COVID-19 vaccine. Keep the festivals going by keeping yourself protected and your COVID-19 vaccines up to date.
At the buzzer, and it helps them regain a lead. So at this point, Grand Blanc, they're not going to change their style of play.
Stylistically, that's what they want to go to. And in theory, it is smart. There's no shot clock. You can really essentially keep dribbling out the clock in the quarter if you wanted to. Now, is it the most exciting game? No. But you have to give credit to this coaching staff and Coach Mike McKay because it is smart, and it's the reason why they have the lead going into halftime.
Different styles of play can definitely benefit them as they now have to reset the entire scoreboard, and they do so. The incredible staff of this incredible venue, West Bloomfield home of the Lakers, last year's champions in the women's division. So the Hornets, they've been able to stick in there. Williamston has been able to stick in there, but their passing definitely needs to crispen up.
Yeah. When you're talking about the Hornets as of right now, they're not really getting any type of penetration inside the paint. You're not putting pressure on the rim. Because of that, you're not able to get those shooters open. If you look at their warm-ups, these players are just knocking down threes with ease. But when you're pressuring the ball, because they know they don't really have a primary ball handler and a facilitator, and as good as Reese Guyton is, she's more of a wing. She's not necessarily a facilitator nor a true point guard. So when that happens, you're not going to get as many shots, and you're going to see a lot of more, here, your turn ball, or here, your turn ball. You're able to find better facilitating, and if you're able to move the ball around a little bit better and attack the basket, I think Williamston will be in a good position to make this a much more competitive game.
Right after this matchup for Grand Blanc, they go back to their home court for a lot of conference play coming up. They take on Saginaw Heritage, and then they go back on the road to face Flint Carman-Ainsworth, who we just saw moments ago in a really good matchup against Westfield Prep. That one went back and forth. Westfield Prep had an incredible comeback after not scoring for so long. They were down by 17 at one point in the first half, and then back and forth they went. They were able to take the lead momentarily, but then it was Ainsworth that came away with the victory right in the end. A nail-biting finish. And then we slowed things down to the style of Grand Blanc. So that should be a pretty interesting matchup. Ainsworth and Grand Blanc. This style of play versus Ainsworth, what do you think of that matchup?
That matchup, obviously I'm going to, look towards Ainsworth. They're the better team. They have obviously the better record. However, Williamston has their style. They know how they would like to play. And so that is going to make it interesting stylistically wise, just because you're not necessarily sure that game could either get really out of hand or it's going to be really low scoring game looking at the low 40s. So you never really know. But I would have to say that Ainsworth is going to probably come in there with the win just because they are able to, as you can see, they can slow down their tempo too. But when you have such a great coaching staff like they do, who a coach has been coaching at the college level and playing in the WNBA at the highest level of women's basketball, not to mention, I feel like they're a more talented team and a more talented roster. I think they're going to come out with that one.
Definitely a lot of great matchups to look forward to just for these two teams in their respective divisions. Williamston out of the Capital Area Activities Conference Red Division, and out of the Saginaw Valley Conference is Grand Blanc. The Saginaw Valley Conference is definitely a very good style of conference play, especially no matter what sport you're playing.
Oh, absolutely. Those are some of the more tougher matchups. And they're really more known for physicality and, ball movement, which is really important, especially in the women's game. And so I think when you're preparing for, deeper playoff runs, just playing that conferences, I definitely believe will get you ready for playoff basketball for sure.
And it's good exposure for all these teams that are in this tournament to see different styles of play from different conferences. We've seen the Huron League early on, multiple conferences out of the Oakland area, Saginaw area, Lansing area, Flint area. All the different conferences can come to one place for a tournament to expose and really put their names on the map in a venue like this where you are in the house of last year's champions.
Right. And, classics and tournaments, those are really good games. And not only for the players to get exposure, but for other teams to scout up matchups. And we're looking at tournaments even on the boys' side when they have their tournaments at North Farmington. We're seeing some of the best teams in the state going at it. Those are some of the better matchups, and those are some of the best things that us as fans and people who actually love high school basketball, we get to see. Not to mention, we get to kind of have an idea what teams are some of the best in the state. And so I really love the tournaments, and I love the idea of them, and especially on MLK Day, on a historic day like this, you're able to show some great basketball as you pay homage to the late great Dr. Martin Luther King.
Honor and respect and great entertainment. So Williamston will get the ball first to start this second half. They're down by 5. They're playing very aggressive defense. Here's Grand Blanc. Narrow pass is getting it in. That's just how tough this defense has been. As Elle Phillips guards Claire Cassie. Now Cassie, good spin move underneath, got fouled, and it just rolls off. But Claire Cassie is going to the line.
And see, that's what you have to do if you're Cassie. Take the game over by attacking the basket. That was a beautiful drive and a beautiful spin move, which is now going to send her to the line and stop the clock. So when Grand Blake wants to eat up some of that time, you stop the clock, and now you have an opportunity to capitalize at the free throw line.
This is that first one. And if anything, just Williamston has to be ready for these offensive boards, because any hands of Grand Blanc that gets on it, just like that, they can really slow things up once they get on their side of the court. And they will just do that. Alayla Brown slowing things down and directing traffic. Screen by Phillips. Good drive to the basket, underneath and off the glass it in. So Malayla Brown with a good drive.
Malayla Brown with a beautiful hop step as she's weaving and directing her way through traffic, able to find the cusp for two.
Pressuring on Cassie. Finds underneath. Newell, drive to the basket. It's off the mark. Rebounded, stripped away, and a handoff to Bishop. And Bishop working more quickly, but she will slow things down to stick to the game plan. All the way across to McQueen. McQueen, step back, three ball, right through with no issue.
McQueen extending her range outside of the painted area, able to drop in a tray.
All the way down to Feig. Down and Guyton. Guyton trapped in the corner. Feig now inside on the elbow. Inside the paint is Guyton, and she puts that one in. So Reese Guyton with some couple of buckets. A few at the end of the first half, and here to start the second.
And if I'm Williamston, I'm playing through my best player, and that's Reese Guyton. She's so tall, so lanky. She can do whatever she wants on the basketball court. I say I play through her, and I let her run my offense.
Many players of this Grand Blanc team can run this offense. It's slow and steady. It's not a race, just trying to get what's open and take what you're given. McQueen gives it out. Bishop now inside the paint, kick out to McQueen. She'll take another three-ball shot. That one's off the mark. Rebounded by Newell.
Okay, don't get a little too excited with the three ball. Still, you want to make shots within your offense.
Almeida gives it away to Guyan. Inside for Newell. Pull-up jumper off the heel. Scramble for the rebound. And it's Brown who comes away with it. Brown working quickly and decides to pull up wisely.
If you're Addison Feig on that other end, that is a rebound you have to get to make sure that you're giving your team the extra possession, the extra time that you need to get a bucket.
Jada McCreed gives it away to L. Phillips. That's around the screen. Now gives it away to Bishop. But she is called for the walk, and she is in disbelief. So we go the other way and a turnover.
Yeah, Bishop, when she turned around, she lifted up her back foot. And as she was about to go into her dribble, that's when she was called for the travel.
Feed. Down low. Now inside to Guyan. Scramble for the ball. They will call the jump ball, and possession arrow goes to the Bobcats. So it's still that aggressive defense right there, Xander, in which it's really helped out. They're still able to build a lead and keep it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And Lisa Newell, she has to throw that ball a little bit higher. When you have a smaller defender, that's when they're going to start reaching down. Make them have to reach up and play to her game. Don't throw those passes down where the little guys can get the basketball.
Working around the perimeter. Phillips still around the perimeter. Maintaining the dribble. Gives it away to McCree. Into the corner for Brown. All the way up top of the key from McQueen, and McQueen will reset. McQueen pulls up, lost a handle, looked like a fake pass, but got away from her, and it's a takeaway for the Hornets, and the Hornets will definitely take it. Now Cassie, aggressive drive, back to her, gives it away to Feig, inside for Guyton, outside for Cassie. Now a three ball with a lot of space, and that one goes in by Palmito.
And that's what you have to do. See the pressure in the presence of Reese Guyton as she's in the paint. It's causing those defenders to really want to hedge back. So then when she kicks it out and then you get that extra pass, your defenders are off balance and there's nobody contest a great looking shot from number 24, Mia Brown.
Mia Palmiti, their second three ball. And here's Grand Blanc playing their style of game around the perimeter, patiently going for it. Around they go. Malaya Brown inside the paint. Into the corner from McQueen. Now a little floater try. That one just rolls off. She gets a rebound, but she is fouled on the way up, and she will go to the line. Fouls on Addison Fig.
If somebody's hitting the deck, it's going to be McQueen. She is just a physical player and knows how to use her body. She's not out of control. She has great position, and now you see she's being rewarded for her efforts with a trip to the free throw line.
Nice first one with the help of her heel. 26-20. And to give you an idea, it is 3 minutes and 39 seconds left to go in this game. I haven't really paid a lot of attention to the clock, but that just tells you how much clock this team of Grand Blanc can kill. Off the heel that time, rebounded by Bishop, puts it up and lets that one back in. So Bishop has put in a couple of offensive boards.
Doesn't surprise me to the slightest. Bishop is just so active and so wiry as she's moving across that baseline. Able to get an easy offensive rebound and put it back up for two.
Guyan being pressured by McQueen. Has to give it away. And we will have a 3-second violation on the offense, so we go the other way with the Bobcats.
Williamston is just looking at us, so it's not really aggressive, questioning if they're really locked into this ball game.
They're down by 8 with 3:15 left to go. They've got to figure out something and figure it out quick, because the more time that this team will kill, as they will turn it over, though.
And you do such a good job defensively. You're making sure that you're doing such a good job on the defensive end. You cause a turnover, and then you just throw it right back. Yeah, I know coaches do not want to see that.
Just the simple little mistakes like that in which you can control. But knowing Grand Blanc's defense, they're going to make up for it, and they do right here with a takeaway by Brown. And Brown quickly in transition, inside the paint, and a good finish at the layup. So first fast break points that Grand Blanc has actually scored tonight.
And it doesn't surprise me that it's Brown at all. She is so athletic and so fast. She's cat quick and able to just get to the cusp whenever she wants to.
Foul's going to be on McQueen as she was pressuring Newell. That's her second foul, so they'll have to inbound from the sideline. So Williamston has a chance right here to keep going within it. They're down by 10, but they've got to act fast, because knowing the Bobcats, they're just going to kill more time. Claire Cassie gets inside, kick out. Thea Thornton back into the game, and an aggressive drive is going to pay off as she goes to the line again for the second time.
Malaya Brown, so good defensively, but she caught herself reaching into the cookie jar. She was tempted, but here's the thing. When you're going up with that ball, do not reach down. That's something we even see in the pros and the NBA as they're reaching through and able to just get an easy trip to the free throw line.
Thornton makes the first one. She was 0 for 2 in her last trip up to the line. Check that, 1 for 2 in her last time up. And this time she's 2 for 2 on this trip, so she is 3 for 4 overall in this matchup, and that brings them within 8. So Elle Phillips bring things up slowly around the perimeter. The Horns are in a person-to-person type defense, which might speed up the offensive production of Grand Blanc. Bishop was screaming for the ball on Elle Phillips, and now they reset again, and now they're just going to kill more clock. Mike McKay directing traffic. Patience is their game.
He sees that he wants to get one of his better scorers in the best position to actually score the basketball by getting a matchup that he wants.
Now they're starting to add pressure. Now inside, a kick out. Elle Phillips, 3 ball from the corner, off the mark. Ball is still loose underneath, and it's Phillips who comes away with it after the attempt by McQueen. And again, Grand Blanc is going to reset. Give it over to Brown. Now back up top. Bishop gives it over to Phillips again in the corner. Now a drive in the basket, a kick out. McQueen, she'll take a 3-ball shot. That goes in and out. Rebounded by Guyton.
Not sure what Williamson's defensive game plan was. No need to pressure her outside. I get you want to speed it up, but now you're leaving open shots and longer rebounds that are more likely going to be picked up by Grand Blanc.
Inside underneath. And now a drive to the basket and a takeaway by McCree.
No need to step through. Just put the ball up and lay it in.
Quickly to Bishop. Drive down the baseline, and what a finish.
Beautiful drive as Chelsea Bishop is able to finish through contact and get the layup.
It is now a 10-point lead again for the Bobcats. 35 seconds left to go in this third quarter. Game number 4 of the MLK Laker Classic on My Michigan TV. There's another takeaway. McCree on the drive, spin around move, try to go up, but nothing came of it. Now with the man advantage, quickly, Guyton got through traffic, got the rebound, put it up and in. Reese Guyton is able to get her own offensive board.
I'm telling you, if you want a chance to come and win this basketball game, you got to play through Reese Guyton. She is locked in right now. She's looking to score.
Last second shot opportunity won't even be close. So it's an 8-point lead for the Bobcats of Grand Blanc. Do you think Williamston is starting to get a feel for how Grand Blanc is playing and able to adjust?
Well, I definitely believe that there's still time to adjust. We obviously have the fourth quarter. Still 8-point game, so you did a good job by at least bringing that lead within 8 points. However, it's just silly mistakes like that you cannot afford to give up, especially when a team that's eating as much clock as Grand Blanc is. You want to be able to score within bunches and actually put together a nice little run. If they can do that, and if they're able to play through Reese Guyton, as I mentioned before, I think Williamston will have a good chance at winning this basketball game. But it's just so many mistakes that you have to clean up and so many little things that you have to make sure you're taking care of, especially going into the fourth quarter.
This fourth quarter can be huge, and even in this low-scoring affair, anything can really happen. Who knows? We might see Grand Blanc actually break out of this slow start and might actually pick up speed to really build a lead, but we'll never know. But knowing them, how they played thus far, they're probably not going to go away from it.
Yeah, exactly. And especially going into the fourth quarter, I say look to see them try to drain as much clock as possible. You have the lead. It's the fourth quarter. You want to take the win and get out of here as quickly as possible. So look for Grand Blanc to try to milk the clock to the most that it can.
It's almost like a fourth quarter of a football game. You get possession, you can milk as much clock as you want.
Exactly. Honestly, to give an analogy, Grand Blanc is just a strong running game in the fourth quarter. It's the closer.
Underneath, Guyton missed it, got her own rebound. The one dribble too many, and it's taken away by McQueen.
Guyton's too good of a player to miss that layup. She knows she wants that one back to be able to put her team in a better position to come back.
The deficit is 8, and they have 8 minutes to do so. All the way into the corner, Phillips had a bit of space, but being very conservative. Kicks it out to Bishop. Back to Phillips again. Inside, got loose, and it's picked up by Cassie.
Younger player mistake. I like the idea, just not the best execution as she tried to thread a needle with a little too many bodies in the paint to make that pass.
Phillips was able to knock that one out of bounds. This will force Williamston to inbound right about half-court area. And they're adding so much pressure that Williamston has to go way back into the backcourt to inbound all these plays. And now Claire Cassie will pull up for the 3. Off the mark. Picked up. And now bring it up by Bishop.
I understand you want to come back, but no need to force a shot like that so early into your team's possession. Let your teammates get a couple touches on the basketball before you decide to take a pull-up 3 and even play some hero ball.
3 ball from the corner by Brown, and that one goes in. So Malayla Brown able to really add some more cushion to this lead for the Bobcats.
Malayla Brown is such a good athlete, and she's so good at attacking the basket that we seem to forget that she can shoot that ball whenever you give her some space.
Timeout is taken by Peter Kuhl and the Hornets. So 35-24. It's an 11-point lead in the fourth quarter for the Bobcats. And you think this has got to be the time in which they start draining the clock.
Oh, absolutely. You have an 11-point lead. They're going to milk this clock to the most that they can. And Mike McKay, I'm really liking his brain right now. And as you mentioned before, they're pushing them out. And the reason for that is not to necessarily try to get a steal, but they're doing that just so you can take as much time to run your offensive sets. It takes more time to run across half court and get everything together than if you can actually establish some type of offensive motion and some type of rhythm within the half court. Smart game plan by Coach McKay as he plans on closing this game out.
Definitely a great game plan because you start waiting near half court. You're forcing the Hornets to come out, leaving the back area underneath open in the paint. And therefore, you can really move the ball around a lot more and find your outside shooters. Case in point, Malayla Brown was able to hit that last three-pointer before this timeout.
Exactly, and that's even because that he knows that his players are, again, dictating the pace of this game. And so when it comes to Williamston, they're having to now pressure that ball because they need to get the ball back and they need to get stops and turnovers. So that's leaving so many open players as they're able to get easy layups, as you've seen in the last couple of offensive possessions.
Claire Cassie got around traffic underneath, 4-10. With some contact, was able to put that one up and in.
Yeah, say it with your chest. Thea Fortin, she is able to get that one in through the contact for such a smaller guard.
So some points back for the Hornets. And now Bishop, bit of a trap right there. Now McQueen got it inside. Malayla Brown inside the paint. Good drive to the basket with a little hook and roll in there.
Her in and out game is so skilled. You've seen her working the perimeter, and now you also see her as a point guard, keep in mind, work inside the paint. So impressive with her game so far.
They feed Gatum underneath. Now running the traffic, a lot of traffic, and no whistle was blown except for the out of bounds.
A good no call by the ref. See, the offensive player, she initiated the contact and looked for some type of call as she threw the ball up. Didn't really see much of a foul that time.
It was on a passing type route, so they figured they let it go. And now another three-ball try, and that one goes through finally for Claire Cassie.
See, I like that shot. That's within the offensive motion. I think that Coach Cool wanted that shot. It was a nice look and a nice-looking three from Claire Cassie.
Claire Cassie has been rather quiet. She has not taken many shots. She has just been very decent with all the ball control. You need good ball control if you're really going to put up against a very tough defense that Grand Blanc has been showing. So her taking those open shots and making that one, she's 1 for 2, is kind of a good sign within this fourth quarter here.
Right, and when you're talking about she hasn't taken too many shots, and that's really credit towards Grand Blanc's defense. They're so suffocating. They're limiting your actual ball movement, so she can't get those open looks that she would normally see. So you get her more touches and you're able to move the ball. You're gonna see a lot more of these Grand Blanc shooters.
That three ball makes this 37-29, an 8-point deficit for the Hornets to try to climb back into this one with 5:40 left to go. And against a team like Grand Blanc, 5:40 is not a lot of time, so they're gonna have to really act quick.
No, it is not.
Showing pressure, they go person to person on the defensive side. Guide in rather, and now a handoff, McCree, and into the corner, but they call a travel on Malayla Brown before she could set up for a shot.
Yep, that was the right call. She was leaning into that drive and then decided to pull it through, but didn't establish that other foot.
And now a loose dribble opportunity. It's kept in play by L. Phillips. Phillips with a bounce pass try, and that one's taken away by Guidham. Still showing a lot of pressure. Here's Phillips and Brown. They're able to get it past half court. Claire Cassie with a shove. No call. Guidham to the corner. Three ball. Just off the mark. Rebounded by McQueen.
That drive, Claire Cassie might have gotten away with a little bit of a forearm on that, but fortunately for Grand Blanc, nothing was to come of that offensive possession.
Good pressure being shown. Palmatier around Brown underneath. McQueen had it underneath the paint and lost the handle.
Brown just not able to corral that pass. Came in a little hot, but nonetheless, that's something that a player of her ability should be able to handle.
So a good takeaway right here to make this even a closer game for Williamston. Long three by Newell. It's off the mark. Rebounded by McCree.
Understanding that these are good looks and just the presence of Guyton in the paint is just so dangerous that you want to make sure she stays out of it. However, you don't need to go trigger happy with these threes.
And they call a foul on Claire Cassie for a reach.
And though she wasn't appearing to reach for the ball just by her putting her hands on him, hand checking, can't do that in today's game.
Peter Cool is beside himself. He couldn't believe it. 4:05 left to go. They play pressure on this inbound play, and that will force Mike McKay to call a timeout. because it seems like the Bobcats were all uncoordinated as to what they were setting up for that inbound play.
And if you're looking at Coach McKay, he was calling for Malayla to get open. So good job on Williamston to deny her of the basketball.
Just about 4 minutes left to go. 37-29. This is game number 4 of 6 games of the Martin Luther King Laker Classic on My Michigan TV and also on Civic Center TV, also on YouTube and any of your mobile devices. John Snow, Alexander Woods. Good matchup here. Slow pace, low scoring, really creative type of game, rather.
Yep, especially you're starting to see that intensity and pressure from both teams start to heat up as the game's starting to come to a close. But just really looking at Graham Blanc here, just to see how they handle this situation when you know that Williamston wants to come back and they're going to try to make you do things outside of your team's character. So I'm curious to see how Graham Blanc will be able to handle some of that pressure and be able to stay towards their team identity.
Definitely a great exposure of the coaching style of Mike McKay. Really conservative, kills a lot of clock, and scores and relies on his players to really give the opportunities.
You could definitely tell Mike McKay is a really smart basketball mind, and he for sure read the scouting report on this game.
Pull-up floater try is short, loose underneath, and McCree gets the rebound. And now we reset one more time, although pressure is being added on by Guyton. They throw it across to McCree. Now Claire Cassing giving the pressure. Now it's Guyton giving the pressure on Bishop. Bishop still working around the perimeter. They add more pressure inside the paint. Another floater tries off the heel. Rebounded by Newell. Williamston trying to fight back within it, knowing that they don't have a lot of time left, knowing of the offensive style of this Bobcats team. Into the corner, underneath. Guyton inside. They do call a foul. It's on the floor, so this will be an inbound play.
You have two players just almost leaning on Guyton's pivot foot. He wasn't able to get a good shot. You have to be able to allow her to get that shot off, but in a reasonable manner by keeping your hands up and not leaning on her.
Tia Fortin checks back in. Mike McKay is going to be calling a timeout. He wants to discuss something with the officials.
Seems like Coach McKay is actually upset at Raven McQueen for not being necessarily back in her set as she was pleading her case of maybe some acting by Reese Guyton.
More like the confusion in that last call because he thought there was definitely a travel by Guyton, but the foul was called. So just probably looking for clarification, and if he didn't call a timeout, he wouldn't get the explanation in time. But knowing how well his team is playing thus far with about 3:15 left to go, he's basically got to be comfortable with how his team is performing and just knowing that they've got to limit their mistakes.
Yeah, limiting mistakes is definitely, at this point of the game, the best thing and probably the main priority for Coach McKay. Don't want to give them too many opportunities for an already team that you have dead to right.
Corner try by Cassie was off the mark. Rebounded by Bishop. This is where they can definitely slow things down and kill this clock. Bishop pressured by Guyton. Now getting around is Malayla Brown. Pressured again, nearly in a trap. Bishop was able to get away. And now we're reset. Good behind the back. Underneath, McQueen, and that was just a great heads-up play.
Beautiful, beautiful move by Chelsea Bishop as she's able to do the little wraparound and then dump it down to her center, Raven McQueen, for the easy layup.
Underneath, now kick out and a bad pass. Just out of the reach of Newell, and it's a turnover.
Pass a little too hot for Newell to handle.
Just out of the reach, and Newell probably had a shot for a three-pointer right there. There's under 3 minutes left to go. 39-29, 10-point lead for the Bobcats of Graham Blanc. They add pressure, and Mike McKay will take another timeout. He will only have one left after this. So something is not going right on the Graham Blanc side. Even though with his 10-point lead, something's just not coordinating or not clicking with his team.
Mike McKay, smart coach, he seems a little frustrated that his team's not necessarily the right inbound set. But I'm not really looking too much into it. I think that if you're a guy like him, you're just trying to make sure that he has them on the same page as far as the ball movement and just making sure they're doing the correct time management sets.
Because the more time that they kill, and whenever his players, Chelsea Bishop, for example, when she has possession of the ball, they stop past half court. They try to make sure that they're set. I think the last two possessions, we've seen like a couple of looks of confusion, like one person's probably out of place. So therefore, he's taking a full timeout right here to really get everybody back on the same page. So if his players are in notice like something's out of place, then he will notice it, call a timeout, and then bring everybody back in the same spot. 2:19 left to go. Bobcats are going to try to kill this clock. Williamston trying to keep it close. They give it to McCree. A near trap in the corner. And they give it out to Bishop, who's going to reset. Drive inside the paint. Just running away from the defense around the perimeter. McCree, bounce pass to L. Phillips. They go to the other corner. McQueen thought about it. And now a takeaway by Fortin. And now a loose ball. And it's McQueen who picks it up. And a hard foul from behind by Cassie.
McQueen turned the ball over. Not something you want, especially in a time management situation. But luckily for Graham Blanc, she was able to get the basketball back.
You know, it seems like Graham Blanc was not wanting to take a shot. They were just wanting to take this clock all the way down until the final seconds.
Yep, that's what you're starting to see right now with these long passes. Just trying to get this defense moving and making sure that they get the most time in this possession.
And now another loose ball, and that one goes off the foot of Newell. So the Bobcats are just going to play hot potato around the perimeter until this clock runs out. They will conserve for what the lead that they have, which is at 10 right now. McCree. And it's almost at the point where right now Williamston has no choice but to start to foul early to try to conserve as much time as they can. They need a few more fouls to get the Bobcats within the bonus to make them shoot. Malayla Brown. They try to track. Barely getting it out. All the way down low in the paint from McQueen. It's knocked away by Guyton. Another fadeaway falling down shot. And it's picked away by Cassie.
I would have tried to have given it to my teammates. Not sure why she would have shot it knowing that she was completely off balance.
Out of bounds. Saying it was tipped and it's going to stay with the Hornets.
The way that's almost good for the Hornets as the clock stops, giving them an opportunity to maybe run an inbound play for maybe a quick three.
They have to inbound from underneath. They go to the corner. Fortin.
Wow, they had Guyton wide open on that play.
Fortin, though, makes that running layup. And that will force Peter Cool to take a timeout. We're under a minute. 57.7 left to go. It's an 8-point game. So with the amount of fouls that each team has, there's almost at no point where it's like somebody's in foul trouble or basically like they need a foul so many times to get them within the most to shoot free throws. So what is the game plan with this much time left for Williamston?
Well, for Williamston right now, you're just trying to get something as quick as possible. You don't want to take too much time off the clock, obviously, just because you need to get possessions back. And then on the defensive side of the ball, you want to foul quick. You want to make sure you want to send them to the free throw line, and you want to make sure that you have the most amount of time on offense to get a nice shot off and to maybe even bring this game within a one-possession game.
They need 3 team fouls to put the Bobcats within the bonus, therefore sending them to the free-throw line to shoot in order to get possession back. Any fouls that they commit right now would just be on the floor unless it was a shot opportunity, but knowing Graham Blanc, they're just going to keep working this ball around and not take any shots.
Oh, no. If you're Graham Blanc, you're sitting in a nice position where you just want to milk as much time as possible in getting Williamston to foul them, as they do right there.
That only took a second off. And they will have to inbound again. Now Williamston needs 2 more fouls to put them within the bonus. So we try it again. They hand it off, and they will foul again. And Chelsea Bishop, you can read her face. It's like she's kind of getting tired of the fouls.
think she believes a little bit more extracurricular than just the common foul. But I think it'll make her happy enough that she's more than likely going to end up with the win on this one.
So one more foul to give, and they do. That will put the Bobcats to the line, and it will be McCree to go shoot.
So will the free throw game
is turned into a free throw game, basically for Grand Blanc. 50 seconds left to go, so I think the Hornets have given themselves enough time to get some shots together in the hopes of the Bobcats just going a couple for a couple. McCree makes the first. So give Williamston a little bit of credit. They're trying to stay within this and try to keep it close.
Oh, absolutely. You have 51 seconds left. You have enough time to possibly run some inbound plays, maybe get yourself within possibly a 7 or an 8-point game. And at that point, if you get a miss and you immediately score again, hey, this is anybody's ball game at that point.
Another takeaway. Bishop again.
But you're not going to be in the ball game with turnovers.
And another foul. So Bishop will go to the line. 39.3 left to go in a 10-point game. Game number 4 of the MLK Laker Classic on My Michigan TV and Civic Center TV. Got plenty more matchups coming your way. And especially in the finale, we have the host of this tournament, West Bloomfield, taking on Cass Tech. Should be a great matchup between those two programs.
Maybe a little bit of a rematch of that first round football game. Obviously, as Cass Tech moving on to win the district championship, with Bloomfield falling to them in the opening round.
Definitely matchups like that. It usually strings away from the football season, goes into different seasons. It goes into the basketball season, and what happens here goes into the baseball season. Just what the sports all follow each other no matter what matchups you're in.
Oh, especially when you're talking about school. It's one thing if you have maybe a professional team, but these matchups are personal, and look for a rivalry and maybe an intense crowd, especially with two great teams like that going at it.
Goes out of bounds and it stays with the Bobcats as they empty out their bench, along with the Hornets. They empty out their bench as well. Subs aplenty. 38 seconds left to go. Diana Garcia amongst those in. Now kick out. Open space. McKenna Newton into the corner.
With times like this, you might think, hey, the game's over, but if you're looking at it, this is really when you're starting to see some of your guys on the end of the bench make a name for themselves and prove themselves with the limited time that they have.
Now loose ball on the floor, taken away by Newton again. Approaching 10 seconds. Now Garcia. They just keep moving the ball around. Inside the paint, a mid-collision. One last possible second opportunity. Shot goes up, but it's nowhere close, and that's how this one ends. So the slow playing style of the Bobcats at Grand Blanc ends up with a victory of 41-31.
Just a great overall game plan by Coach McKay. You really got to give him his flowers on this one. You knew what the assignment was, completed it, did a great job of coaching this game. Now, if you're Williamston, there's a lot of things to take away from it as far as turning the ball over, maybe trying to find some scheming plays for some of your best scorers and players. At the end of the day, Grand Blanc will look to continue to go on and is going to have a game ahead of them as they continue for next week's matchup against a top-ranked opponent.
So we are 4 games into this MLK Laker Classic with 2 more games left to go and a lot more exciting matchups to come your way. Xander Woods and John Snow signing off for now. We'll be right back here on My Michigan TV for the MLK Laker Classic.
Dean Napier, Mr. Bell, members of the faculty and members of the student body of this great institution of learning, ladies and gentlemen. Now, there are several things that one could talk about before such a large, concerned, and enlightened audience. There are so many problems facing our nation and our world that one could just take off anywhere. But today I would like to talk mainly about the race problem, since I'll have to rush right out and go to New York to talk about Vietnam tomorrow, and I've been talking about it a great deal this week and weeks before that. But I'd like to use as a subject from which to speak this afternoon the other America. And I use this subject because there are literally two Americas. One America is beautiful for situation. And in a sense, this America is overflowing with the milk of prosperity and the honey of opportunity. This America is the habitat of millions of people who have food and material necessities for their bodies, and culture and education for their minds, and freedom and human dignity for their spirits. In this America, millions of people experience every day the opportunity of having life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness in all of their dimensions. And in this America, millions of young people grow up in the sunlight of opportunity. But tragically and unfortunately, there is another America. And this other America has a daily ugliness about it that constantly transforms the buoyancy of hope into the fatigue of despair. In this America, millions of work-starved men walk the streets daily in search for jobs that do not exist. In this America, millions of people find themselves living in rat-infested, vermin-filled slums. In this America, people are poor by the millions, and they find themselves perishing on a lonely island of poverty in the midst of a vast ocean of material prosperity. In a sense, the greatest tragedy of this other America is what it does to little children. Little children in this other America are forced to grow up with clouds of inferiority forming every day in their little mental skies. And as we look at this other America, we see it as an arena of blasted hopes and shattered dreams. Many people of various backgrounds live in this other America. Some are Mexican Americans, some are Puerto Ricans, some are Indians, some happen to be from other groups. Millions of them are Appalachian whites. Probably the largest group in this other America, in proportion to its size in the population, is the American Negro. The American Negro finds himself living in a triple ghetto: a ghetto of race, a ghetto of poverty, a ghetto. Is to deal with this problem, of the two Americas. We are seeking to make America one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now let me say that the struggle for civil rights, or the struggle to make these two Americas one America, is much more difficult today than it was 5 or 10 years ago. For about a decade or maybe 12 years, we struggled all across the South in glorious struggles to get rid of legal, overt segregation and all of the humiliation that surrounded that system of segregation. In a sense, this was a struggle for decency. We could not go to a lunch counter in so many instances and get a hamburger or a cup of coffee. We could not make use of public accommodations. Public transportation was segregated, and often we had to sit in the back, and within transportation within cities, we often had to stand over empty seats because sections were reserved for whites only. We did not have the right to vote in so many areas of the South. And the struggle was to deal with these problems. Now, certainly they were difficult problems. They were humiliating conditions. And by the thousands, we protested these conditions. We made it clear that it was ultimately more honorable to accept jail cell experiences than to accept segregation and humiliation. By the thousand, students and adults decided to sit in at segregated lunch counters to protest conditions there. And when they were sitting at those lunch counters, they were in reality standing up for the best in the American dream and seeking to take the whole nation back to those great wells of democracy which were dug deep by the founding fathers in the formulation of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. Many things were gained as a result of these years of struggle. In 1964, the Civil Rights Bill came into being after the Birmingham movement, which did a great deal to subpoena the conscience of a large segment of the nation to appear before the judgment seat of morality on the whole question of civil rights. After the Selma movement in 1965, we were able to get a voting rights bill. Now, all of these things represented strides, but we must see that the struggle today is much more difficult. It's more difficult today because we are struggling now for genuine equality. And it's much easier to integrate a lunch counter than it is to guarantee a livable income and a good, solid job. It's much easier to guarantee the right to vote than it is to guarantee the right to live in sanitary, decent housing conditions. It is much easier to integrate a public park than it is to make genuine, quality, integrated education a reality. And so today we are struggling for something which says we demand genuine equality. It's not merely a struggle against extremist behavior toward Negroes. And I'm convinced that many of the very people who supported us in the struggle in the South are not willing to go all the way now. I came to see this in a very difficult and painful way in Chicago over the last year, where I've lived and worked. Some of the people who came quickly to march with us in Selma and Birmingham were active around Chicago. And I came to see that so many people who supported morally and even financially what we were doing in Birmingham and Selma were really outraged against the extremist behavior of Bull Connor and Jim Clark toward Negroes rather than believing in genuine equality for Negroes. And I think this is what we've got to see now, and this is what makes the struggle much more difficult. And so as a result of all of this, we see many problems existing today that are growing more difficult. It's something that is often overlooked, but Negroes generally live in worse slums today than 20 or 25 years ago. In the North, schools are more segregated today than they were in 1954 when the Supreme Court's decision on desegregation was rendered. Economically, the Negro is worse off today than he was 15 and 20 years ago. And so the unemployment rate among whites at one time was about the same as the unemployment rate among Negroes. But today the unemployment rate among Negroes is twice that of whites. And the average income of the Negro is today 50% less than whites. And as we look at these problems, we see them growing and developing every day. And we see the fact that the Negro economically is facing a depression in his everyday life that is more staggering than the depression of the 30s. The unemployment rate of the nation as a whole is about 4%. Statistics would say from the Labor Department that among Negroes it's about 8.4%. But these are the persons who are in the labor market, who still go to employment agencies to seek jobs, and so they can be calculated. The statistics can be gotten because they are still somehow in the labor market. But there are hundreds of thousands of Negroes who have given up. They've lost hope. They've come to feel that life is a long and desolate corridor for them with no exit sign. And so they no longer go to look for a job. There are those who would estimate that these persons who are called the discouraged persons would be 6 or 7% in the Negro community. And that means that unemployment among Negroes may well be 16%. And among Negro youth in some of our large urban areas, it goes to 30 and 40%. And so you can see what I mean when I say that in the Negro community, that is a major, tragic, and staggering depression that we face in our everyday lives. Now, the other thing that we've got to come to see now that many of us didn't see too well during the last 10 years, that is that racism is still alive in American society and much more widespread than we realize. And we must see racism for what it is. It is a myth of the superior and the inferior race. It is the false and tragic notion that one particular group, one particular race is responsible for all of the progress, all of the insights, and the total flow of history. And the theory that another group or another race is totally depraved, innately impure, and innately inferior. And in the final analysis, racism is evil because its ultimate logic is genocide. Hitler was a sick and tragic man who carried racism to its logical conclusion. And he ended up leading a nation to the point of killing about 6 million Jews. And this is the tragedy of racism because its ultimate logic is genocide. If one says that I am not good enough to live next door to him, if one says that I am not good enough to eat at a lunch counter, or to have a good, decent job, or to go to school with him merely because of my race, he is saying consciously or unconsciously that I do not deserve to exist. To use a philosophical analogy here, racism is not based on some empirical generalization. It is based rather on an ontological affirmation. It is not the assertion that certain people are behind culturally or otherwise because of environmental conditions. It is the affirmation that the very being of a people is inferior. And this is the great tragedy of it. I say that however unpleasant it is, we must honestly see and admit that racism is still deeply rooted all over America. It's still deeply rooted in the North, and it's still deeply rooted in the South. Now, this leads me to say something about another discussion that we hear a great deal, and that is the so-called white backlash. I would like to honestly say to you that the white backlash is merely a new name for an old phenomenon. It's not something that just came into being because shouts of black power, or because Negroes engaged in riots in Watts, for instance. The fact is that the state of California voted a fair housing bill out of existence before anybody shouted black power, or before anybody rioted in Watts. It may well be that shouts of black power and riots in Watts and the Harlems and the other areas are the consequences of the white backlash rather than the cause of them. What it is necessary to see is that there has never been a single solid, monistic, determined commitment on the part of the vast majority of white Americans, the whole question of civil rights and on the whole question of racial equality. This is something that truth impels all men of goodwill to admit. It is said on the Statue of Liberty that America is the home of exiles.
Welcome back, everybody, to the MLK Laker Classic on My Michigan TV. We're in West Bloomfield High School for the 5th game of the 6-game tournament. And we should get another good one for you. We got the Tigers of Belleville against the Warriors of Southfield A&T. John's still with you on the call alongside Xander Woods. Xander, we've seen a variety of different styles of play in this tournament. We've seen very fast-paced and very slow, conservative play. What kind of style do you think we should get out of these two teams?
So when you're talking about a team like Belleville, right, really good coach team by Jason Wilkins. There's a long history with this team and this program. A school known for mostly football, but don't get it confused. This team and these ladies right here are intense. If you just look at their warm-up, they were ready to go. They were fired up. Southfield A&T, a very methodical team, just like the one that we saw last game, a Grand Blanc, a team that wants to dictate pace. So it should be a really interesting matchup ahead of us.
Belleville coming in with a record of 7-3. On the other side, Southfield not having a best of years. They come in a record of 2-8, looking to turn things around. And if it's anything, Southfield A&T, that's the arts and technology, they are familiar with this setup right here because they play West Bloomfield within their conference schedule. So they are a familiar face to this type of venue.
Right.
Once again, to West Bloomfield High School for the Lakers.
Belleville within their orange and white uniforms, and Southfield A&T within their black and red uniforms. Game number 5 and the final game will be West Bloomfield taking on Cass Tech, a high anticipated matchup for both these programs. Of course, West Bloomfield being last year's state championship. So they have earned the right to host this event on Martin Luther King Day. We want to wish you all a happy Martin Luther King Day.
For the Warriors, number 2,
the Laker Classic. A first one-time event. One-time event that that definitely should be coming back within the recent years.
For the Warriors, number 3, Danny Page.
They announced the starting lineups.
For the Tigers, number 3, Secret Carter.
Definitely looking for a change of pace. Last game we saw was a very slow-paced type of game between Grand Blanc and Williamston, and then before that was an unbelievable matchup. Fast-paced, fast-scoring, major comeback between Westfield Prep and Carman-Ainsworth of Flint. So definitely a lot of different styles of play within this tournament, and we look for even greater opportunity and greater things to come.
For the Tigers, number 21, Mia Wright.
And Xander, let me ask you something, being a first-time guy doing this kind of broadcast, what really excites you the most about doing a broadcast for high school basketball?
I think really the most exciting part about doing high school broadcasting for basketball is just, especially on a day like today, it's just a tournament. And with basketball, unlike any other, or most sports maybe except hockey, of course, it's very fast-paced. It's very team-oriented as well. So those are the things that really excites me about covering basketball. Not to mention, it's a game that has been in my life for many, many years, and it's a game that I love to watch, and it's very entertaining. So that really makes it intriguing to me, just to give you an answer on that one.
No, and I agree with you too. And in the short time, in a couple of years I've been doing this at the college level and now at the high school level, it's the fast pace and the high electricity that really gets everybody going. Whether you're a spectator or a fan or a player or even a coach, you cannot get away from the thrill.
And regardless who you're rooting for, you just want to see a good basketball game. That's
exactly.
how I come into it.
Exactly. So we're about set to go for game number 5. Southfield A&T against Belleville. Renee Rice knocked away that tip-off, but it's taken away by Rylan Bushel of Belleville. Give things away to Anaya Stone-Palmer. Now bounce pass over to Daria Shelby. Now back over to Bushel. Into the corner. Quick 3 right out of the gate, and it just goes in on the friendly bounce by Secret Carter.
Secret Carter with no hesitation on that 3. Even for being with a freshman, she is so poised and so locked in on that shot.
Jordan Ustry the other way for Southfield A&T. Got over aggressive and goes out of bounds, and it will go right back. Actually, no, they're saying it was tipped, so it stays with the Warriors on this side. They go all the way out to Ustry. Screen there by Jemiah Fritz, but it's taken away. Another steal and now another knockaway. Fritz was able to regain and able to knock it free out of the hands of Anaya Stone-Palmer. So it's the Tigers that have to inbound from underneath.
Great hands by Mia Wright as she was able to read the passing lane and knock that ball free.
Back atop the key for Bushel. Hands it off to Shelby. Hand off to Stone-Palmer. Over again, another three-pointer try. That one's way off the mark, but it's right there to grab it with Secret Carter. In the middle, all by herself with a lot of space. That was Shania Johnson.
I think Shania Johnson even surprised herself by seeing how open she was. She did not expect that. She assumed there was a defender right by her back hip.
Quick pull-up try, and it's off the mark. And by correction, that was actually Mia Wright who made that last bucket right there for Belleville, but it counts. There's contact before the shot, and they will call the block. So it is Daria Shelby that goes to the line to shoot. Mia Wright, a junior center. So first, three throw opportunities for either side. Daria Shelby, a junior guard. And when asked what she is described as that one goes off the heel, she is described as the spark plug kind of player for Belleville. It's be able to really light up a team at any point. You really want that kind of personality within your team. As she goes 1 for 2. So a 6-0 run to open up this one for Belleville. Cammie Page gives it away in the middle. And now Page will pull up a 3, and that one goes through. So Cammie Page puts the Warriors on the board. Quickly the other way. Bushel, long pass. Able to corral it was Carter. And now quick pass over again to the corner. And around the perimeter they go. Person to person, open shot, Secret Carter, 3-ball.
Secret Carter 2 for 2 from 3. Great ball movement as they were able to wrap that pass around and keep the ball moving to find their best shooter in Secret Carter.
Shakita Coltrane will take a timeout for Southfield A&T. In her 3rd season as head coach of Southfield A&T, trying to really make something out of this program, which is a really good rise in the making, because you see the pace is very fast already. And you can tell by the aggressive drives and the wide open shots, they don't like to waste any time on those few drives right there.
Yeah, Coach Q, as they like to call her. Let's be honest, this team hasn't been the best in the last couple of years. So right now, they hired her just to really bring this team along, and be able to almost rebuild and bring this program back to where it used to be.
Replace the legacy of recent coach Michelle Marshall, who spent a lot of years in that Southfield A&T program, as that drive right there was really good by Renee Rice.
Great drive, great cut by Renee Rice to realize that.
We will get a foul away from the ball, and they will call it on Jaya Bushel, or make that Mia Wright rather. So an offensive foul away from the ball results in a turnover. And now it's Southfield A&T with the chance to really get back into this. It's 9-5. Page lost the dribble, and we get a foul from behind. Secret Carter got a little bit too aggressive.
Freshman mistakes, it happens. Gotta live with that one.
That's inbound from the side. Pass over to Cammie Page. Really tough perimeter defense being shown. Jemiah Fritz hands it off to Jordy Ushery. They try to hit it off a Belleville player to hit out of bounds, but it didn't work. Taken away was Anaya Stone-Palmer. Into the corner, now a drive down the baseline. Quick bull-up jumper is off the mark, rebounded by Wright. Kick out again. Belleville will reset. Around the perimeter, another 3-ball try. That one's off the heel. Knocked away, corralled by Kristen Banks.
If you're Belleville, you'll live with that miss. You're not going to make all the threes you take, but guess what? That was a really good look.
Bounce pass underneath. Jordan Ushery brings it back up top for Jemiah Fritz. Fritz, bounce pass over to Banks. Banks pull up underneath, and she's fouled on the way up. So Banks will go to the line, the 5'10" sophomore. Really smart within all of her classes. A 4.0 GPA, already within the AP courses at that Southfield A&T program. Really great program in the Southfield area. Takes the first one. He would get a few subs coming in. Mia Wright goes to the bench, along with Jemiah Fritz. Lauren Gilbreth checks in for Southfield A&T. Banks goes 2 for 2. So it's a 9-7 game to begin this first half. A lot more faster pace. And that's good enough. They move the ball around quickly. 3-ball from the wing, and that one is good by Raylan Bushel.
So that was a really nice look. See, Secret Carter had a nice look at the basket. She was able to wave that off and pass it right back to her teammate, to Ryan Bushel. Great move and great pass by Secret Carter.
We get another foul on the play. And again, Kristen Banks will go to the line. And as the foul is called on Jordan Peterson, who checks into the game for Belleville. Makes that first free throw attempt. Banks almost as automatic as they come for this A&T team. Has gone 3 for 4. This is that second opportunity. Around the perimeter. Now bringing it up to Key. Shelby. Over to Bushel. Back and forth they go to try to work their way somehow into the paint. Good pressure by the Warriors in this zone-type defense. They do get it inside. Now they kick it out. 3 ball coming from Shelby. He's off the heel. Rebounded. And now another kick out. Another 3 ball try. And that one goes in. And again, it is Secret Carter.
Boy, Secret Carter is hot right now. 3 for 4 from 3. 9 points in the first quarter. She is on fire.
Banks gets it over to Gilbert, but intercepted by Peterson. And now quickly in transition the other way. Down low, it was stripped away, but they will call a foul on the floor. The foul will be called on Jordan Ushry. So this will be an inbound play. They prevent the shooting opportunity. So what do you think of the style of pace right here by both teams?
You know, I'm really liking Belleville's ball movement. They're not forcing anything. All their shots are coming in within the flow of the offense. I'm really liking this game. Secret Carter's on fire. You know, I think after this game, she's not going to be much of a secret anymore.
Here she is. Hands it off to Bushel. They go all the way around. They go inside. Stone Palmer. They go back. Secret Carter one more time. Just off the mark. Picked up there by Daria Shelby. Picks up her dribble. Able to kick it out to Bushel. Again, she decides to take a drive, but she's called for the travel.
A little bit too antsy on that last 3. Looked like she wanted it, but I guess one more jump before she decided to drive is what caused that to be a travel.
So a turnover will give things back to the Warriors of Southfield A&T. They are not down by plenty. It's 15-8. But again, a lot of pressure being shown, and now a loose ball, able to keep it within play. Ushry tried to hand it off, but it was intercepted. And now a breakaway opportunity. Here's Daria Shelby. They go all the way across, quick pull-up 18-footer, and that one goes in by Secret Carter.
Secret Carter, 4 for 5, 11 points in this first quarter. She is hot.
It'll be a little more conservative on that round. Now another takeaway. This time it's Stone Palmer. And Palmer through traffic and able to put up that finish. And that will force Coach Q to take a timeout. So really, it's the steals and the takeaways and the good finishes in which have really helped Belleville come away with this right now.
Belleville, just a great job defensively. They have not let Southfield get into any type of offensive set or even an offensive rhythm at that. Just really great job at denying the ball and cutting off cutters to the basket. And then on the offensive side of the ball, they're just moving the ball so well and finding open shooters like Secret Carter to get her open, to make open threes. Just a beautiful game of basketball.
It is a 9-point lead for the Tigers, a team that their average margin of win is just about over 30 points. And if they're going to lose, they're not going to lose by many. Their average loss deficit is only by 11. But you're facing a team like the Warriors that if they're going to win, they're going to really pull it out and really grind through it all. And even when they only lose by only so little. So this should be a pretty good contest. Don't count out the Warriors just yet. And there's still a lot of basketball to be played with the remaining 2:42 left to go in this first quarter. The MLK Laker Classic on My Michigan TV and also on Civic Center TV. Also available streaming on YouTube and your mobile devices. We've had a variety of matchups, and it's only going to get better from here. Because after this one, it's the main event. And now another loose ball opportunity, fresh into the game, and trying to go up for the layup and the finish. That is Yanni Huggins, and she will go to the line.
Smart foul by number 30, Lauren Gildreth, making sure that there are no easy baskets.
Just off the heel with that first shot. Huggins has not had a lot of opportunities, especially point-wise, as doesn't get anything out of those two free-throw opportunities. Now quickly again, and another takeaway and another knockaway. Huggins, give it away to Shelby. Now Huggins again. Gives it away to Shelby once more. They find Huggins again, feed down low, and a good feed underneath, a finish by Jordan Peterson.
Huggins with a beautiful find to Jordan Peterson. I'm loving this ball movement.
And now a hard foul going for it with Secret Carter, and she's going to be called for it.
Clear foul. Secret Carter just misses the ball entirely and knocks over the offensive player.
That's her second foul, so she will go to the bench. Back in is Raylan Bushel. All the way underneath, and a good defensive awareness, but it's last touched by the Warriors. And so Belleville will get the ball right back.
You know, ill-advised pass by Jemiah Fritz. No need to be throwing these long outlet passes, especially when Belleville is running a form of drop coverage. That's pretty much going to get taken away, or at least a turnover every time.
Tabria White also checks in for Southfield as well. Good bounce pass underneath, and now intercepting is White, and now on the breakaway. Here's the Warriors, but again, another takeaway by Belleville. They're just cutting in front of every pass. Now Peterson on the other end with the finish.
Well, it's clear that Belleville, when they turn the ball over, they like to get out fast on defense and offense, as you can see
And
right
another
here.
one again. Shelby in traffic, and it's stripped away. And now we go back the other way. On the drive with contact. And it is Lauren Gilbreth who will go to the line. So back and forth we go. No real setup time with either one of these teams. It's just a variety of turnovers and takeaways. 1:12 left to go. And this will be an inbound play since they called it on the floor before the shot attempt. Gilbreth will depart. Jemiah Fritz will re-enter. Down by 13. And another takeaway again. This time it's Huggins. Gives it away by Peterson. And they will call for the travel as she had trouble with the handle.
Peterson's feet were moving a little bit quicker than her hands, and she wasn't able to dribble the basketball in that time. But Belleville, they're getting steals. They love to get out, and they are getting out quick. They are scoring so many fast break points and taking advantage of miscues on Southfield A&T.
Now another loose ball. That half-court pressure has worked so well for the Tigers in this early going of this first quarter. Kick out, 3 ball. Just off the mark, and rebound right there by Huggins, gets another one. And she is fouled on the attempts. So Yanni Huggins coming in for the offensive boards right off the bench.
Huggins off the bench has just been amazing. She has been playing like a dog this whole game, attacking the glass, getting out there in passing lanes, disrupting any offensive flow that A&T is trying to create. She's been a really good player and a really good defender.
Just off the mark with that first free throw. Huggins is a senior on this squad, along with Anaya Stone-Palmer and also Jaya Bushel. So 3 seniors on this team for Belleville, coached by Jason Wilkins. So there's some leadership there, but there's also a lot of people and a lot of talent that are stepping up. Secret Carter, a freshman, really stepping up as Huggins goes 0 for 2. So we're under a minute left to go, 45 seconds remaining. Quick 3 ball on the other side, no good. Rebounded by Bushel, and there's a foul right away. Magwanet Nadia was called for the foul on Southfield A&T. Another contact, no foul there. And now a drive to the basket through traffic, and that's a good finish right there by Jaya Bushel, who's into the game.
Jaya Bushel just slicing and dicing her way through the defense.
And now another takeaway. This time it's Raylan Bushel as she gets tripped up on her way up. So the Bushel sisters are really starting to take over. Raylan, who was the starter in this game, and now Jaya, who came off the bench, adding some more on. So now it's Raylan who go to the line.
Both sisters are leaving an impact on this game for sure.
Makes that one with ease. So double-digit deficit for the Warriors. They've got some work to do, but don't count out this team just yet. There's plenty of basketball left to be played. Bushel goes 2 for 2. It's a 17-point game, 17 seconds remaining. And again, not letting up. Ushry pull-up jumper off the mark.
Now, you didn't have to rush that shot. You still had 12 seconds left. No need to try to settle for a pull-up jumper.
One last second shot opportunity. It's wide open underneath the basket. And that is how the first quarter comes to an end. A good finish by Jordan Peterson in the paint, and Belleville nearly up by 20. So what really needs to click here for the Warriors to get back into this?
Well, for starters, you got to limit these turnovers. Virtually all of Belleville's points are coming off of fast break points and getting out in transition. You want to limit those touches that Belleville has on offense, especially in transition, by playing better transition defense, and also better ball movement and not shooting the shot so early into your offensive possession. There's no need for that. Run your sets and take care of the basketball. And there's no need for long outlet passes, especially when you see two Belleville defenders already in place to pick those passes off. Run your offense and take your time.
Especially that half-court press that they've been doing this entire time. It forces them to really make those long passes and therefore leading to the steals and the takeaways. So that's just a great defensive setup.
Exactly. And that's really what Belleville wants you to do. Take those long chances, throw up 50-50 balls. And because Belleville's the taller team, odds are they're going to come down with those. If I'm Southfield A&T, I'm going to try to run some type of motion or some type of offensive set that's getting all my players at front court so they can try to pass this ball in shorter, quicker passes, not trying to take long, deep passes that are easily going to get picked off by Belleville's defense.
Southfield will have possession to start the second quarter, but the Tigers are waiting to strike, and they will show pressure right now. As one of the officials is at the scores table, they've already trying to get the scores right on the main scoreboard. The same issue happened in the last game with Blanc and Williamston at the half, in which they missed a basket, counting it for the other team. So now they'll have to reset this. And how they fixed it the last time, they had to completely shut off the scoreboard and then re-put in the numbers, just counting their way back up to the main score. So we're in a bit of a slight delay. Right here and the MLK Laker Classic, as they do shut off this main scoreboard. But happy Martin Luther King Day to everybody else watching. A great venue to really celebrate and honor this day at the Laker Classic on My Michigan TV, and also available on Civic Center TV, also on YouTube and your mobile streaming services and your mobile devices. So they do turn on the scoreboard, and they will have to reset the time and everything. This is like the second occurrence in which this has happened. And following this game between Belleville and Southfield A&T will be the final matchup of this tournament between the Lakers of West Bloomfield and the Technicians of Cass Tech. A high anticipated matchup, not just in the football season, but it carries over, my friend.
Oh, exactly. And then when you're talking about West Bloomfield athletics, and a lot of people think of really good football players, but if you look at this girls basketball team, they came off a state championship where they did not lose any games. And the one game that they did lose, I believe, was out of state in Indiana. In Indiana, I'm sorry, that doesn't count. That basketball over there is just different. So I'm not going to really hold that too much against them. But virtually in-state, all of their games were blowouts. And so this girls basketball team, especially led the way by Sydney Hendricks, then you have players like India and Summer Davis, who are both Michigan State commits. This team is loaded still, and they're going to be looking to make a title push once again.
So they have the scoreboard reset, and we're ready to begin the second quarter. And again, early defense and another takeaway, just like the first quarter. Peterson with the shove, but they do call the charge. So getting over aggressive was Peterson, and she ran right through Jordan Ushry.
She knew what she did as she laughs it off as she's running down the court. She knows she's just way too big and way too strong. And she went up a little bit too aggressively. She could have laid that one up a little less aggressive.
More pressure and almost another takeaway. Quick pull-up jumper off the glass and rolled off the iron. And now Daria Shelby gives it over to Bushel. Bushel to one and back to the other. It is off the base And now a quick rebound, not put up. Another rebound, a block, but they do call the foul.
Man, Belleville is just one of the best rebounding teams that we've seen all day in the tournament. It seems like all 5 players are going for the ball, and every single player can rebound the ball at an effective level.
Definite there. Those offensive boards are so huge. If you want to take a commanding lead, you have got to have offensive boards at all times.
Just limits the other team's offensive possessions. And if you're getting extra chances, you better make them count.
Anaya Stone-Palmer is at the line. And as that foul was called on Renee Rice of Southfield. 1 for 2 is Stone-Palmer. And it is now a 20-point lead for the Tigers. Tanaya Fuqua checks in for Southfield as well. And another takeaway by Peterson. And now they will lead. Shelby through traffic, got around, rebounded right there, Bo by Bushel. So teammates are there for the backup.
Just taking the ball out of her hand. Man, it's just like watching.
Another one. And again, Peterson. And another finish.
Wow, it is a sight to see the Belleville Tigers just get out in transition. They're just women amongst the girls tonight.
Showing no mercy. Another takeaway. Stone-Palmer feeds Bushel down low, and another one. This is a defensive display at half court. Not letting up anytime soon. Southfield A&T pull-up jumper try off the hill. Getting the rebound, though, is Jalen Austin. And Austin is fouled going up. So that time they were finally able to break through that defense.
Back-to-back turnovers, leading to fast break points. There is no let up in this Belleville half-court, full-court press.
Making the first one is Jalen Austin. One of the few seniors on this squad. Trying to make this a little bit closer and more for comfort. As Belleville has been just running away with the defensive stops. Austin is 2 for 2. So now Belleville on the attack. Coming with a regular 7 and 3, and there's Secret Carter just off the mark. So Secret Carter back in, trying to make another impact. This time, Southfield is able to break through underneath, but she is called for the walk. So Fuqua, that fresh into the game, had an opportunity down low, but she was called for the travel.
Yeah, she just went off her feet and then tried to gather herself again, which is why she was called for the travel. Almost similarly what we just saw last play.
Bit of hesitation on that pass by Stone-Palmer, and it went out of bounds. So really back-to-back turnovers by both teams. A rare turnover by this Belleville team who had all the offensive possessions. Trying to open up big is the Tigers. Warriors are just trying to hang around. Here's the press, and they got through. Austin taking the lane, got through. Off the glass, a scramble for it. There's White, kick out, another chance, underneath, a rejection, and another takeaway by Peterson. And she is fouled trying to get down the court.
Jordan Peterson, she is just so strong. It's almost like she is just bullying these girls out here.
Junior forward really making an impact. She was not a regular starter. She has come off the bench, but still making an impact. All these bench players, this entire roster can really make an impact at any moment.
If I'm watching this as a coach, she might not be a bench player for long with her impact on today's game.
Got a friendly roll that time off the iron. Kristen Banks checks back in. Fuqua goes back to the bench. And did not get the friendly bounce that time. 1 for 2 goes Peterson. Down low, Took a one dribble. Banks inside the paint. Pull up shot. Just rolls off. And now fight for it. It's loose again. And it's Stone Palmer who comes away with it. They feed. Pull up at the free throw line. Off the heel. Carter goes for it. And right there is Shelby. Shelby inside. Kick out. Stone Palmer. Carter. Three ball. Just off the mark. And we will get a reaching foul over the back of Kristen Banks.
Carter hit 3 early threes in the game, starting to cool off a little bit now. Let's see how she gets to find her way back on the hot side of her 3-point hidden streak.
Both teams are within the bonus, so any foul here given will go straight to the line. Yanni Huggins checks back in. Going to the bench is Mia Wright. Another one of those players has made an impact for Belleville. Yanni Huggins, who is all over the place getting those offensive boards, as Banks makes the first free throw. Trying to close this deficit out a bit is Banks. And she has made a good quality amount of free throws. And now the Tigers go the other way. Shelby, right back to her. They go inside for Stone Palmer. Now over to Secret Carter. All over for Huggins. Back to Carter, nearly knocked away, and it is taken away. This is a fast break opportunity for the Warriors. And nearly got blocked. Trying to put up for the finish is Banks, as she does. Working quickly, though, is Belleville. Not letting up anything whatsoever. Stone Palmer down low. They were called the foul down low on the floor, and that will send Stone Palmer to the line. So for Belleville, this is just adding on. Off the heel, rebounded by Banks. Now Austin. High pass, Banks gives it away to Austin. This is a really tough style defense. Now underneath, a good try, and fouled on the way up. Nadadi will go to the line. Magwed Nadadi, one of the other seniors on this team, will shoot from the line. Takes that first one. Foul was on Stone Palmer. That's her second. So for Southfield A&T, Xander, really going into the half, what is the big adjustment trying to go for this defense?
Well, really for Southfield A&T, what they need to be able to do, and what their only priority should be, is just getting past half court without turning the basketball over. Man, it has been a mess for them offensively. Luckily, you have another half to clean it up as Belleville hits a three.
Daria Shelby took all the space that she could that was right in front of her. When she ran out of options, nobody was in front, so she took the shot. It is 40-18 in favor of Belleville. But continue on. So just getting past half court, out turning the ball over. But then there's been plenty of opportunities underneath in which they haven't been able to finish their shots.
Yeah, and that just goes with the player's actual ability down low to finish. And so I'm not sure if they have a true post player. Magwet Ndai, she is probably their closest thing to a center, but I wouldn't consider her a big. But it's just really the physicality for Belleville that's just making them stand apart. Watching them run and get out in transition, and just how athletic they are. That is really just the difference between this game.
Belleville's not letting up. They're going full court press. Are they able to get past half court? Nadadi, pull-up jumper, just rolls off. Rebound by Huggins. And now Yanni Huggins. Quickly in transition. Nobody home. Miscommunication on the pass by Bushel. And now this is a takeaway for the Warriors. Gilbreth, Nadadi, try to hit down low White. And that's another takeaway. Now quickly in transition. Secret Carter. Pull up jumper try, and that one goes through. Secret Carter with another bucket.
Well, if she was cold, she wasn't cold for too long, and she's able to get out that cold streak and find the
Falling down was Austin. Nadati, she'll take a three-ball shot. That one's just short. White tried to go for the rebound. And now again in transition, bushel to bushel, and they finish it.
That sister-to-sister connection, stronger than no other.
From behind, getting it through. White being pressured, and it's Jaya Bushel who's called for the foul. Senior guard called for that one, and it will be Tabria White to go to the line to shoot. 44-18 with 3:04 left to go in this first half of play. Goes off the mark. Tabria White, one of those other seniors on this squad, along with Jalen Austin, Adati, Renee Rice, and Lauren Gilbreth. So a lot of senior leadership on this squad to try to really set the tone for this program.
It's almost funny just seeing the score. You wouldn't think that it would be so senior-led for A&T. And if you look at Belleville, there's only 2 seniors on this team. So it's just going to show like how good this program's going to be for the future and for other Belleville basketball teams to come.
Carter thought about it, goes a long pass over. Now another takeaway. This time it's Austin who picked up her dribble and gives away to Cammie Page. Page quickly inside. Pull-up jumper try by Rice. Just off the mark. Rebounded by Carter. And now all the way down low by herself. It is Sanaya Johnson.
You can tell her teammates really like her, just how the whole bench seemingly cleared and went up and celebrated when she scored.
Cammie Page, 3-ball, and that one goes through. So Cammie Page says, not so fast. We're going to put up a fight.
Finally, some offensive production from the A&T side.
Quickly the other way. Got a rebound. And we get fouled on the way up. Jaya Bushel try to work quickly, able to get her own offensive board. That's another reason you brought up. All these players on this Belleville team getting their own offensive board. And at the rate in which the Tigers team is going, they'll definitely be past the 50 mark before the half. So they're putting up a really good offensive display, and this is going to set the tone for the rest of their schedule, because right after this, they go right back into conference play. So this is a really good setup right now for this squad.
Right. And Belleville so far today, they have been just so impressive. Now,
Cammie Page, pull-up try, off the glass and in. So Cammie Page with a couple of buckets, trying to make this a little bit closer than what it looks.
Cammie Page, really quick guard, able to get to the spots whenever she wants to.
And now a turnover as Secret Carter worked a little bit faster than her feet and mind.
Secret Carter with the travel, one of the more common travels where you let your feet get up on you before you're about to drive and you don't dribble. Just a little mistake for a freshman.
In the middle, cutting in front, a mid-collision, and now an open layup try, and finishing it was Daria Shelby. Peterson really cutting in front just to knock that ball free.
Peterson is
and
just
another takeaway. Another takeaway. This is how it ended the first quarter, and Belleville is not letting up. Shelby with another bucket.
Wow, 51 points in the first half. That's just ridiculous.
And able to keep it in bounds is Austin. Nadia, kick it out. Austin again. Here's Page. Quick pull-up 3. Off the mark. Pulled back in by Bushel. And now quickly in transition, now letting up with a whole head of steam, and it's Shelby once again with the finish.
Bushel just threw an absolute dime of an outlet pass.
Under a minute left to go. Austin lost the handle, but there's going to be a foul called on Bushel. That's Jaya Bushel. And Austin will go to the line to shoot.
Surprised with all these runs that we've seen Belleville go on. Head coach Aquita Coltrane hasn't really called too many timeouts.
There's only so much in which you can tell your team to try to fix when you're down by this much in order to come back in time. But they'll have plenty of time to talk it over at the half. More time to really regroup and reset and go back to the original game plan. As Austin makes the first free throw. Kennedy Brown checks in for Belleville, her first sign of action in this game for the Tigers. .56 seconds left to go as Austin goes 1 for 2. Bushel working quickly. Down low is Brown. Her first sign of action. She puts it up and she gets it off the hill and in.
Everybody on Belleville's team is just getting buckets right now.
The junior guard gets her first sign of action and ran into her own teammate and trying to come away with the steal. Everybody's getting in on the fun for the Tigers. As Austin will go back to the line as she was fouled on that play.
Seems like every time a ball is being thrown Jordan Peterson's way, somebody's on the ground. She is going to put somebody on the ground and take that ball.
Well, that forward position is so huge, especially in that half-court setup in which Belleville has done so much. And right there is Peterson again, just to knock it free, cutting in front. And not showing any mercy, they put Kennedy Brown all the way back in the backcourt. Austin goes 1 for 2, 39 seconds remaining. Kristen Banks checks back in. Austin goes to the bench. Belleville is not going to let up. They're not even going to try to kill the clock. They go underneath with the pressure. That is Shania Johnson. Another loose ball on the court. It's a scramble for it along the sideline. It will go stay with the Warriors. Everybody on this Belleville team is getting their opportunities and they're making the best of it. That was a very difficult shot by Shania Johnson right there in traffic with contact.
Seems like that ball was almost blocked how she was able to get that off.
Now inside again, a difficult shot and one. An aggressive drive by Breanne Rice.
Wow, way to finish through the contact. You're getting knocked off balance in midair, you fall. The shot's still able to go through. Good shot by Breanne Rice.
So to try to complete the three-point play, they try to make this at least a closer game than what it looks. Southfield A&T, they're still going to fight this out. Don't ever count them out. Different style shooting setup. Rice on the right side of the line and able to put that one in.
Haven't seen too many free throws shot like that before, but hey, it went in. That's all that matters.
One last shot opportunity. Johnson got it again. One more time, but they won't be able to get a shot off, and that's how the first half comes to an end. So a high-scoring offensive display put on by the Tigers of Belleville. Xander, what do the Warriors have to put in the second half?
I'm not sure. Maybe some. Man, this is just a really lopsided game. But in all seriousness, they just got to get the ball past half court, honestly. There's just too many turnovers, unacceptable amount of fast break points were being scored by Belleville. That's not how any high school basketball game should go. So if you're able to at least run some sets for your team to at least get the ball past half court and maybe slow down Belleville's offense, that's really the only reasonable way to carry out the rest of this game. But it seems like it's kind of gotten out of hand real early.
So after one half of play, it's the Belleville Tigers 57-29. And one game after this, it's the final game between West Bloomfield and Cass-Tech. So stick around on My Michigan TV. This is the MLK Laker Classic.
There are many different kinds of noses. Our noses can sniff out all kinds of things. Good things and bad things. Your nose knows if those sniffles are just a cold, allergies, or COVID-19. So swab it. Test it. It's good to know.
Let's relish these moments, made possible by the COVID-19 vaccine. Keep the festivals going by keeping yourself protected and your COVID-19 vaccines up to date.
Out here with the squad, everybody trying to go, yeah, the party jumping off. Hey, we putting on a show, trying to catch a vibe. We do this every time, like, na 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 na. This is where I wanna be, na na na. Never ever gonna leave, na na na. You ain't gonna get it from me, I'm like, na 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 na.
Welcome back, everybody. Belleville has taken a commanding lead. They lead 57-29 over Southfield A&T. This is game number 5 of the MLK Laker Classic on My Michigan TV. Also available on Civic Center TV. Also available on YouTube and your mobile streaming devices. John Stowe with you along with Xander Woods. Xander, the Tigers, they're all over the place. Almost every single person on their roster has a bucket or two.
You know, Belleville today has just been one of the most impressive teams that I've seen so far. And obviously one could say, well, you're playing a much less ranked opponent. Well, the fact of the matter is that Belleville is able to, one, get out in transition so well. They're so athletic and they're so fast, and they're also very unselfish. Even when they get into their offensive sets, you're seeing them distribute the basketball with such ease and just such great precision on those passes. They're just so impressive, and they're such a great team, and I'm so excited to get to the second half.
Very well coached team under Jason Wilkins in his 3rd season of the KLAA East. They are tied now for 2nd place in that division, let alone. And this offensive display is so huge, especially right after this. They're going back into conference play, which is so huge. And they only have 3 losses thus far this year, 7 wins to count for. As we're just about 2 minutes left to go in the second half. So this Tigers team, they look ready and they look willing to go, because this half-court defensive display, it's been unbreakable. On the other side for Southfield A&T, the Warriors, they got some work to do, but this is a team that's in a growing process underneath Coach Q.
Yeah, this team, it's still under their rebuild, and I believe that this will be a better team in the coming years ahead. But as of right now, when it comes to this game, as you stated before, they do have some work to do. They can still cut this lead closely if they take care of the basketball and are able to take advantage of Belleville's mistakes. And that doesn't really happen much often, but when it does, you want to be ready for it, and you want to capitalize on every single one. And don't try to rush this lead by jacking up a bunch of shots. You got to cut into this lead chunk by chunk. You don't ever want to just go into a cake eating the whole thing at once. You got to take slices, and you got to cut slices. So you got to dig into this lead, and then you might see yourself in a more competitive ball game later in the 4th quarter.
As we await the arrival of Southfield A&T back onto the court for the second half. But on the Belleville side, you have this big size lead. You're up by 28. You cannot let up, and you cannot get soft, because instantly you might still be able to win. You might still win this game, but you cannot let them win a single quarter in bunches, like you said.
Exactly.
You got to really play all your best, even when you're even at your best, and you have a large size lead to work with. So this Belleville team, they're going to still be relentless. They're still going to press. And for Southfield A&T, it's just all a learning process and a rebuild.
Exactly. And if you're a player on Southfield A&T, don't look at the scoreboard and don't look at the clock. That's what fans are for. They're going to say this game's out of reach. They're going to say, and everybody's going to have their opinion. But when it comes to the players, all you can do right now is just play your best basketball and try to cut into that lead bit by bit.
The Southfield team, the Warriors, they have a lot of senior leadership, and it's going to be interesting how within the upcoming years that leadership changes, because they have so many seniors on this short team right now. As Belleville will start things off, and aggressively though, Carter around Cammie Page. Guide over her, Bushel inside. Now kick out, corner 3 try by Shelby, goes in and out. Rebound try, it's loose, and it will stay with the Tigers. So it will be interesting to see how this Warriors team works around, just trying to stay with the pace and work through the defense of this Belleville team. Shelby gives it away to Bushel. Bushel drive down the basket, and it's rejected by Rice.
Rice had to get up in the air for that block. Real athletic play by Rice.
Cammie Page tried to hit Jemiah Fritz down low, and it got away. So another opportunity went to waste right there early on for the Warriors.
Yeah, if you're the Warriors, you can't have too many wasted offensive possessions. You need every single one of them with a positive outcome.
Secret Carter from the corner, and that is Secret Carter as we know her.
what else is there to say about Sigrid Carter? Such a great shooter. You cannot leave her open.
Kristen Banks high above the backboard, loose underneath, and it is Carter who comes away with a rebound. So Carter doing it all. Now quickly in transition, Bushel trying to feed right down low, but right there for the rejection is Rice.
Caitlin Bushel, she knew that pass was just a hair too late. That's why you see her signifying that it was her fault. Got to get that pass a little inside quicker.
Underneath, now a good push underneath, and another block by Brene Rice.
Seemingly coming out of nowhere on that block.
In transition, off the side, picked up by Wright, and now 2-on-1 for Belleville. They hand it off one more time. Shelby is able to put it in.
Belleville is just picking up where they left off to end that first half on more transition buckets. If you're A&T, you gotta protect the basketball.
Another takeaway. Here's Stone Palmer, and that was the other finish.
If you're A&T, you need to have your players back with you. I'm not sure what this strategy is by letting one player just bring the basketball up at once.
Banks tried to, but she's called for the travel.
1, 2, 3. Can't do that. It's only 2.
So that time they were able to actually break through. So
would like to see a little bit of pressure on Belleville to try to slow down that offense.
Off the heel try, and now an opportunity. They have 4-on-2 for the moment. Now 4-on-3. Trying to hit Banks down low. They try a kick out. Now quick jumper off the heel. Cutting in front. Now ball loose and a scramble for it, and they will call the jump ball. Possession's going to stay with Southfield A&T. A&T just hanging in there. Jordan Ushry working around the perimeter. Good drive to the basket, off the back glass and in. So a good drive right there by Ushry. And now quickly on the defensive side. Good pressure, high pass. Look out in the stands. So this will be another turnover by Belleville.
You know, if you're A&T, these are one of those situations where you just got a turnover. Let's build something off this. Don't turn the ball back
Another
over.
takeaway. There's Bushel underneath. Bounce pass over to Shelby for the finish. Another takeaway by the Tigers. And now Banks gives it away. Pull-up jumper tried by Fritz, and it rolls in. So Fritz was able to respond. And now all the way to the corner, Secret Carter. Oh, just in and out. The unlucky bounce right there, picked up by Wright. They go to Stone Palmer, now they kick it out. Now they go back inside to Palmer again. Another kick out, this time Carter. Everybody will reset. Now Bush will take a drive inside the paint. Little floater try off the mark. Rebounded by Rice. Quickly in transition, Banks to Fritz. Off the glass and in. So Southfield A&T with a little transition of their own.
Shmaya Fritz, she got some game to her. She can finish for her size. She's a really good finisher down low.
Foul on the way up was Bushel. And they're going to call that foul on Brene Rice. And Bushel will go to the line. So right out of the gate, both teams have been able to add on double digits to their scores. And this will easily be outscoring the previous game between Grand Blanc and Williamston, as that was just slow possession, slowly progressing. This game is more fast-paced on either side, even though it's a lopsided score. Substitutes aplenty for either team. Jalen Austin back in. They're able to quickly get it through. Underneath, Kristen Banks, and that's how you break through that half-court press.
See, A&T needs to keep doing this. They're starting to build a little bit of momentum in the game. Let's keep this offensive scoring and production coming.
All the way across, Secret Carter into the paint, throws it up, and able to put that one through.
Secret Carter said she's not just a shooter, she can attack the basket too.
Not so much of a press this time, and got away from it, and it's a turnover. So that time, Belleville did not press all that much, but still, Southfield A&T just threw it away. Bushel will bring things up, put it over to Shelby. Into the corner, Secret Carter again for three, off the mark. Picked up there by Cammie Page.
Secret Carter's just feeling it right now. Anytime she touches that ball, she's just gonna let it fly.
Page into the corner, throws it out to Austin. And now another takeaway. This is Peterson down the lane with no finish, picked up by Austin.
A rare miss by Jordan Peterson. She typically makes those layups with ease.
Pass to the elbow. There's White into traffic, and she will get a foul called on the way up. So Tabria White will go to the line to shoot. As that foul was called on Jordan Peterson, that's her fourth. So it might be a short night for Jordan Peterson as we're only into the third quarter. 2:49 left to go. White makes the first one. 70-38. Belleville continues to score. A&T is trying to work things out and trying to have good possessions at a time. White goes 2 for 2. Yanni Huggins checks back in as well. But this would be a backcourt violation as Bushel was still in the backcourt when the pass was received. So a rare miscue right there.
Bushel just not able to get that right foot over the half-court line.
And since it was a backcourt violation, they'll have to inbound at half-court. So A&T is hanging around. They're hanging around just to figure out some stuff out for their future of this program. Not so much of a press, but they're able to get a foul called there. Jaya Bushel is called for the foul. And that's her fourth. So 2 players in the foul trouble within this third quarter for Belleville.
Coach Q visibly upset at her guard after going to the corner again to allow herself to get trapped.
Loose Ford underneath, picked up by Shelby. Good pressure, gets it over to Bushel. Bushel underneath, through the lane, an easy bucket. And they just add on. Here's the press. And able to get around it, intercepted, kept in play. Trying to was Yanni Huggins, but she stepped out. So Southfield A&T able to regain possession on another possible turnover. Jordan Ushry gives it away to Gilbreth. Long pass over to Austin, now back up top. In traffic, little floater, and it goes in by Ushry.
That's a nice little move, just able to get the defender off her by hitting her with the jab step. And then as soon as she does that, she's able to drive in with the left and finish with the easy floater.
Into the lane, what a finish by Bushel.
Man, Bushel's just getting whatever she wants. She's able to get to the cusp, however, and whenever she feels like it.
Knocked away momentarily. Now Austin, little floater try, it's off the mark, rebounded by Huggins. Inside the traffic, but she's caught in a trap and they call the foul. And they will call it on Magwanet Nadia, who checks back in. Shelby will bring things up. Hand it over the Bushel. Now Huggins now down low again for the other Bushel. That's Jaya, and she puts in that one. Belleville continues to add on. And another takeaway. Bushel kick out. Shelby 3-ball. He was way short, but right there for the rebound is Yanni Huggins. But down on the court is Jordan Ushry.
Jordan Ushery, she took a hard hit on the floor. As you can see, one of the players on Belleville's knee appeared to hit her in the back of her head and then smack the court. I hope she's all right.
We all hope for the best in this scary situation. Belleville has already succeeded. They're almost to their season high amount of points. And their season high is 82, which came back on their first game, which was a home game against Ypsilanti Lincoln. They won that one in dominant fashion, 82 to 28. And this one also being lopsided, but they are definitely in good position with still one more quarter left to go. They could easily put up 100 right here.
Man, putting up the century marks.
That would be a huge mark to hit for this program if they're able to do it. But right now, all eyes are concerned for Jordan Ushery, 5'1" sophomore, regular everyday starter.
Such a young player, a player that it's really quick guard, but she is a smaller guard at that, and so.
And usually with the quick decision making that she makes in distributing the ball, that's why she's at that guard position. And she's also a good long ball threat and also good decision making within the paint as well. She has a couple of good drives within the basket as they are trying to help her off the court. That tells you how hard she hits. Even in a lopsided game, we always concern ourselves with the safety of these players. And that's a good sign to see as Jordan Ushery is able to walk back to the bench underneath her own powers. So we hope for the best and a good recovery.
Yeah. No matter what side you're rooting for, you never want to see anybody get hurt. But fortunately, that's the nature of the game.
That's what can happen when you play on hardwood. So 1 minute and 4 seconds left to go in this third quarter. In a lopsided game, Belleville taking command from the early going. Southfield A&T just trying to work things out for their future of this program. This is a rebuilt system, but still a good, impressive system left to go. They have some bright futures ahead of them, especially with the senior leaders now. That pass was into traffic. It's still loose underneath. It's still loose. A scramble for it. And Tabria White, looks like she got somebody's hand right in the face, but it's a turnover again. And now it's Belleville with the takeaway. 45 seconds remaining. Bushel, Shelby, into the corner. Jaya Bushel, drive to the basket and a block. Beautiful block right there by Brene Rice. Quickly out, into the corner. Shelby works her way now around the perimeter. Back and forth to go between Shelby and Bushel. They're going to kill this clock for the remaining time under the direction of Jason Wilkins. They're in the backcourt area now. Drive by Bushel underneath and another block by Rice. Quickly the other way. They have time for one more shot. Pull up jumper tries off the mark. Loose underneath. And that's how the third quarter comes to an end. So Brene Rice with a couple of huge blocks, but nothing comes of it.
3 blocks in the third quarter. She's really been protecting the rim really well.
And that's just the future to look for. That's what you want to look for in a rebuild system. Players that still are in it despite what the score is.
Exactly. And even despite of this score and despite of the deficit, you still have a basketball game to play. And so if I'm A&T's coaching staff, there are still things that you obviously want to learn from this game. And that is the evaluation of some of your players and how they want to perform even when things aren't going well. So it's still a lot of evaluation. Don't throw this game away if you're playing for A&T. Still play hard because there's so many lessons that you can learn from it and grow as a player and as a team.
You're playing for learning, you're playing for knowledge. That is so huge in this game, especially if you're just a growing, rebuilding system like A&T. They have a lot to look for. Any kind of system going through this phase right now, they always have a lot to look for. Whether it's a coaching change, a whole new set of players, they always have a lot to look for. And going into this fourth quarter, Belleville, they're not going to let up. They are not going to let up one bit. They might hit the 100 marker if they continue at this pace.
Still having key contributors in the game. You can see them maybe emptying the bench until the latter parts of the fourth.
So Belleville will get the start. 8 more minutes left to go in this ball game. This is game number 5 of the Martin Luther King Laker Classic right here in West Bloomfield on My Michigan TV. One more matchup after this, and it's the matchup that probably everybody else has been waiting for. West Bloomfield and Cass Tech.
The main event.
Main event is almost amongst us. But in the meantime, we have 8 more minutes of this event. Into the corner, Stone Palmer. Keeping it in downs, and Palmer again underneath. Baseline cut, and she will go to the line to shoot.
Palmer testing out her range, not known as a three-point shooter, but was open enough and decided to take the chance.
Stone Palmer, a senior guard, and she's going places because back in December she did sign with Southwestern Christian College in Dallas, Texas. That is going places if you're Stone Palmer.
You know, just observing the game, you love to see who's going to the next level, and we wish her nothing but the best as she continues her academic and athletic adventures.
Quickly the other way, Fritz gives it away to Banks. Into the corner, Page, long pass, and it goes out of bounds. And now it's Cammie Page who's down on the floor. So Southfield A&T, not having a big bench already, are probably going to be down 2 players. And that's the other 5'1" sophomore guard. First, Jordan Ushry, back in the last quarter, went down, and now Cammie Page. And this is not a good sign for Southfield A&T. A rebuilding system just trying to find their way. Jalen Awesome has announced and checked back in for Cammie Page. We all hope for the best out of this. It's 78-41 in favor of the Tigers of Belleville, and they are not going to continue to let up one bit with the remaining 7 minutes and 24 seconds left to go in this game. But even with these injuries to A&T, they still got to finish this out and still got to gain a lot of knowledge and know how their systems work. And that's a good sign to see as we see Cammie Page walking underneath her own power. So good signs overall. For A&T, they're playing for pride, they're playing for knowledge. Trying to fight this one out. Tigers bring the ball up. Secret Carter has had a good game thus far. Been a threat from beyond the range and also inside the range. Yanni Huggins down low but intercepted, and there'll be a foul away. Shania Johnson called for the foul, and we go the other way.
A rare turnover by Belleville. However, not one that's too detrimental to the outcome of this game.
Still the little things in which Jason Wilkins would like to clean up. Here's a 3-ball try by Fritz. It loose, goes out of bounds, and we go back with Belleville. So Jason Wilkes, gotta be pleased with how his team is playing thus far. Do you think, is there anything else in which they have to work on in preparation for conference play after this?
Well, you know, just the little things. Obviously, the turnovers. Probably working on some better on-ball and maybe pick-and-roll defenses. Outside of that, this team played a really good, really clean game. But then again, if you want to win, you always got to make sure that you're always having that mindset where you want to keep improving.
Regaining control is Yanni Huggins inside for Stone Palmer, but she's going to be called for the travel. So another back-to-back turnovers by the Tigers, even with a lopsided lead, but still, this is just things in which they got to clean up along the way. Not really much detrimental to this game, but still, it's just stuff, no matter what the score is, whether it's high stakes or low stakes, you always got to keep going with your fundamentals and making sure everything is on cue.
Exactly. And, you know,
good 3-ball right there by Austin.
Right. And as a coach, you know, and it might come across as they're being mean or being harsh, but at the end of the day, you're just going to always keep improving and looking for some type of improvement from your roster.
Good drive to the basket there by Jay Bushel. And back and forth we go.
All right.
Anolis another takeaway, and it is going to be a takeaway. Peterson, who's back into the game, off the bench, and again Bushel from behind, and it's taken away by Banks. Down low, Austin with the layup, too strong on the finish. Ball loose again. They give it to Huggins. Huggins regains control of the dribble, down the lane. Trying to feed Johnson down low, but it goes out of bounds. So Belleville has put 80 points on the board, 2 less than their season high right now, which was back all the way in December 6th, the first game of the year. They have to inbound from underneath. Bushel feeds it all the way top to Secret Carter. Step back, 3 ball, and that's the Secret Carter that's been on fire all game.
What is that, her 6th 3 of the game? She is just a marksman from beyond the arc.
6 threes, a couple other buckets along with that. We get a foul away from the ball. Sanaya Johnson called for that foul. 5:17 left to go. This has definitely been a fast-paced type of game, especially with all the takeaways and turnovers and full court presses. No really pace of play. Takeaway underneath by Shelby. Feed all the way to Bushel.
Seems like Belleville's just turned this game into a basketball game, to a track meet.
Just off the mark with Secret Johnson again. Now a pull-up jumper from the other side. That one's off the mark. Picked up by Austin. Jalen Austin feeds away. Now almost another takeaway. There's Jordan Peterson again. And even with the lopsided score, she is being very aggressive with those takeaways.
You know, I'm just wondering, is Jordan Peterson a basketball player or a free safety? I really don't see a difference.
Pull-up 18-footer. Just off the mark. Rebound underneath by Banks, and it goes up and in.
Great rebound by Banks. She stays with it on the offensive glass. Way to get her team the extra points on the second chance opportunity.
Quick pull-up try. Off the mark. Rebounded by Carter. Kick out to Bushel. Bushel underneath. Pull-up try. Block, and they will call the foul on Rice.
You know, the thing that I like about Belleville is even though they see the score and they know that obviously they just surpassed their season high, but they're still remaining aggressive. They're not shying away from attacking the basket, and they're not just settling for three-pointers. That's how you could tell this is a very well-coached basketball team.
Exactly. And we saw the style of play by Mike McKay and Graham Blanc earlier, playing clock keepers and killing the clock and still maintaining a 10-point lead at the end of it. Now you just see relentless defense and easy takeaways and turnovers and easy buckets on the other end with your outside shooters. This is a great offensive display.
Yeah, I don't see this Belleville team wanting to milk much clock until you maybe get into the minute 30 part of the basketball game.
Trying to work quickly, though. Take out, though, Cammie Page. Good to see her back on the court after she was out momentarily. And now a takeaway here by Shelby. She has Wright in transition and got off her fingertips, but it was deflected first, and it stays with the Tigers here.
You gotta hit your big in stride. Let her eat down low. Don't necessarily hit it right on her hands. Throw it up, let her grab the ball, and let her get an easy bucket in the paint.
Corner three try by Shelby. Oh, it just goes in. Almost got the bad bounce out of there, but it stayed in.
That shooter's bounce never fails.
Cammie Page feeds away to Rice. Rice inside the paint, little floater, and that one goes in.
Rice has been so impressive to me today. Despite the score, she plays hard, and she's been getting blocks and protecting the rim.
There's Wright on the finish, and she puts that one back up and in.
There you go. Let your big feast down low in the paint.
The junior center finally getting a bucket after once in a while after she started this game. It really was quiet the entire time.
Belleville, a really perimeter-oriented team. You're not going to see too many touches in the paint.
Pull-up try off the heel. Rebounded by Shelby. It's 2-on-1. She's got Bushel the other way. Goes right back to Shelby. Off the mark. Right. Kicks it out to Carter. Pull up from the free-throw line. Off the heel.
Get the board.
It stays with Belleville. 3:04 left to go. Belleville, the Tigers have put on 90 in this game, and they still have plenty more left to go.
They're starting to see the benches clear. And I think one aspect about Belleville that we have not mentioned, I wonder how good their strength and conditioning team. Because the same players like Bushel and Kennedy Brown and Secret Carter, they're just able to run up and down the court just like Jordan Peterson for a consistent 36 minutes. That just goes to show how they take their strength and conditioning so seriously.
And if you watch it during warm-ups, their strength and conditioning coach, he basically takes them sideline to sideline. First, it's a 5-step shuffle and then a sprint to the other way, and then a defensive stance at the end. They do that about 5 times per every half.
Wow.
That's just commitment right there, just to your conditioning to stay in shape. They have a really great coaching staff in the making with these players.
And if these players keep up this pace, this is going to be a deadly team that I don't think anybody wants to match up once they get late into the postseason.
This is going to be a backcourt violation as into the game, Anaya Stevens, her first sign of action here tonight, and that will complete the whole bench for the Belleville team. So everybody has at least got a few minutes within. Southfield A&T looking to really work around the clock. And that 3-ball goes in by Cammie Page. So after being knocked out for a short while, Cammie Page puts up a 3-ball. And great awareness and almost a takeaway by Fritz. And it goes out of bounds and stays with the Tigers. So the Warriors are definitely sticking around. They're at 51, which is a good enough number to have, especially in this type of competition. And now down low, Johnson got tangled up with Fritz, and it's going to be a jump ball, and possession's going to go with the Warriors. So great awareness by Jemiah Fritz. These players are not giving up one bit. Showing the resilience, even being down by a lopside. Cammie Page. Inside to Austin, now down low to Rice. Good spin move underneath and a good finish.
Rice has been the one bright spot tonight for Southfield A&T.
Bounce pass over to Kennedy Brown, but she's called for the travel. Been a few of those in this game, especially on the Belleville side. And Coach Jason Wilkins is going to take a full timeout with about 1:16 left to go. So just all the thoughts about this Belleville team. They're at the 90-point mark. That's their season high, and who knows how long, who knows what the program is. But still, that is got to be an impressive showing. And if you're the rest of this league in the KLAA East, you've got to be wary about this. Because it's the defensive stops and the multiple turnovers at the half-court press, and then letting your outside shooters shoot, and Secret Carter, Shelby, all of them, and just working them inside. This is a great offensive display, and the rest of the conference has got to be on alert.
Oh, for sure. I think this is right now a statement win. Well, I wouldn't say a statement win, but I guess a statement performance, I should say. That this team is deadly. They can get out and run. They're not going to quit, as you can see, because they are going to keep running up and down the court for a full 36 minutes. And this team is full of shooters. They have really good perimeter offense. And on the defensive side of the ball, they're not going to let you get an inch of separation on them.
This is the highest scoring game of this entire tournament thus far in the MLK Laker Classic. And definitely the most offensive display and defensive display, rather, as well, by any team that we've seen thus far. We've seen back and forth offensive performances. We've seen very slow pace progression. And now we get the best offensive display thus far in this one, as we're 1 minute away from ending game number 5 and getting closer to the main event. West Bloomfield and Cass Tech. West Bloomfield playing on their home court as they are the host of this tournament. And seems like Southfield A&T, they're going to milk this clock and just let it run out. Despite they put up 53, they're actually going to make one more effort to it. Fritz thought about it.
Seems like A&T is not going to let them get another shot attempt.
Got through the hands of Austin. Inside low. Kick out by Fritz. A low pass. They go back inside to Rice. Rice pull-up shot off the mark. Rebounded. 17 seconds left to go. And we're gonna hear for Jason Wilkins yelling out no shot. What's done is done. A new season high in points for Belleville and the Tigers. It is the 90-point mark as they win this one in dominant fashion, 90-53. Your final thoughts, Sander?
Just a dominant performance where it just didn't seem like A&T was just ever in this game. You never really had a doubt who was the better team on the court tonight. And so for A&T, to look at this as a learning experience, as hard as it is, you want to come back better. Just go back to the drawing board and find some maybe better formations that work best for your team's actual abilities and strengths. And then for Belleville, don't get too high on the highs, don't get too low on the lows. Obviously, this is a good win, but remember that you have so much to play for ahead of you. So don't look at this win as your best win because you haven't even necessarily played the best team yet. So really just look at this on what you can build off of, and also don't be afraid to look at some of the things that you can do better, as the great teams do, and so that they can go into the postseason as the best possible version of themselves.
And with that,
don't miss out! Download the My Michigan TV mobile app to stay up to date with all of our programming. My Michigan TV is streaming everywhere on Apple TV, Roku, Fire TV, and more smart TV apps. My Michigan TV is on your phone too. Take us with you wherever you go. Just search for My Michigan TV on your favorite app store or visit mymitv.com. All Michigan, streaming everywhere. My Michigan TV. Don't miss out! Download the My Michigan TV mobile app to stay up to date with all of our programming. My Michigan TV is streaming everywhere on Apple TV, Roku, Fire TV, and more smart TV apps. My Michigan TV is on your phone too. Take us with you wherever you go. Just search for My Michigan TV on your favorite app store or visit mymitv.com. All Michigan, streaming everywhere. My Michigan TV.
Such is the moment I am presently experiencing. I experience this high and joyous moment not for myself alone, but for those devotees of nonviolence who have moved so courageously against the ramparts of racial injustice, and who in the process have acquired a new estimate of their own human worth. Many of them are young and cultured. Others are middle-aged and middle class. The majority are poor and untutored. But they are all united in the quiet conviction that it is better to suffer indignity than accept segregation and humiliation. They are the real heroes of the freedom struggle. They are the noble people for whom I'd accept the Nobel Peace Prize. I would like to say also that it is a happy experience to know that so many friends who have worked closely with me over the last few years in this struggle were willing to go into their pocketbooks and their means and their humble financial situations to come to Oslo to be a part of this experience. And naturally, it is a great pleasure and privilege to have my devoted wife, my mother and father, my sister and brother, and among the many other friends, my close associate, the one who has been the dearest friend to me in this struggle, Ralph David Abernathy. I would also like to say just a word about the many courtesies extended by the Norwegian people. I have traveled in many lands and many places over the world, but very seldom, if ever, have I found people more friendly than the people of Norway. And we will long remember all of the courtesies extended and your great friendliness. And I particularly want to thank the committee, especially Mr. John, for the eloquent words that he uttered yesterday at the ceremony and yesterday evening at the banquet. And I can assure you that all of these expressions of support are of inestimable value for the continuance of my humble efforts to make brotherhood, freedom, and justice realities in the United States of America. This evening, I would like to use this lofty and historic platform to discuss what appears to me to be the most pressing problem confronting mankind today. Modern man has brought the whole world to an awe-inspiring threshold of the future. He has reached new and astonishing peaks of scientific success. He has produced machines that think, and instruments that peer into the unfathomable ranges of interstellar space. He has built gigantic bridges to span the seas and gargantuan buildings to kiss the skies. His airplanes and spaceships have dwarfed distance, placed time in chains, and carved the highways through the stratosphere. And this is a dazzling picture of modern man's scientific and technological progress. Yet in spite of these spectacular strides in science and technology, and still unlimited ones to come, something basic is missing. That is a sort of poverty of the spirit, which stands in glaring contrast to our scientific and technological abundance. The richer we have become materially, the poorer we have become morally and spiritually. We have learned to fly the air like birds and swim the sea like fish, but we have not learned the simple art of living together as brothers. Every man lives in two realms, the internal and the external. The internal is that realm of spiritual ends expressed in art, literature, morals, and religion. The external is that complex of devices, techniques, mechanisms, and instrumentalities by means of which we live. Our problem today is that we have allowed the internal to become lost in the external. We have allowed the means by which we live to outdistance the ends for which we live. And so much of modern life can be summarized in that arresting dictum of the poet Thoreau: improved means to an unimproved end. This is a serious predicament, the deep and haunting problem confronting modern man. If we are to survive today, our moral and spiritual lag must be eliminated. Enlarged material power spelled enlarged peril, if that is not proportionate growth of the soul, when the without of man's nature subjugates the within, dark storm clouds begin to form in the world. The problem of spiritual and moral lag, which constitutes modern man's chief dilemma, expresses itself in three larger problems which grow out of man's ethical infantilism. Each of these problems, while appearing to be separate and isolated, is inextricably bound to the other. I refer to racial injustice, poverty, and war. The first problem that I would like to mention is racial injustice. The struggle to eliminate the evil of racial injustice constitutes one of the major struggles of our time. The present upsurge of the Negro people of the United States grows out of a deep and passionate determination to make freedom and equality a reality here and now. In one sense, the civil rights movement in the United States is a special American phenomenon which must be understood in the light of American history and dealt with in terms of the American situation. But on another and more important level, what is happening in the United States today is a relatively small part of a world development.
And we are live at West Bloomfield High School. The West Bloomfield Lakers going up against the Cass Tech Technicians, wrapping up today's basketball at the MLK Laker Classic on My Michigan TV. Good evening, I'm Tyler Keefe alongside John Snow for this final matchup here. The Lakers coming into this ball game 9-2 overall, 6-0 atop the OAA Red Division. The Technicians 5-4 overall and 3-0, tied for first coming into tonight in the Detroit Public School League. These two teams, a lot of history between these schools across multiple sports. Two of these powerhouse schools with a lot of great sports programs and athletics programs here at each of these programs, and now going to get a chance tonight in the women's basketball to show who's the best of the best out of these two.
No, definitely. And for West Bloomfield, this is their home court. Last year's state champions. We are witnessing a lot of great future athletes right here of college, especially professional athletics. So no, this is a real treat for all of us here to witness this defending championship team on their home court. They earned the right to host this tournament, and so we get to finally see it for the nightcap of this incredible tournament.
One of the things that this West Bloomfield team has been talking about constantly throughout the season is how they know they've gone from the hunters to the hunted. They're embracing that role. They're fine with that, and that's all the more reason they're sticking to their fundamentals, sticking to the game plan that Darren McAllister and this coaching staff have put out there, and just seeing the way that this team practices. They really are sticklers for the details, this coaching staff, as they get ready to come back out here. Great start to this season, a couple of losses, doubling their losses from a season ago, but up in their competition as well, going up against some of the best in the entire country. Early on in the season, went up against the top team in Indiana and South Bend, Washington. Just a short time ago, on December 29th, played against Chicago Kenwood Academy out of Illinois and won that game in a close matchup right here at West Bloomfield High School. On the road at the Motor City Roundball Classic at Redford Westfield Prep, who also participated tonight, and now going up against Cass Tech atop the Detroit Public School League.
No, definitely. It's matchups like that. You have to go out of state to really expand your team talents and expand your exposure. So it's really huge, and it's really impressive the fact that this team is able to go out to that distance nowadays. From an undefeated season last year to a couple of losses this year, it's kind of like they knew. They knew that it could be only too good to be true, so therefore kind of reality kind of sets in. They go out, find tougher competition and better competition in preparation for this matchup and all the rest of the conference matchups to come.
Both these teams getting ready for tonight. Coaches showing each other some love earlier on, embracing as they first met up tonight. Darren McAllister, the head coach for West Bloomfield, in his second season at the helm, taking over for Bert Mosley last season in the championship year. LaTanya Tate returning for her 8th season at the helm of Cass Tech, where she played from 1983 to 1984 and then 1986 to 1987, winning a Class A title in 87 off of her go-ahead three-pointer to complete a comeback from down 20 points. Now looking to bring her alma mater back to the powers of the state of Michigan. And their starters today, Alea Forrest, the 5'5 junior, will start at the guard position. The other guard is going to be Maya Anderson, the junior, 5'8 and the number 5. In the front court, they run a 3-guard system here, really a 4-guard system. The off guard going to be Mackenzie Kyles, a junior 5'4 guard, number 11. Forward, Ari Parker, number 3. And the big down low, number 34, Kayla Mount. For the Lakers of West Bloomfield, Destiny Washington moving up into the starting lineup this season after Mayana Hooper went to the University of Detroit Jesuit after graduating from West Bloomfield High School. Ava Lord on the opposite side at the guard position. Sheridan Beal, the big guard. And then up front, it's going to be the Hendricks sisters. Sydney Hendricks in the number 5 headed to Florida A&M University, and her sister, the junior, Kendall Hendricks, coming into her junior season, finally healthy for this West Bloomfield Lakers team. We'll see those 2 stud other sisters off the bench, Summer and India Davis, coming off the bench tonight.
There are 3 sets of sisters on this West Bloomfield team. Also coming up right at the end, 2 freshman forwards, Kayla Hall and London Hall. So there's a lot of sisterhood connection with this team, which is a really incredibly strong bond. And as you can see, the entire place is packing up in anticipation of this event. You see all the photographers getting shots and getting photos and highlights and everything. This is the matchup we all
figure at West Bloomfield High School. We talked about how that plays in to team play earlier on with the Lake Orion game this morning, going up against Detroit Renaissance, and now just truly that situation with 2 sets of sisters and more relatives between the coaching staff and Destiny Washington, the assistant coach, Coach Washington, also the JV head coach related to Destiny. And now we'll tip the ball off. At center court, Kayla Mount for the Technicians and Kendall Hendricks for West Bloomfield. There's Sydney Hendricks, passes it down. Ava Lord puts it up and in. West Bloomfield strikes first. Now at the floor for Cass Tech. Maya Anderson passes it to Mackenzie Kyles. In the corner now, launches a 3 off the right side of the backboard and rebound by West Bloomfield. Charging up the floor, Kendall Hendricks into the corner to Destiny Washington. Top of the key, passes it out to the right side, launches a 3, it's down! Sheridan Beal
Just a great awareness right there and quick pull-up jumper, not even thinking about it, just grab and go.
That'll be credited actually as a long 2, 4-0 West Bloomfield. Now Cass Tech, top of the key. Maya Anderson passes it over left side. Mackenzie Kyles now in the corner to Leah Forrest. Out of bounds, knocked out. Gonna stay down this way. Cass Tech will continue this possession with 7:12 left in the first.
No, they're just being very aggressive and very conservative around the perimeter as Cass Tech, but the defense is really showing up right now for West Bloomfield.
Inbound pass to Maya Anderson. Looking over to Kyles. Gets her the ball. Right side, now it's Alea Forrest. Driving to her left, passes it to Kyles. Bobbled, she'll recover it. Looks in the corner, Anderson, and it goes out of bounds right into the West Bloomfield bench. That'll be a turnover, and now WB takes the ball.
They're showing a lot of pressure around the perimeter, so that passing handoff style that they're doing, it's looked very uncoordinated.
Destiny Washington up the floor for WB. Top of the key, driving the lane, passes out to Sydney Hendricks, the Florida A&M University commit. Drives the lane, puts it up. Just bounces out. Rebound by her sister Kendall, puts it back up, it's no good. Now it's rebounded by Cass Tech. They'll bring it down the floor. Long pass to Forrest, no good. Intercepted by Kendall Hendricks. Now she controls the ball, brings up the floor, looks in the corner to Ava Lord. It's knocked out of bounds by Mackenzie Kyles. It'll stay here with West Bloomfield.
Back and forth we go. First, an incredible spin move right there by Sydney Hendricks, and then great awareness on the other end by Kendall Hendricks to keep that ball in play and able to find an open person.
Lord brings the ball in to Destiny Washington, driving the lane now in the Hezzy, fouled, and now they're going to call that a jump ball instead. Possession going to Cass Tech.
That's just great awareness on the other side, just be able to get the hands on the ball and not let go.
Mackenzie Kyles brings it up for Cass Tech. Rolls around Alea Forrest, now passes it off to Anderson, intercepted by West Bloomfield. Charging, it's Destiny Washington, down the lane, Euro step, gets blocked. Back out, top of the key, Sydney Hendricks along 2, off the backboard. Breaks open on a Holiday. They're going to call that a 3, 7-0 West Bloomfield. Timeout called by Cass Tech.
That was just a great drive, and I'll tell you why. Ava Lord was able to cut the defense in half, bring the defense with her into the paint, and that was just an easy kick out with a lot of space, and Sydney Hendricks was able to put that ball off the glass and in. Just a great setup right there. So often you try to bait the defense to go inside the paint with you, and then you find an open shooter on the perimeter.
Coach Darren McAllister emphasizes, move that basketball. If you're putting the ball on the floor, you've got to be looking for that next pass, or you better be moving into a spot we can launch that shot. Ball movement, making good passes, fundamentals, the keys for West Bloomfield.
Kind of like a game of hot potato. You try to keep the ball hot and keep it moving until you finally get it within the oven, as we see a turnover right here.
As John said, ball turned over. Now West Bloomfield will take over under Cass Tech's basket, under their own basket. Hendricks goes up, she gets packed. Called, that's a foul. She's going to get 2 at the line.
That's a hard foul right there, almost like a swat on top of the head. And it's Hendricks who was actually holding her head. She took a hard hit on that. But on that turnover, Ari Parker tried to bounce pass it in and then made contact with it after she came in play. So therefore creating the turnover. And now 3 for opportunities for Hendricks.
Hendricks knocks down the first. It's now 8-0 West Bloomfield. She'll get a second shot for the 4-year varsity player. Headed to her grandparents' alma mater, Florida A&M University.
That is a great place to go. Talk about all these commitments and just places to go. It just tells you the futures that these women hold.
Ari Parker brings it up, passes it to Maya Anderson. Now back to Parker. Looking for Forrest, she runs around her. Now Parker's going to throw it out to Forrest, top of the key. Deflected as she passes it in the corner, intercepted. West Bloomfield has it. Now it's Summer Davis. It's India Davis. Now it's Summer Davis, top of the key. Crosses over, looks for a pass. Down low to India, off the glass and in. 11-0 West Bloomfield jumps out to a big lead.
You cannot ask for a better start.
Mackenzie Kyles at the logo. Looking up top for Forrest, runs into some traffic. Whistle is blown. That's going to go out of bounds.
Kendall Hendricks slipped as she tried to cut in front of that ball screen right there. Great awareness, they were able to cut off that ball screen, but just couldn't keep the footing underneath her.
India Davis inbounds the ball to Destiny Washington. Top of the key, Washington driving left side. Corner, lefty shot, up and good, knocks it down. Kendall Hendricks with her first points tonight.
Great awareness, 18-foot shot right there in the corner.
And now double dribble called as under pressure, Mackenzie Kyles tries to bring that ball up. West Bloomfield again forcing turnovers and getting the possession under their basket. Now they're going to bring it to the sideline instead. Summer Davis will bring it in. Looks up top, throws it to Sydney Hendricks in the corner. Hendricks now puts her shoulder down, dribbling, going inside, pass to Kendall Hendricks. A whistle's blown. Stoppage of play. And Maya Anderson called for the foul, which is in on Sydney Hendricks.
Yeah, the ref claims that Maya Anderson gave her a little shove with the arms right there before that pass came off, so therefore the foul being called.
Washington inbounds it under the basket to India Davis. Knocked away. It's going to be back court violation as Sydney Hendricks can't chase it down before it crosses midcourt. Cass Tech will take over. Inbounding for them. Ball is in. Left shoulder now inside. Kayla Mount puts it up off the glass, rolls off the iron, no good. Now it's going to roll out of bounds, and it's going to go back to West Bloomfield.
Just an aggressive drive right there, and just not able to put up with the finish, and West Bloomfield's going to get the ball back here.
Ball inbounded to Sydney Hendricks, looking to move it quickly. Destiny Washington bringing that ball around, passed over to Gabrielle Hale. Now in the corner, Summer Davis knocks it down. Three-pointer for Summer Davis, gets on the board, 16-0. Ball turned over at the sideline. Lots of action going there. Knocked out of bounds. It will stay with Cass Tech.
Boy, West Bloomfield is putting on a lot of full court pressure right here, not making it easy for Cass Tech to inbound here.
Ari Parker brings it up and into Mackenzie Kyles. Kyles on the left side, double team, now triple team, looking for a throw, intercepted by Sydney Hendricks. Throws it down to Davis. Destiny Washington off the glass and in. 18-0 for WB. Timeout, Cass Tech.
Wow, you cannot ask for a better start. 18-0 run, and just unbelievable defense that we're seeing on that takeaway. They've caused turnovers on the backcourt side, and you cannot do it any better than that. They are forcing the traps. They forced Maya Anderson to one side, and they've just able to trap her right there. Nowhere to go, and just a bad pass and just an easy finish. You cannot ask for a better start right there.
You can't say that Cass Tech's taken bad shots. They have taken good shots. They just haven't gotten a whole lot of chances to put up those shots because of West Bloomfield's very stout defense and the pressure they're putting on the ball handlers.
Exactly. You can always compare that to the last game with Bellevue. They were adding a lot of half-court pressure, which resulted in a lot of turnovers and takeaways and finishes within transition. This is almost exactly the same thing that we're seeing right here. Just trapping them within the corners, trying to get them out in the open, get the ball loose, and take away and score.
So Destiny Washington checking out for the Lakers. Coming back in is Ava Lord, the sophomore. Ball's going to go to Cass Tech. There'll be Ari Parker on the sideline bringing it in. Mackenzie Kyles will serve as the point guard on this play. Kyles past half court. Now double teamed by the Davis sisters. Oh, there, it's turned over. Knocked away and still loose. It's India Davis. Left-hand layup, it's good. Puts it through, 20-point lead. Now Cass Tech, Mackenzie Kyles. Over to Ari Parker, right side, looking in the corner. Three-pointer launched, and just over the rim. No good off the shot. And now back up, Kayla Mount gets a whistle as she puts it up. There's Gabrielle Hale and Sydney Hendricks in that mix. The call's going to go instead on India Davis, so now 2 shots at the line for Kayla Mount.
Well, here's
trying to get Cass Tech on the board. First one's up and good. Cass Tech finally gets some points.
It took them a while, and I'm surprised that West Bloomfield didn't pressure right out of the timeout. They elected to stay on their defensive side.
Second shot from Mount off the back iron. Now the Davis sisters running. Hesitates at the right shoulder, puts it up off the right rim, no good. Rebounded by Mackenzie Kyles. Kyles chasing in the corner. Ari Parker has a chance for 3. Launches it over Hendricks, no good. In and out. And Davis to Davis. Now to Sydney Hendricks launching on the left side. Spin move, tries to put up the glass, no good. Gets her rebound, puts it back up, no good. Gabrielle Hale puts it up and in. Sticking with it. West Bloomfield 22, now Cass Tech 1. Here comes Mackenzie Kiles past half court. Over right side. Now down low to Kayla Mount, puts it off the glass, no good. Rebounded, now they're fighting for it. Mount going after it, Hale going after it. Possession arrow is with Cass Tech, and they'll take the ball.
That was just great defense right there by Gabrielle Hale. Just able to keep her hands up on the aggressive drive, and it results in a loose ball.
Tracy Thomas also in that mix, wearing the 22 tonight for Cass Tech. Now Davis, ball intercepted. Here comes Cass Tech, driving the lane in the corner. That's Thomas, puts it up off the iron. No good. Ari Parker, the rebound, puts it back up. Whistle, no good. She'll get two at the line.
This is where Cass Tech added some pressure of their own right here. They did the full court, even when West Bloomfield had possession in transition. They were just trying to get down the court, but too many technicians in the area resulted in a steal.
Ari Parker at the line now. First one just rolls off the right iron and out of the basket with 2:43 to play.
This is where these shots are so critical right here, Tyler, especially when you're down like this after the incredible start that the Lakers have had. You gotta nail down these shots in which are given to you for free.
Second one for Parker is up and good. It's now 22-2 in favor of WB. Davis up the floor, Destiny Washington. Now India Davis has it on the left side, driving, tries to pass it, and it's intercepted. Jammed that ball for Kendall Hendricks. Now it's intercepted. Hendricks gets it back the other way. Still moving hard, aggressive, passes over. Summer Davis for three, no good. Rebound Kendall Hendricks, outside now. Destiny Washington chasing it and picks it up at the right shoulder. Washington top of the key to Summer Davis. Davis cross court to her sister India. India now driving, puts it up off the backboard, no good, rolls off the iron. India still chasing it, gets her own rebound after all of that. Possession will stay with West Bloomfield. Now Summer has it. Right side of the shoulder, tries to get it to Destiny Washington and out of play.
You can hear Darren McAllister saying, move the ball. Even when they get full possession back, he still wants them to keep moving that ball around even when it's still loose.
Yeah, hates to see that ball standing stagnant, even if it's for a purpose. Mackenzie Kiles has the ball, top of the key, passes it to Kayla Mount, ripped up by Summer Davis. Now it's a 2-on-2. Davis, Euro step, puts it up and off the backboard and in.
Great Euro step right there. You cannot do it any better than that.
24-2 in favor of West Bloomfield. $1.50 to play in the first quarter. In the final game of this MLK Laker Classic. Mackenzie Kiles with the ball, picks it up, bounce pass to Ari Parker, now in the corner to Thomas. Thomas a three, no good. Rebounded, West Bloomfield's got the ball, it's Destiny Washington, past half court, driving the lane. Corner three, Summer Davis, no good. Rebounded by Hendricks, knocked out to India Davis. She launches a three, she got it! 3 points for India Davis, makes it a 25-point game early in the first.
Just taking the shots that you're given.
Late in the first quarter, 27 for West Bloomfield, 2 for Cass Tech. Double team at the logo, and now pass down to Ari Parker, but a whistle before she puts up the shot. It'll be a timeout. Cass Tech calls a timeout now. That'll be their third timeout. 2 left in this first half.
Yeah, they had to take the timeout right there because they had possession, and they were still in the half-court area right here, in which you have a 5-second rule, and they were not going to be able to get it because there was the trap right there. So Cass Tech, they're on the board, but they definitely need to pick up the speed a bit because the Lakers, when they're on one side of the court, then boom, they have the ball, they're already on the other end. That is just this quick. And when you see the defense set up, when they're not pressing, they are jumping up and down almost like doing jumping jacks and just getting ready to strike at any point. And when that ball crosses the half-court line, they press immediately.
Out for the Lakers, on the floor currently, the Davis twins, Summer and India, the Hendricks sisters, Kendall and Sydney, along with Destiny Washington. Ari Parker going to inbound the ball, looking for Alea Forrest. Gets it to her in the half court. Now she's rolling left side, loses possession, but recovers in. Now it's intercepted, batted away, recovered by Maya Anderson. She's rolling right side, looking in the corner. Ari Parker pump fakes on the three, rolls right baseline, puts it up, and just out of the bucket. Now wide open, Sydney Hendricks, one-on-one with Alea Forrest. Left-hand layup, and it bounces it in. Once again, Sydney Hendricks on the board. 50 seconds left in the first. 29 West Bloomfield, 2 for Cass Tech. Ball is batted away. Backcourt. West Bloomfield's got some open floor. It's Summer Davis from 3. No look pass down to her sister India off the backboard. No good. Gets her rebound, puts it up, and swatted by Kayla Mount. Now it's intercepted by Sydney Hendricks in transition. Back down to her sister Kendall and just over her head to the left side and out of bounds.
Wow, just the action is so fast. The ball's going everywhere around the court. I mean, first it was Cass Tech, then it's back with West Bloomfield. Cass Tech, Bloomfield. Like, it's going so far back and forth, and it's just exciting.
Now it's a Leia Force. Bounce pass over to Ari Parker. Left shoulder for 3. No good. Off the back iron. Rebounded. Kendall Hendricks moving quick up the floor. Shifting her head. Passes out to Sydney Hendricks at the right shoulder. Top of the key. Now to Kendall. Drives the lane. Lays it in. 10 seconds left in the first. 31 for WB. 2 for Cass Tech. 5 seconds left. It's Ari Parker at half court. 2 seconds. 1 second. Passes it over, and the clock will expire as Maya Anderson is driving. That'll end the first quarter. West Bloomfield out to a very hot start. 31 points for WB. Cass Tech, 2 points and 2 different sets of free throws, making 1 each time.
Well, West Bloomfield's style of playing, moving the ball around and moving quickly down the court. This is just what their advantage is. They are all over the place when it comes to coverage of the court. And especially when they're pressing, whether it's full court or half court, they are ready to press at any time, and they have laid so many traps around the court. They have caused turnovers by Cass Tech, resulting in even more buckets, and this is probably the best start we have seen by a team in this tournament tonight.
Certainly, and for West Bloomfield, kind of par for the course in terms of their victories. Their average margin of victory, a little over 37 points per win, and for Cass Tech, a little uncharacteristic when games go lopsided against their favor. Their average margin of loss is just under 10 points. Certainly a lot to answer in this second period as LaTanya Tate and her squad look to answer some very aggressive pace from West Bloomfield, moving the ball to the floor and dictating the pace too on the defensive side of the ball with their pressure defense.
Yeah, this Cass Tech team, they're coming in after having a couple of wins. They went in through a rough streak where they lost 4 in a row, and then they won 2 straight coming into this contest tonight. So they have a bit of fire, and they know. They did the scouting report. They know who they're matching up with. This is last year's state championship team. Probably a different look with the roster, but still, this is a high-level state championship level team.
Lakers returning a number of players from that championship roster. Now it's Maya Anderson for Cass Tech over to Ari Parker. Looks over to Leia Forrest, is batted out of bounds by Summer Davis. He'll stay with Cass Tech. 7:50 to go in a half. West Bloomfield 31, Cass Tech 2. Ari Parker. Looking to inbound it, has to throw it in the backcourt to Maya Anderson. Anderson, the junior, past the half-court line. Now it's intercepted as she tries to pass it to Mount. Washington bats that away. It's Summer Davis now recovers it on the left shoulder. Skip pass in the right corner to Kendall Hendricks, up and just out. Rebounded and packed, but recovered. Sydney Hendricks now has the ball, passes it out to Summer Davis, and just gets past her out of play. It's 7:29 to go in the first half. Cass Tech will take it over on the sideline on the right side.
Hendricks was just a little bit uncoordinated with that pass, trying to kick it out right there. Got to get her feet set.
Maya Anderson bringing it up for the Technicians. Past half court, still on the logo, driving against Destiny Washington. Left side, rolling, passes in the corner. Parker, the 3, no good, off the right iron. Recovered by Kayla Mount. She puts it back up, and now the first field goal for Cass Tech makes it a 27-point game. Davis past half court, right side to Kendall Hendricks for 3, no good, off the back iron. Rebounded by Kendall Hendricks, other corner, long 2, no good. Now rebound by Sydney Hendricks, puts it back up, passes to Kendall Hendricks. It's the Hendricks show down low, and she gets 2 points.
Just great awareness right there, knowing that open person was right there with nobody else around. Very conservative, very alert.
Top of the key, it's Maya Anderson, rolls left side, looking for Ari Parker. Foul is called on Destiny Washington as she gets her hands in there. Had her hands up, then went after that basketball. Maya Anderson trying to shift around to pass that ball, getting a bounce pass opportunity to Ari Parker. And
just the aggressive defense that they're playing right now, and it's still very low amount of fouls. Still very good aggressive defense that they're playing.
Just 4 fouls for the Lakers so far. Ari Parker with the ball now in the corner to Alea Forrest. Forrest drives, passes to Kayla Mount. Once again off the backboard, unfriendly roll. Gets her own rebound, puts it up and fouled. Kayla Mount doing some work, working hard on the boards, putting the shots back up, and now she'll go to the line once again. Hit 1 of 2 earlier.
Technicians, they've got some work to do, and this is just bit by bit in which they have to do it by.
Mount nails the first free throw. It's now 5 points for Cass Tech, 33 for West Bloomfield.
On that drive, they were able to actually do the backside cut, feed Mount on the inside paint, and able to get this opportunity right here.
Both are good at the charity stripe for Kayla Mount. Now West Bloomfield driving again. It's India Davis, right side. Hendricks calling for it, gets it left side, off the backboard, no good. Rebound by Cass Tech, intercepted by West Bloomfield. It's Kendall Hendricks, the jumper, good! Knocks it down. Timeout, and now West Bloomfield takes this lead to 29 points, 35 for WB and 6 for Cass Tech.
Darren McAllister is going to call this timeout, and because he was not pleased on that last defensive possession right there, in which they allowed Cass Tech to get that bucket and the free throws right there. So he's just going to reset his defense right here, but the offense right there, after the made bucket, they just boom, within a matter of seconds, 3 players are already down there, and Cass Tech has not even crossed half court.
Passing the traffic as well in the corner to Kendall Hendricks. Had a good opportunity, put up a nice shot. Not the kind of possession you want to see off a rebound if you're Darren McAllister, and definitely lets his team know that. But rather they reset up top and get players moving around, set up a different play. So Cass Tech gonna have the ball now. They'll inbound it from down low. Nyla Terrell into the game now. She'll get it to Alea Forrest. Forrest past half court on the right side, shifts to the middle, and over to Maya Anderson out left. Way up top, and now again it's Forrest, top of the key. Rolling right side, passes it to Terrell, a couple of steps. They're gonna call a jump ball. Possession arrow is going to West Bloomfield.
No, that's just great awareness right there, and here they go, ride the speed.
Here's Destiny Washington, right side to Kendall Hendricks. Now passes down low to Sydney Hendricks. Shifty move, puts it up off the back iron. Rebound by India Davis and back in. Just like that.
You cannot do a better offensive board than that right there by India Davis.
Now Maya Anderson will bring the ball up for Cass Tech, past half court. Throws it to the right side and intercepted. She aims that ball for Nyla Terrell. Here's Kendall Hendricks looking cross court to Davis. Pass down. Oh, India Davis just lost possession of it as she got to the baseline and goes out of bounds.
Just a little bit too fast on the transition. The leading pass was just a little bit too far out of reach. So not worked a little bit too fast on that transition right there.
Ball inbounded now to Maya Anderson. Cass Tech setting up a play up top. Now they're going to shift Kayla Mount down low to the free throw line. Puts it on the floor, driving, puts it up, no good. She's going to get fouled, though. That's going to get called on Gabrielle Hale, the junior forward.
A little bit skeptical right there because Hale, give her credit, get the hand up long enough, then try to go after the ball, but it's a risky type maneuver, and 9 times out of 10, you're going to get a foul called on you.
Mount hits another one at the line, just one miss tonight. It's on charity stripe, and leading Cass Tech in scoring so far. Second one is up, and that is also good. Cass Tech now with 8. Hale inbounds it to Davis, and now up the floor to Destiny Washington. Down low, it's India Davis. Euro step, no good. It's off the back rim and out of bounds. It'll stay with West Bloomfield with 5:15 in the half.
I'll tell you what's very impressive about that. They did 4 passes before anybody took a dribble. That's called moving the ball around with urgency.
Destiny Washington inbounds the ball outside. Summer Davis launches a 3. She got it! Summer Davis again from beyond the arc. And West Bloomfield's got 40 with 5 minutes left in the half. Maya Anderson bringing the ball up. Looking for someone to move into position for the play. She launches, pulls up from 3, off the back iron, no good. Rebounded by Terrell. Now she passes the ball out to Kayla Mount. The jumper, it's good. Mount continues to be the big impact player on both sides for Cass Tech. Summer Davis in the corner. India Davis for 3, no good. Off the right iron and rebounded by Terrell. Terrell throws it over to Maya Anderson. Now she's running up the floor. Got some open space. Thomas launches a 3, no good. Off the backboard. Rebound by Sydney Hendricks to Summer Davis. Davis driving. It's 2-on-1. Shifts to the right side. Off the backboard and in. Now Maya Anderson will bring it up again for Cass Tech. 4 minutes, 16 seconds left in the half. Alea Forrest on the right side nearing the corner. Back up top to Maya Anderson. And back to Forrest. Long three, pump fakes, driving now. Left baseline, puts it up the backboard, no good. Rebound, it's going to stay with Cass Tech. Thomas to Kayla Mount, driving left side, puts it up the backboard, no good. Rebound, Hendricks fighting for it with Terrell. Recovered by Cass Tech. Terrell still trying to fight for it. No good, it's going to go out of bounds. As Terrell and India Davis were battling for that ball on the ground.
That was a better offensive possession right there for Cass Tech, not giving up on the offensive board because they have allowed the Lakers to really take advantage on defense and get a defensive board and then allowing the offense to go back.
So it will stay here with Cass Tech. They'll inbound the ball under the basket. It bobbled out of play. It's going to stay again with Cass Tech as that ball was inbounded on that particular play by Tracy Thomas. Now inbounded again, down low, shot is up and good. Cass Tech now down 30. West Bloomfield up the floor, India Davis at the right shoulder. Top and slate right for Summer Davis for three, no good, rolls out. Rebound by India Davis, no good. She gets her own rebound, a whistle is called. Stoppage of play, they're gonna call that a defensive foul, and now India Davis will get two at the line.
India Davis has been all over the place, really on the offensive boards, and she's got a ton of rebounds and just trying to never give up.
First one in and out for India Davis. 3:35 to go in the first half. Lakers 42, Cass Tech 12.
And on that inbound play by Cass Tech, they were able to actually find a hole in the defense to make an easier bucket that time.
Davis hits the second one. It's now 43-12 in favor of West Bloomfield. Up the floor, Mackenzie Kiles. Right corner to Ari Parker. Back out to Kiles. Nope, it's Maya Anderson. Launches a triple. Oh, in and out. Rebound by India Davis to Summer Davis, her sister. Now back to India Davis up top. Summer Davis from the right side. Cross-court pass. Past Ava Lord. The triple, no good, over the rim. Rebound by Ari Parker. Now it's a fast break. Maya Anderson, 2-on-1. Anderson pass down low. It's up, no good for Mackenzie Kiles off the backboard. Now a fast break for West Bloomfield. It's a 3-on-2. India Davis just going to reset, content to get that ball up at half court to her sister Summer. Summer Davis crossover, back over to Ava Lord. Lord now driving, puts it up, and no good. Batted around, Lord gets a rebound. Now to Gabrielle Hale, and pass back outside. Launches the three, it's India Davis, and off the rim. Rebounded by Kendall Hendricks, and back up, no good, it's blocked. Forrest tries to pass it to Mackenzie Kiles, intercepted by West Bloomfield. Now a cross-court pass, that's gonna be bobbled by Kendall Hendricks, but recovered by Summer Davis. Coach Mack yelling out of play, not happy with that change of possession. Davis bobbles the ball off her shin as she drives the lane. Now down low, it's gonna be India Davis. Back out to Summer for three, no good, off the front rim. Rebound, Ari Parker. Trying to move with some pace. Cass Tech trying to get running immediately. Maybe tire out West Bloomfield, running down the floor. Maya Anderson just over the rim and rebounded by the Davis sisters. Here comes Summer Davis past half court, top of the key. Crossing over Kiles, now driving right side, launches it from the free throw line off the back iron, but the whistle blows. And now Summer Davis will get a chance at the charity stripe.
We just saw a ton of sequences in which the ball was just flying all over the place, very sloppily on either side. First, the missed layup by Cass Tech, and then the passing was just not that clean by the Lakers, which resulted in a turnover and still another missed layup on the other end by Cass Tech. And now we find ourselves here at the free-throw line.
Coach McAllister sending the rest of his roster that's in this ball game right now to the opposite side. Nobody looking to get to block out and get a rebound here as Davis hits the first of two, 44-12 in favor of WB.
Within the remaining minute 52, he's going to let his starters rest for a bit, not overly be aggressive right here at the end of this half.
Second free throw off the front iron, rebounded by Cass Tech. Mackenzie Kiles, front right side, now to Kayla Mount, puts it down on the ground, now into the corner to Kiles again. Top of the key to Parker, corner, Alea Forrest for three, over the rim, and rebounded in the air by Destiny Washington. Washington running now. Ava Lord with the ball on the right shoulder, puts it up, and she's fouled. Going up aggressively, West Bloomfield not afraid to take a step, go for that hoop, and try to challenge us. You're either going to hit, you're either going to force me into a bad shot off balance or block my shot, or you're going to hit me and I'm going to go to the line for two. Ava Lord hits the first of two, makes it 45 for West Bloomfield.
No, an aggressive drive and just being aggressive when they have to be on the offensive side.
Now the second from the charity stripe for Ava Lord, a sophomore. Off the back iron, rebounded by Kayla Mount and Kendall Hendricks. Hendricks hits a recovery, tries to lay it back up and under, no good. Still in the paint, ball rolls out, it's going to go to Cass Tech.
Cass Tech catches a break right here, so within the remaining minute and a few seconds, hopefully they can probably make this a little bit closer than they would like.
Mackenzie Kiles past half court, brings it up over to the Leah Forrest on the Michigan logo on the left side of the Laker court. Now back to Kiles. Kiles back to Forrest in the corner. Forrest goes baseline, loses the ball. Sydney Hendricks has it. Now fast break for West Bloomfield. Hendricks driving left side off the backboard, no good. Bobbled into the corner, and Lord has it in the corner now. Sheridan Beal has it, passes it up top to Ava Lord. Sorry, Destiny Washington, and now over to Sydney Hendricks for three, no good, in and out. Just rolls out left side. Mackenzie Kiles past half court for Cass Tech. 43 seconds to go in the first half. Looks to the right shoulder to Alea Forrest. Forrest now passes it down to Kayla Mount off the backboard, right side and in. 32 seconds to go in the half. Sydney Hendricks into Destiny Washington.
They're going to slow things down right now.
Past half court for Washington, standing on the WB logo, the bottom of that anchor. Here at West Bloomfield High School. 45 for WB, the home team, the true home team, and 14 for Cass Tech. Sheridan Beal passes down to the corner, Sydney Hendricks driving the lane, pass inside to Washington, up and good. Off the backboard, and that's actually Kendall Hendricks in the 11 for West Bloomfield. Cass Tech up the floor, 1 second left, launches 3/4 court, air ball caught by Sydney Hendricks, and that'll bring us to the half. At the break, 47 for West Bloomfield and 14 for Cass Tech, and really it's been a one-way tale. West Bloomfield dictating the pace on both sides of the ball and knocking down shots from the perimeter to really extend that lead out.
No, West Bloomfield went out an incredible run, both on defense and on offense. They kind of got sloppy there near the end, but they're able to pick things up, and they're definitely going to be on fire in the second half like they started. They're going to keep the fire going a lot longer. This team knows how to stay in shape. So this team knows how to stay in physical shape. They can see it on their defense when they least set up. So then they're ready to strike and press at any point. Then they've got a lot of offensive weapons to choose from.
Just 16 minutes of basketball left in today's action here at West Bloomfield High School. The final game of the evening is at halftime. West Bloomfield 47, Cass Tech 14. We'll be back with more on the finale of the MLK Laker Classic on My Michigan TV.
Don't miss out. Download the My Michigan TV mobile app to stay up to date with all of our programming.
In the face of COVID-19, staying healthy is important.
And now the same is true in the face of flu.
Influenza has the power to infect millions.
But it's easy to protect yourself, your family, and your community.
The flu vaccine is safe and effective. And with COVID-19 still around,
it's essential. Together we can face flu season head on.
Visit michigan.gov/flu.
My Michigan TV is streaming everywhere on Apple TV, Roku, Fire TV, and more smart TV apps. My Michigan TV is on your phone too. Take us with you wherever you go. Just search for My Michigan TV on your favorite app store or visit mymitv.com. All Michigan, streaming everywhere. My Michigan TV.
Ronnie started doing prescription pills at the age of 15, and by 19, he died. If your child is struggling with drug use, try not to be too proud to reach out for help. Don't be worried about what the neighbor will think or your family. Just get your child the help they need. Sometimes it's the hard road to take, but the hard road is nothing compared to living with the fact that your child is no longer with you.
There's hope and help at drugfree.org.
Many people are feeling overwhelmed and struggling with mental wellness these days. So be kind to your mind. Give yourself permission to breathe. Share your feelings. You are not alone. Have hope. Talk to a Stay Well counselor for free confidential help 24/7 through the COVID-19 hotline.
1 in 4 Michigan homes has high levels of radon, a naturally occurring radioactive gas known to cause lung cancer. It doesn't matter where you live or what type of home you have. You won't even know it's there unless you test. So don't wait. Testing is cheap and easy, and if there's a problem, it's simple to fix. Visit michigan.gov/radon to learn more.
We took action. Will you?
When you have a gambling problem, you have a money problem. Don't let your gambling cause you financial hardship. If you or someone you love is struggling with gambling, we can help. Get free confidential counseling and win your life back. Learn more at michigan.gov/problemgambling.
I'm Steve Eiserman of the Detroit Red Wings, and I think every child in Michigan deserves a safe, healthy, and happy childhood. Can we build a state where children trust Michigan isn't just a name, but something our kids believe? Please support Children Trust Michigan as the voice for children and families by visiting the website to learn more.
When the temperatures are chilly, being together warms the soul. Keep the winter fun going. Help protect yourself and those around you by keeping your COVID-19 vaccines up to date.
Hello, nose. My nose knows is when somebody uses the bathroom. Mom, Polly didn't flush. Ooh, I smell cookies.
I smell an A+.
How could my nose be running when it stays on my face?
Our noses know if those sniffles are just a cold, allergies, or COVID-19. So swab it. Test it. It's good to know.
Back here at the MLK Laker Classic on My Michigan TV, just a few minutes away from the second half after an impressive first half showing by the Lakers here at home, the only true home team today as they're hosting the MLK Laker Classic. The first time they've done this here at West Bloomfield High School. And what a great day of basketball it really has been, John Snow. From the first tip-off this morning at 11 a.m. between Riverview and the Pirates and the Birmingham Groves Falcons all the way up to this game, and starting off, look, lopsided in favor of the home team in West Bloomfield, but a lot of good basketball we've seen so far, and a lot of good basketball ahead of us in the last 16 minutes.
No, definitely, and never count out Cass Tech. The record may speak for themselves, but still, they won 2 straight games after losing 4 in a row. So they're looking to really make an impact and really make a difference, because this is...
Looking to make a difference. Yeah, we waved our cameras behind there.
Really great production crew here today, especially a first-time gig for me with this program. So I really enjoy the time I spent here and enjoy the day of basketball in which I've seen. We've seen so many varieties of playing styles, whether it's on the defense or the offensive style. We've seen the lowest of lows and the highest of highs, the fastest, the slowest, the conservatives, the risk takers. We've got a variety of everything, and that's really cool looking in a tournament style.
Yeah, great crew we have here, as you said, John Snow, our studio producer, Jared Clark at the office of My Michigan TV, our director and executive producer, Dave Scott, on the switcher today. Camera operators, Dom and Matt Catoni, and big thank you as well this morning. Before all of this began, the work behind the scenes, Grip, Jeff Cowan, also with us today. And then, of course, we had Xander Woods, a West Bloomfield student, on a couple of our games this afternoon, a couple with you, John, and one with me, and then, of course, John and I on the calls today at the MLK Laker Classic. A great day of basketball and a couple minutes away from the final 16 minutes.
I tell you this, though, in the last 2 games, we have seen 2 really well-conditioned teams. And me and Xander brought this up with Belleville. Their strength and conditioning coach, he brought them out to the court well before the second half started and made them do line to line. First five shuffles and then sprint to the other line, ended a defensive pose. I don't know what kind of strength and conditioning program they put these Lakers through, but it is working because they are jumping up and down, doing jumping jacks before Cass Tech even crosses the half-court line, staying in shape, staying alert, and then ready to press at any point. If you can stay well-conditioned like that for this long in 36 minutes of game time, you're going to be doing so well in your entire season.
Yeah, I was able to sit in on a practice just after their first game of the season, after that victory at home against South Lyon East, and this is a coaching staff that really stresses precision in their offensive game and and aggression on the defensive side of the ball, and they will repeat the same plays, the same drills until it's right several times. Coach Mack will have a number of different conversations with many different players, whether they do something really well and then the next time they do it wrong, or they do it right 4 or 5 times in a row. There's some little tinkering they can do to improve it. That's the difference between a good team and a great team, is being able to focus on the little things and improve the little things while you work on the macro as well.
And definitely, and where Darren McAllister, his game plan of attack is just moving the ball around. It has worked so well. I mean, on so many possessions, they get the pass 3 or 4 different players before one person even takes a dribble, and within those 3 or 4 passes, they're already down the court. That tells you how quick the ball is moving, how quick the players are moving, and how quick the speed is of this Lakers team overall as a unit.
This game so far, not a referendum either on this Cass Tech team, coming in 5-4 overall on the year. Played some close games earlier on against another great team, Ypsilanti Arbor Prep, a little bit over a month ago, and recently against another team we saw here earlier today, Redford Westfield Prep, where they lost by just 3 points, and a team that can light up the floor themselves. They've seen something like this just a short time ago against Detroit Denby, where they won that game 72-2 just a little bit under a week ago.
It's almost like taking some frustration now because they lost 4 straight. And then to win back-to-back games before a game like this against the defending state champions, you had to have that momentum coming in. So now they do have work to do, but this team is capable of it. They've got the talent to do so.
A young team too, no seniors on this team, plenty of juniors, but a lot of young players too, and that being said, still a great record and a great showing this season so far for Cass Tech. Second half underway, Maya Anderson for Cass Tech past half court. Looking to Ari Parker, gets a pick. Now gonna roll left side. Anderson gonna drive out to Mackenzie Kiles. She'll step back right side, now driving the lane on the left off the backboard and in. Cass Tech strikes first in the second half. West Bloomfield right back up the floor. Here comes Summer Davis past half court in the Laker 23. Setting up a play, gonna give it back to Destiny Washington. Now down to Sydney Hendricks at the free throw line. Left side, Summer Davis for 3, no good. Rebounded by Kendall Hendricks, aggressive down low. Sets it back up, throws it back out to Destiny Washington and out of bounds.
Yeah, they try to kick it out right there, but the pass was way offline. And just great awareness. Cass Tech is going to go with a traditional zone-type defense to really force them to move the ball around the perimeter and inside the paint.
Anderson to Parker, deflected by Sydney Hendricks and out of bounds. It's going to go to West Bloomfield.
And there's the aggressive defense on the other end by the Lakers. They've done that all game, and they forced turnovers like that.
Inbound now to Destiny Washington, past half court, slightly on the right side, and over to Summer Davis. Davis back to Washington, and now in the corner to India Davis, down low. Sydney Hendricks puts it up off iron, no good. Kayla Mount with a rebound. Maya Anderson, past half court, driving outside corner, looking for Alea Forrest. Deflected, she'll have to repossess it, gets it to Maya Anderson. Now it's intercepted by Sydney Hendricks, gets on the ground, passes it to Summer Davis. Nothing but space, and Davis lays it up and in. Oh no, rolls out. No good, it's gonna be Cass Tech up the floor with Ari Parker. Now Maya Anderson driving, gets into traffic, and a foul is called. They're going to call that one on Destiny Washington as Anderson got into traffic with Destiny Washington and India Davis.
Boy, Davis should have had that layup all day. She had all day with nobody around.
Parker to Mount, down low, a little bit of contact as she throws it up, no good. Now the ball's on the ground. Mount gets it out to Maya Anderson, puts it up, and a foul is called She'll get 2 at the line off the miss.
And the Lakers, 2 fouls already within the first 2 minutes. Kind of playing a little bit too aggressive around the perimeter, but it has paid off. A couple of turnovers, but easily right now, Cass Tech is able to move the ball around a little bit more and get inside to the paint.
The first at the charity stripe is good for Maya Anderson. It's now 47 for West Bloomfield and 17 for Cass Tech. Mount and Ari Parker will go back behind the free throw line now as Anderson hits the second. Kendall Hendricks going to bring the ball in for West Bloomfield, gets it to Destiny Washington, and now to Summer Davis. Davis, top of the key, hesitates at the free throw line, driving down low, puts it up over Mount, no good. Rebounded, it's Mackenzie Kiles. Kiles running up the floor, looks to the left corner to Ari Parker, back out to Kiles, deflected by Summer Davis. Kiles recovers, top of the key to Maya Anderson, puts it on the floor, goes up, drives the lane, and fouled. Whistles blowing, and now Maya Anderson going back to the free throw line for 2 more.
Foul's going to be on India Davis. That's her second foul. She's in disbelief a bit about it because she thought she had more basketball than anything with contact. But the thing is, the more that they keep forcing Cass Tech to move around the perimeter, the more open spaces they can find to get inside the paint.
Anderson hits the first of 2, now 19 points on the contest for Cass Tech. 6:07 to go in the 3rd period. The second for Anderson, it's up and good. Now 20 points on the board for the Technicians. Washington to Ava Lord past half court. At the right shoulder, looking for a pass up top. Lord now still has the ball. Free throw line, Kendall Hendricks pulls up, no good. Rebound by her sister Sydney and knocked out by Ari Parker. Now a fast break. Here's Alea Forrest, left side, puts it up and fouled by Destiny Washington. 3 straight possessions with a shooting foul, sending Cass Tech to the line.
Cass Tech is kind of like playing the West Bloomfield game right now. Quickly in transition after gaining possession. They're able to box out, they're able to get that rebound, and then quickly down the floor get a cherry pick, and now they force themselves to the line again.
Just over 2 minutes into the second half, and a 6-0 run, could be an 8-0 run for Cass Tech. First one rolls in, now a 7-0 run for the Technicians to begin the second half with 20 now on the board.
Destiny Washington, that's her 3rd foul, so one player already in technical terms in foul trouble.
Second free throw up and good for Alea Forrest. 22 points now for Cass Tech. Kendall Hendricks. Sheridan Beal going to bring the ball up. Now she passes it top of the key to India Davis. Rolling left side to Sheridan Beal at the right shoulder, back to India Davis. Pump fakes on the 3. Aggressive move and a defensive foul called on Mackenzie Kiles.
Sheridan Beal coming in. She's a freshman guard and definitely needs to get more behind those passes. That one pass over to Davis was very weak and it could have easily been knocked away.
Inbound pass to Sydney Hendricks, puts it up off the backboard, left side and in. First points of the half for West Bloomfield, and now a timeout as the Lakers have a lead of 49-22 over Cass Tech.
Yeah, and Darren McAllister, he's going to call this timeout. It's going to be a full timeout because he's not liking the start right here for his team in this second half. They are allowing too many fast breaks, too many open areas down low in the paint, and too many shots that went to waste. Case in point, the non-finished layup by by India Davis. Those are shots you got to have all the time, whether they're free or not, traffic or no traffic. You just got to take the ones that are given to you. So he's just going to reset this whole team, get back to them, as he is pumped up right now in that huddle, saying we need to get back to our style of basketball. They're moving the ball faster than we are right now. So we are being outbeaten. We still have a lead, but we're being outbeaten right now. We got to fix this, and we got to fix it right now.
5.5 to play in the 3rd quarter. West Bloomfield expanding their lead now, up 49-22 over Cass Tech. Off the timeout, it'll be Cass Tech ball. Still in the huddle over there with head coach LaTanya Tate and her 89 career wins at Cass Tech, 43 in the Detroit Public School League. And including 22 consecutive league wins dating back to last season. Now it's Maya Anderson, Mackenzie Kyles, top of the key. Tries to pass down low to Forrest and intercepted. Whistle blows, it's a travel, gonna go back to Cass Tech.
Sheridan Beal got a little bit ahead of herself. She tried to stop, she couldn't stop her feet. She kind of fumbled the ball right there before she can get a pass off.
Ari Parker inbounds at the Kyles, back to Parker on the baseline. Double team deflected by Hendricks, out of bounds. It'll stay with Cass Tech. 5:11 to go in the third period here at West Bloomfield High School, the finale of this MLK Laker Classic. All these games on My Michigan TV, as well as on the YouTube page of Civic Center TV. Just search Civic Center TV 15 to watch back all the action. Ari Parker left shoulder, back top of the key. Anderson, the long three, no good, off the front iron. Chasing it, but rebounded by Sydney Hendricks. Now back up the floor, it's West Bloomfield. Summer Davis driving, corner to India Davis. Now it's Gabrielle Hale for three, no good. And now it rolls back in. That is India Davis with the triple.
Good awareness right there, took her time, made a good shot off.
Ari Parker now backing down on Kendall Hendricks, double teamed by Summer Davis and intercepted. West Bloomfield, bounce pass now to Summer Davis. She's 2-on-1, loses the ball, picks it back up, brings it back out. Gonna reset at the logo. Setting up a play, looking left side, giving directions to her sister, India. Now the ball to Sheridan Beal at the right shoulder. Beal trying to get back to Summer Davis. Instead passes to Kendall Hendricks. Now corner pass to Sydney Hendricks for three. She got it.
Great corner three right there by Sydney Hendricks with contact in front.
Lakers up 33 with 4 minutes to go in the third period. Here's Alea Forrest for Cass Tech. A long three of her own, no good. Rebounded by Sydney Hendricks. Past half court, Hendricks driving. Shifts into the left side, goes down the lane. Jumper, no good, off the back iron, but a foul is called. That'll send Sydney Hendricks to the line.
Good shot right there taken. Good conservative jumper pull right there. Probably not what Darren McAllister had in mind, because they're looking at each other almost like they weren't on the same page about the offensive setup in that transition, but still it results in three throws.
Basketball, a family affair for Sydney Hendricks. Certainly plays with her sister Kendall as she misses the first free throw here on the team. Grandfather went to Florida A&M University. Her mother played basketball for Stanford, and her cousins also having played D1 basketball at the collegiate level. She'll join those ranks next year at Florida A&M University. Second free throw's no good, it's missed. Rebound by Summer Davis. Now she's in the corner. Dribbles, goes baseline, pull up, no good, air ball, rebound by Gabrielle Hale and put right back up and in.
Great awareness by Hale, fresh into the game, right there to get the rebound and put it up and in.
Maya Anderson for Cass Tech, past the half-court line. Couple of passes and recovers it. Now it's in the possession instead of Alea Coleman, and out of bounds. It'll stay with Cass Tech. Coleman on the baseline, sideline, passes it in to Thomas and back to Maya Anderson. Anderson looking for Forrest, gets it to her on the right side. Forrest setting up a play beyond the arc, back out to Maya Anderson, top of the key. Davis sisters doing jumping jacks just beyond the arc. Now Forrest, ball's deflected by Summer Davis, but back to Maya Anderson. Anderson on the dribble, passes down low the mountain. It's blocked away by Sydney Hendricks. Now Hendricks on the drive, over left side of Davis. India Davis off the backboard, no good. Rebounded by Sydney Hendricks. Now top of the key to Davis for three, no good. Off left side, rebounded, put right back up by India Davis. And she's gonna get a foul on Kayla Mountain, get two at the line.
Darren McAllister's gonna pull Summer Davis aside, saying you could probably set up another play right there. It almost seems like an impulse type of shot that she took. Saying, trying to be more conservative, we want to move the ball around. Yes, we want to take our shots, but let's move the ball around even more to even make a better shot.
Nothing but net on the first free throw for India Davis. Makes it 58 for West Bloomfield so far. Second one is also down, same deal. 59 West Bloomfield, 22 for Cass Tech. Now it's Alea Forrest at half court for the Technicians. Right side to Maya Anderson. Looking to extend the play beyond the free throw line and into the mid-range. Anderson with the ball, driving baseline, puts it up right side, over the hoop, no good. Rebound by Sydney Hendricks. She's double teamed, just kind of throws it out there to India Davis. It's bobbled. Now it's intercepted, ripped away by Kayla Mount. She's going back up with it off the backboard and in.
Mount did not give up. And that's why that ball was able to stay strip free.
2:12 to go in the third period. Summer Davis driving right side off the backboard, no good. Rebound by Kayla Mount. Now it's Maya Anderson driving. Moving quickly. Anderson at the free throw line, driving left side. Left-hand layup off the backboard and in.
That was a good fake. She faked like she was going to pull up and then just went right to the basket.
Now Sydney Hendricks on the drive. Long pass to her, down low and in off the backboard herself. And the Lakers now have 61.
Back and forth we go. Two really good teams trying to pick up the pace with each other.
Past the half-court line, it's Maya Anderson. Over to Tracy Thomas. Thomas launches it, no good. Past the hands of Alea Forrest, now West Bloomfield has it. Kendall Hendricks gonna give it up to India Davis, ripped away by Alea Forrest. Forrest step back at the free throw line, now to Thomas. Now that's Alea Coleman, she tries to put it up, and she's packed and fouled, looked like by India Davis.
Back-to-back possessions right here by West Bloomfield. They are not aware that there's still Cass Tech players behind them, and they're just not giving up on the play, and they're still able to knock it away and get steals and takeaways to create free opportunities like this.
The foul called on Sheridan Beal instead as the first free throw misses for Alea Coleman. Coleman will get a second one at the line. Cass Tech currently with 26. And they'll remain there off the back iron. Rebounded by Davis. Out to Kendall Hendricks, top of the key, driving, goes left side, rolling down, tries to put it up and fouled. So now, Kendall Hendricks will get the shot at the line. Now that's Sheridan Beal.
That was a good aggressive drive because she was all the way in transition with trailing blockers ahead. So she decided just to take it away and just go all the way and hope for contact and a foul.
Sheridan Beal in the Laker 10 for West Bloomfield. First at the charity stripe, it's up and it's good. West Bloomfield now at 62 with 1:15 to go in the third.
Cass Tech looking to probably empty out their bench a bit, give their main starters some rest in preparation for the fourth quarter.
Second at the line for Beal is up and it is in. 63 for West Bloomfield, 26 for Cass Tech. 1:14 to go in the third. Up the floor for the Technicians. Right side, it's Mackenzie Kiles. Passes it over. Now back opposite side to Kiles again. Down and on the floor, Kiles top of the key. Looking right side. Shifts around Nyla Terrell. And in the corner to Kayla Mount. Apologies, that in fact is Tracy Thomas. It's knocked away and out of bounds. It'll go to West Bloomfield.
West Bloomfield doing a great job with his zone defense to keep forcing them around the perimeter without exposing the paint.
Past half court from India Davis over to Sheridan Beal. Beal back to Davis, top of the key, over to Beal, left shoulder for three, no good, off the front iron. Coleman chasing it alongside Ava Lord. It goes out of bounds, and he'll stay with WB.
Great awareness and not giving up on the play.
India Davis passes it into Ava Lord, back to India Davis. Top of the key, setting up a play, passes it down to Lord. Lord keeps a pivot foot without the dribble, passes to Beal, mid-range shot, it's good. 15 seconds left in the third quarter, 65 West Bloomfield, 26 Cass Tech. Now it's Kiles. Over to Coleman, back to Kiles for Cass Tech, rolling right side. Kiles driving off the backboard and in. What a play. 5 seconds left. Here's India Davis at the half-court line. Puts it up. No good. Just under the rim. Her sister hit a half-quarter to finish the half just a few days ago, a couple games ago for West Bloomfield. That'll end the third quarter. 8 minutes of gameplay left. West Bloomfield in the lead, 65-28 over Cass Tech.
Yeah, West Bloomfield, they're playing good basketball. It's not as clean as Darren McAllister would like it. There's been a couple of miscues, and Cass Tech, they're still hanging around. They're not giving up on any plays that they see right in front of them. Case in point, a couple of easy takeaways from when West Bloomfield has advantage of it, and then Kiles with the great finish on the easy drive right through traffic. So Cass Tech is going to make this a little bit interesting, even with this lopsided lead. And for Darren McAllister, it's just about how smooth can his team play with the remaining 8 minutes in this game of this home tournament.
That Cass Tech able to temper the Lakers' scoring abilities after the first quarter. Lakers were spotted 31 in the first, just 16 in the second, 18 in the third. Cass Tech had 2 points in total in the first quarter, had 12 in the second, and now doubling their score from the first half in just the third quarter as we begin the fourth. Ava Lord will get the ball at half court, out of bounds, and pass it in. Destiny Washington backcourt, getting ready for the pass. Cass Tech back on the floor. Whistle, and we'll begin the fourth period. Inbound pass to Destiny Washington, just off to the right side at half court. Now the shoulder on the right side of Summer Davis, tries to pass down low, and deflected out of bounds by Kayla Mount as that ball was being passed to Kendall Hendricks and deflected out of bounds. It'll stay with West Bloomfield.
Probably better just hold on to that pass. There was too much contact with Mount in front right there, so really tighten it pass.
Under the basket, it's Summer Davis, passes it in to Sydney Hendricks, back to Summer Davis. Now left side, Destiny Washington, driving, sideline, now back out top of the key to Sydney Hendricks. The dribble drive, left side, puts it up and fouled as she goes for the left-handed layup. She'll get 2 more at the line.
Great aggressive drive right there by Hendricks. She's been doing very, very well on the aggressive drives right there, taking the shots that she has open to her and then taking aggressive drives inside the paint like that.
One of the many impact players for this Lakers team is on MLive's watch list for Mrs. Basketball. Miss Basketball 2023. Plays her AAU ball for Michigan Crossover, the Nike Elite Youth Basketball League. Both up and good, 67 for West Bloomfield, 28 for Cass Tech. Now Mackenzie Kyles past half court. Aggressive defense, deflected and out of bounds. Aggressive run up from Summer Davis and then knocked away by Ava Lord. Goes out of play before Cass Tech will take over now on the sideline with 7:33 to go.
I'm a bit surprised that West Bloomfield waited that long before they decided to do the half-court pressure. It is the first time in the second half that they've done that.
Again in the half court and trap, passed in to Mackenzie Kyles. Kyles advances from the logo to the left side on the Michigan logo. Now back out to Kayla Mount, top of the key. Mount puts it down, back out to Kyles, rolling left side and passes it to Forrest off her foot and out of bounds. Going back to WB.
They went person-to-person defense right there, and then they went away from the zone. And usually after a while, you see Sydney Hendricks coming off, adding more pressure, creating that turnover.
The inbound pass to Destiny Washington, past the logo at half court. Top of the key, left side to Summer Davis. Now down to Sydney Hendricks in the paint, puts it up and in, but a whistle is called. It's going to be a travel.
Yeah, it seems like she wasn't able to stop her feet right away before really setting them to get that shot up.
7 minutes to go here in West Bloomfield for West Bloomfield and Cass Tech. Mackenzie Kyles past half court. Rolling right side, beyond the shoulder, about 3-4 feet. Now it's intercepted on the pass. Batted away, it's being bobbled. West Bloomfield gets the recovery. Destiny Washington looking down low. Kendall Hendricks bobbles the ball herself, puts it up off the backboard, no good. Parker now over to Kyles, deflected. Back to West Bloomfield, back to Kendall Hendricks. Second chance goes.
Just great awareness and not giving up on the play right there by Washington.
69 West Bloomfield, 28 for Cass Tech, 6:27 to go in the ball game. Maya Anderson on the B of the West Bloomfield logo to Mackenzie Kyles. Forrest with the ball. Right side possession now with Kyles. Kyles on the dribble, passes to Kayla Mount. Corner now to Maya Anderson, driving baseline down to Forrest off the backboard and rolls in.
That time they went zone defense, West Bloomfield did, and Cass Tech went right through it.
Big aggressive pass over the head of Sydney Hendricks and out of bounds. And the Cass Tech will take over. Some substitutions for both of these squads. First action of the evening for Jaylee Head of West Bloomfield, as well as Taylor Graves, the junior. Now Kyles up the floor for Cass Tech. Slowing things down. Letting the play set up over to Maya Anderson. Now she's driving on the sideline. Back out to the top to Mackenzie Kyles. Kyles rolling left side, looking down in the paint to Kayla Mount off the backboard and in.
Cass Tech is exposing that zone defensive read in back-to-back sequences. I'm surprised they don't go back to person, and that is what Darren McAllister is going to take a timeout here for.
Yeah, West Bloomfield timeout. That is their first of the half. Both teams now with two timeouts remaining here in the fourth quarter. West Bloomfield 69, Cass Tech 32 with 5:16 to go in the final game of this MLK Laker Classic on My Michigan TV.
This has been a very great tournament and a great venue right here. West Bloomfield, last year's champions, able to host this event on a really special day, Martin Luther King Day. Happy Martin Luther King Day to everybody else. But definitely what he's talking about right now is something is not clicking with the zone defensive read, because Cass Tech has been able to work their way inside the paint and get 2 consecutive buckets on that zone defensive read. After they create a turnover with person-to-person type coverage, they go back to zone and Cass Tech scores twice. So there's something wrong with the zone read that everybody else is not clicking on. So he's taking that timeout to remind them of what they need to be doing right. And sometimes the head coach will realize what's going on in uncoordination, and he will use the timeout to really bring his team together with the lopsided score or any type of score to really fix it.
Buzzer goes off. Play will resume very shortly. Here comes Cass Tech back on the floor. Ari Parker will bring the ball in for Cass Tech. Now she shifts out and into play. West Bloomfield with the possession. Sheridan Beal gets it into Taylor Graves. Graves at the logo. Guarded closely by Mackenzie Kyles. Pass outside, it's bobbled, but recovered by Head. Head now driving the lane and off the bottom of the backboard. Now recovered by Hale, and she puts it back up and in. Here comes Maya Anderson for Cass Tech. Left shoulder of 3, now mid-range. Parker, left shoulder of 3. Oh, in and out. Rebounded by WB, and now deflected. Kayla Mount has it. Now she loses the ball, and a whistle on the floor. It's going to stay with Cass Tech off of a foul on the ground.
Lakers are going to use their bench players right here to really, really test it out, because with a good amount of time left like this, 71-32, under just about 4 minutes left to go. So they're really going to test it out.
Kayla Mount again at the free throw line for Cass Tech. First one on the 1-and-1 is up and in. 33 points now for Cass Tech, and the West Bloomfield Lakers 71.
I don't think anybody realizes that the clock is still running during these free throws.
That's because of the deficit Cass Tech is in. Same thing we saw at the end of the game with Belleville and Southfield A&T. They will roll that clock except on timeouts or injuries. Those will be stoppages of play. Rolling clock under 4 minutes. Inbound pass now. Deflected as it's going to Gabrielle Hale and intercepted by Cass Tech. Now back out to Parker. Parker in the corner, passes to Mackenzie Kyles. At the top to Kayla Mount, back in the corner to Parker. Now Parker driving the lane. Puts it off the backboard and in. Great move by Ari Parker with the left-handed shot.
No, great drive right there inside the paint, able to break through the zone read again. Cass Tech has been able to do that. Now they're going to put a full court pressure, down by a lot, really test out the knowledge right here.
Taylor Graves with it past half court for West Bloomfield at the logo. Looking for somewhere to pass the ball, finally gets it over to Jaylee Head. Head now top of the key, pass to Sheridan Beal. Beal puts it on the ground, driving right side. Parker staying in front of her. Beal now rolls left, mid-range shot, sent to SWAT City. Gabrielle Hale gets a recovery, puts it up, air ball, rebounded by West Bloomfield. Now back out to Taylor Graves, the triple, oh good, off the front iron. Rebounded by Gabrielle Hale, puts it up, she misses it, gets a rebound, misses it again. Now another rebound for West Bloomfield, another miss, another rebound, now it's Cass Tech. Ari Parker has it and struck on the baseline. A foul on West Bloomfield. Cass Tech will take over.
Too many rebounds and not enough putbacks. You gotta have those offensive boards every time. Credit them for getting the offensive boards, but not being able to put it up for a finish. That's where you really need to take care of business.
Coach McAllister not happy with that, not happy with the foul either, as now Ari Parker will go to the line with a rolling clock, just over 2 minutes to play in this contest. Nice showing tonight for Ari Parker, the junior guard forward, standing at 5'10", plays her AAU ball for One Nation Elite. Had a big game just a few games ago at Westfield Prep, where she scored 18 points. Had 8 rebounds and 3 blocks. Also had another big one a few games before that. 21 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists versus Lake Fenton on December 30th of last year. Parker in her pink shoes at the free throw line, the second one. Gets into the rhythm. Up and good. 38 now for Cass Tech, 71 for West Bloomfield. Some substitutions. Cass Tech will make a change. And Ari Parker will go to the baseline to defend against the pass in from Jaylee Head. Head looking for someone to deliver the ball to, and it's deflected out of bounds by Nyla Terrell, and West Bloomfield will keep it. But good deflection on the inbound from Cass Tech.
Cass Tech is really neutralizing the bench of the Lakers right here within these final minutes.
Head looking to get it in, she does to London Hall. Now Sheridan Beal on the sideline, driving, going baseline and caught. Double team now, looking for the open person, passes it to Head, it's deflected, and now Taylor Graves recovers it. 40 seconds left in this ball game. Taylor Graves, left side in the corner, three-pointer, no good. Off the iron, rebounder, West Bloomfield has it on the floor, it's deflected and struck away. Tracy Thomas with it. Now she gets hit from behind, the ball deflected, but she recovers it. Thomas passes it down low, spin move, pass out to Parker for a three, she got it! 15 seconds left, it's a 30-point game. West Bloomfield 71, Cass Tech 41, under 10 seconds to play. Inbound pass up and over to Sheridan Beal. 5 seconds left on the sideline. Beal in the corner, caught, triple teamed, gonna pass it out. Jaylee Head has it, buzzer goes off, and that is it. Final score, West Bloomfield 71, Cass Tech 41. In the final game of this MLK Laker Classic, and what a showing from West Bloomfield tonight, setting the tone from the jump and keeping at it, keeping the foot on the gas throughout the contest. But Cass Tech, credit to them, just 14 points at the half and came back and had a really impressive second half. Just that deficit too far after the first quarter and certainly after the first half to come back from, despite them really having excellent play in the second half.
Yeah, and for Darren McAllister, head coach for West Bloomfield, he's not going to be too happy with his bench because they neutralized the bench of the Lakers for the final 3 minutes of that last quarter, in which really neutralized their points and added more on for Cass Tech, creating more turnovers to their comfort. So Cass Tech, they played hard, and West Bloomfield, they had a great start from the very beginning. Just a great overall way to end this tournament, which they hosted. They earned the right to host this tournament. Last year's champions on Martin Luther King Day. Just a great day of high school basketball right here in West Bloomfield.
And you look at this Cass Tech roster too, a lot of promise there. Look, they lost by 30, not necessarily their best showing out here, especially in that first half, but plenty of promise. We mentioned it earlier, they don't have any seniors on this team, but next year they're going to be loaded with seniors. Alea Forrest will be back. Alea Coleman will be back. Ari Parker had a big game tonight. Maya Anderson, Mackenzie Kiles, Kayla Mount. This team's going to be loaded with upper-class talent, and they're going to have players that have experience in these sort of big games, have gone through that adversity, and are going to have an impressive showing next year, and still plenty of season left here for Cass Tech going forward. And for West Bloomfield, another win in the win column, now double digits on the season, standing at 10-2 overall, 6-0 in the OAA Red, and still plenty of time left in the season, but definitely a lot to be taught in the locker room with Darren McAllister tonight, and certainly as they go back to practice in the auxiliary gym here just across the hall next week.
No, definitely. There's a lot to learn. There's a lot to fix, and there's just a lot to improve on from here on out. Just an incredible day. Tyler, you and I, it's been a pleasure working with you this entire day of basketball. You can never ask for a better outlook.
Yeah, Tyler Keefe alongside John Snow at West Bloomfield High School, and we had a great team out here too. Xander Woods, a West Bloomfield High School student himself, an aspiring broadcaster, joining us and knocking it out of the park on color commentary for a couple of games. John and I doing the play-by-play today, and all of that is at the pleasure of our excellent crew, the Catoni brothers, Dom and Matt, on the cameras today, alongside Dave Scott on our remote cameras. Also our director and executive producer back at the studio of My Michigan TV in Troy is Jared Clark, and a big thank you as well to our grip, Jeff Cowan, who joined us this morning. For all of our team here at West Bloomfield High School, I'm Tyler Keefe alongside John Snow, thanking you for tuning in. Final score in the final game, West Bloomfield 71 and Cass Tech 41. This has been the MLK Laker Classic on My Michigan TV.
Don't miss out! Download the My Michigan TV mobile app to stay up to date with all of our programming. My Michigan TV is streaming everywhere on Apple TV, Roku, Fire TV, and more smart TV apps. My Michigan TV is on your phone too. Take us with you wherever you go. Just search for My Michigan TV on your favorite app store or visit mymitv.com. All Michigan, streaming everywhere. My Michigan TV.